He was known as the laziest prince the world had ever seen. So why was he coming to the training ground and picking up a sword right now? The knight wondered. The others around them also watched in utter disbelief. The prince who never left his bed was now standing right in front of them under the sun. Everyone nearby was still full of skepticism. They thought it was absolutely impossible, wondering if these kid actually planned to start training. As the young boy stopped in front of a sword, his butler suggested that it would be better for him to return home, and then they would call an expert to assist him. But he was soon shocked to see the boy standing right in front of the largest sword. The young boy silently lifted it up and muttered that he would choose this one, while the knights pinched themselves, wondering if they were dreaming or having a nightmare. But suddenly the expectant look on everyone's faces began to slowly change. The young boy prepared to strike, but when he finally executed that highly anticipated sword swing, everyone around burst into loud laughter, saying that this was exactly what they had expected. He never left his bed, he was just trash, and that was it. They laughed and walked away, assuming that staying there was just a waste of time. However, the truth was that none of them could have ever imagined how powerful that young boy would become in just a short amount of time, or how long he had actually been holding a sword. And now he was going to try, putting in more effort than anyone else. The entire empire would have to hear his name, and all the girls would be captivated by his extraordinary actions. I mean, his sneak attack using his sword. This was all because he possessed a swordsmanship never seen before. And what no one knew was that this was the result of a lifetime of grueling training in another era at an incredibly distant place. It all started when a mysterious guy walked into this random village. Our narrator, a brown-haired young man, was leisurely holding a pitchfork, looking at the stranger and thinking, great, another weirdo. He only needed to glance at the stranger's face to immediately realize this man had been through a lot of hardships. The village elders came out to greet him, welcoming this eccentric, sorrowful man into the village with open arms. And our narrator was totally against that idea, thinking, damn it, this guy's face clearly screams trouble, but the elder had already shaken his hand and rolled out the red carpet, so what else could he do? 3 days passed and the guy didn't even open his door once. He was so quiet that the narrator sometimes actually forgot about his presence. Some curious villagers tried to approach the house, but he simply ignored them and walked right past them. After about 10 days, our narrator finally found out what this guy was actually doing inside. The kids playing detective peeked through the fence and brought back a juicy scoop. The guy was practicing swordsmanship. He trained every single day, and the kids even used tree branches to mimic his movements. The narrator thought, all right, clearly this guy has a tragic past and is definitely training for revenge or something, but he still couldn't care less. A whole month passed and moss began to cover the guy's door. But did he stop training? Not at all. Although the narrator couldn't see him, he could still hear the sound of the sword swinging. Rumors in the village started spreading like wildfire. Some thought he was preparing to exact revenge on someone, while others believed he was a fallen knight with a dark past, or perhaps even a famous mercenary. Our narrator just wanted to peacefully peel his potatoes and mind his own business, while everyone around kept blabbering nonstop about the sword training guy. He really tried to ignore it, but curiosity just kept growing. 6 months passed, and our guy finally gave in. He was working in the garden and told himself that tomorrow he would go see what everyone was making such a fuss about. He wanted to see how fast this guy was, how strong he was, and what crazy moves he had, because by this point the guy had basically become a local celebrity. So he sneaked over and peeked through a crack in the wooden door, only to find the scene incredibly underwhelming. The wanderer was just standing there in a basic stance, dripping with sweat, practicing his swings. The narrator thought that to ordinary villagers who knew nothing about swordsmanship, this might look pretty cool. But he had seen real knights during his previous training, and compared to them, our sword training guy was nothing. His technique was bare minimum, yet you could tell he had a deep emotional wound driving him to push forward. The narrator felt a little sorry for him, but then decided to let it be, minding his own business and going back to his life. Time passed, and then something genuinely interesting happened when a new family moved in, a retired mercenary along with his son and daughter. They were always cheerful and smiling, bringing an energy that completely contrasted with the sword training guy. The daughter's name was Rem, and our narrator just took one look and told himself, yep, she's the one. Instead of waiting around like a romance protagonist, he proactively hit on her the very next day. Then the scene shifted to 3 years later. The guy was writing in his diary for the first time in a long while, and guess who he was writing about? The Wanderer. That guy was still out there swinging his sword. Meanwhile, our narrator had pursued Rem for 2 years, and she finally agreed to marry him. The man was living the best days of his life, marrying the one he loved. Everything was perfect. But he couldn't stop thinking about the melancholic sword training guy next door, who kept doing the exact same thing continuously for 3 whole years. 5 years went by, and the narrator decided he was going to document this. This wanderer was still out there, rain or shine, just swinging his sword with a completely emotionless face, so he started keeping a journal. Day 173, still swinging the sword. Day 164, still keeping at it. Winter arrived with heavy snowfall, and this crazy guy was still out there. The narrator and Rem had a daughter named Laura, and everyone came over to congratulate them. Meanwhile, the sword training guy, as you might have guessed, was still practicing. The diary pages kept piling up, the seasons changed, and the guy never missed a single day. On the 7th year, 10th month, and 27th day, a massive storm hit, pouring rain as if it were the end of the world. The narrator looked outside and saw him standing in the dark, his hair grown long, drenched to the bone, still gripping his sword tightly. 37 years had passed. Our narrator now had white hair and a beard, and he had become a grandfather. His daughter Laura had given birth to a boy who often called him a sleepyhead. Time kept flying by, but there was one thing that remained absolutely unchanged. As for the sword training guy, the narrator admitted that he'd forgotten to pay attention to him lately. His training had become as natural as the sun rising every day. It had simply become a part of this world. One day, when his grandson wanted to go to the market, the narrator decides to stay home. He took a walk through the village, and since he was now the village elder, everyone greeted him. Taking in the surrounding scenery, he thought to himself about how much everything had changed. But then he stopped in front of a house that looked exactly the same as it did 37 years ago, the Wanderer's house. Still covered in moss, still rusty, still exuding a please do not disturb vibe. He peeked through the crack in the door, and his eyes widened in sheer shock. He started sprinting across. He burst the door open and quickly stepped into the yard. There the Wanderer was kneeling, his hand still firmly gripping the sword buried deep in the ground. The sword was now dull, his body covered in scars, yet he maintained the exact same posture. And then the narrator realized the guy was dead. He had died full training. After 37 years of relentless practice, he had truly trained until his very last breath. The narrator closed the Wanderer's eyes and laid him down on the ground, wishing him peace in the afterlife. The scene shifted, and we met the true main character of the story. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed kid jolted awake from a dream as if he had just experienced the worst nightmare of his life. It turned out he had dreamt he was that Wanderer, and the dream felt so real that it was as if the sword was still in his hands, his muscles screaming in pain, and the salty exhaustion of his sweat was palpable. This kid's name was Aaron, and he was living in a magnificent mansion as a member of the Pereira family. While he was questioning his own existence, the scene cut to a few knights standing guard outside the mansion. They were chatting about how Princess Kirill was a young magic genius who had received her official title at the age of 11. Meanwhile, our kid, well, he was the disgrace of the family because for the past 15 years he had just been lying in bed, hence earning the nickname of the lazy young master. But it wasn't like he wanted to be useless, there was a whole story behind it. After his mother passed away right in front of his eyes when he was little, he couldn't do anything at all. He literally came to a complete halt, spending years lying in bed and doing absolutely nothing. The knights were brutally mocking him. Their gossip was suddenly interrupted when Kirill herself appeared alongside her mother Emil, making the knights hastily bow down. Kirill stood there with her arms crossed, asking who gave them permission to be so lazy. And her mother flashed a terrifying smile as if to say, I can ruin your careers in an instant. The knights were so terrified their legs almost gave out, frantically apologizing and promising never to badmouth their young master behind his back again. While these bastards received their well-deserved punishment. Cutting back to our young master's room, he was completely panicking. He couldn't sleep, which was really weird because previously his routine was just sleeping day and night. He looked at his trembling hands, feeling an unbearable itch all over his body, and then he did something completely crazy. He called his butler over and said, I want to practice swordsmanship. The butler was utterly dumbfounded. His face cycled through all shades of shock. He stood there dripping with sweat, wondering if his young master had hit his head or gotten possessed by a demon, because the lazy young master wanting to train was simply unbelievable. The scene shifted to the Pereira family's training ground, which was packed with people. Knights and trainees were walking all over the place, and suddenly everyone started making a huge commotion. A bearded guard knight was asking his colleague if his eyes were playing tricks on him because he couldn't believe what he was seeing. The Baron's trainees all had their jaws dropped in shock. The blonde kid turned to his red-haired friend and said, I told you so, and the girl tried to respond but was too busy being amazed. Why, you ask? Because our young master, the lazy young master, was walking toward the training ground with his butler. Let me reiterate, a guy who hadn't left his bed for years was voluntarily heading to the place where everyone was working out, and the knights were losing their minds. Some had never even seen his face before, and now he was casually strolling among them. Our young master stopped in front of the weapon rack under everyone's watchful eyes. The butler started explaining that swords came in various sizes and shapes, and since the young master knew absolutely nothing about swordsmanship, perhaps they should wait for a real instructor to help pick the right one. But our young master simply said no need, and completely ignored every other weapon on the rack. He focused his entire attention on the massive two-handed greatsword hanging on the wall. The butler was now starting to panic, desperately trying to convince him to wait for an instructor. But our young master didn't listen. He just kept his eyes glued to that gigantic sword, and said, yeah, this is the one. One knight was so astounded that he told his friend next to him to pinch his cheek to make sure he wasn't dreaming. Our young master then grabbed the hilt and immediately began to struggle, his entire body trembling and sweat pouring down like rain. This sword was extremely heavy, and everyone watching knew it perfectly well. Two knights paused their petty argument to watch, and even the butler's mouth hung open in utter shock. The young master's arms were shaking violently, but he still managed to lift it over his head and swing for the first time, making the sword lodge diagonally into the ground. The nearby trainees in their fancy uniforms were glaring at him with blatant contempt. They thought this guy was way weaker than they had imagined, and that was just pathetic. The blonde trainee smirked, telling his friend that last month some guy named Gyro had humiliated our young master in front of everyone, and perhaps that was why he was suddenly trying to train. They said the young master didn't even react when insulted. He just passively took it like a punching bag. The butler happened to overhear this conversation and was absolutely furious. He thought to himself that these bastards knew perfectly well the young master could hear them, yet they still brazenly gossiped behind his back. Then the butler walked up to the young master, who was still seeing the sword, and tried to explain that mastering swordsmanship required brutal daily practice, and perhaps he should really consider finding a proper instructor. But our young master ignored the advice. He just kept swinging the sword even though his entire body was screaming in agony. Every single muscle ached, his arms felt like they were about to fall off, and he didn't even fully understand why he was doing this. It was as if his body was moving on its own. He adjusted his stance, trying to find a more comfortable position, and swung the sword one more time before his body finally collapsed. He started crumpling to the ground, utterly exhausted. He lay there gasping for air desperately, and you would probably think he was enduring extreme agony, right? But on the contrary, he felt relieved, as if the massive burden he had been carrying all this time had just evaporated. Our young master began to struggle back up, grabbing the sword with one hand and propping himself up on one knee. He repeated the movements from that dream, mimicking the Wanderwant's technique, and something crazy was happening. Every swing of the sword made the heaviness in his chest fade away. All those horrifying memories, all that trauma, and the responsibilities he was drowning in gradually vanished with each movement. He lifted that gigantic sword over his head again, and he just couldn't stop. Sweat splattering everywhere due to his incredibly fast movements. And that was when the butler finally intervened, screaming for the young master to stop because it was getting dark outside. Our young master looked at him and asked, "Wait, what? Is it already dark?" And then his body suddenly broke down completely. He started falling, but the butler caught him just in time and asked if he was okay. But the young master was just confused as to how it had already turned to night. He looked around, and indeed the sun was setting, the buildings were getting darker, and he realized he had been swinging the sword for hours without even knowing it. He asked the butler why he didn't stop him earlier, or go do something else. The butler replied that he couldn't leave him alone, and the young master wouldn't listen to a word he said anyway. The butler helped him walk away, saying he would clean everything up, and that the young master needed to rest because he couldn't keep going crazy like this every day. The young master sluggishly replied, "Yeah, you're right. I probably won't do this anymore." The scene transitioned and we saw our young master lying in bed. He grabbed his arm and screamed in muscle pain, constantly cursing that stupid dream for making him suffer like this. He trembled, thinking that with his body aching all over like this, there was no way he would be able to sleep tonight. Quickly realizing that peace never lasted for long, she immediately ducked down to hide behind her stall as the chaos swept through, telling herself it was best not to get involved. The man dashed through the crowd, clutching something tightly to his chest with desperate determination, while he chased after him, completely out of breath but refusing to give up. The stall's owner watched the chaotic scene and whispered that whatever was happening had nothing to do with her. The fleeing man frantically muttered about how someone was trying to snatch Pojak away from him. Our main character and Selena continued the chase, until exhaustion forced both of them to slow down, panting heavily, sure that Ojin needed to exercise more. Then quickly refocused on the salamander's emergency condition. He admitted that the creature's unshed skin had dangerously piled up and needed immediate treatment. Selena's expression hardened as she recalled this peril. A salamander failing to shed its skin would eventually explode, and the fire inside it would incinerate everything around it. There was no more time to rest. They had to find this creature before disaster struck. Meanwhile, thinking he was safe, the man returned home. Heaving a sigh of relief, he placed Pojak on the table and called it destiny that they were together. His extreme joy quickly turned into artistic inspiration as he began to sing, letting a bizarre melody echo through the room. Suddenly, panic replaced his highly artistic mood, and Pojak's body started trembling and then erupted into fierce flames. In just a moment, his house was engulfed in a sea of fire. He coughed violently amidst the thick smoke. The man tried to reason with the salamander, reaching out his hands as if affection could somehow soothe the flames. Pojak responded with another blast of fire, making the blaze roar even more fiercely. Selena arrived just in time to drag the man to safety, while our main character braced himself against the intense heat, determined to subdue this frenzied creature. He bitterly thought how great it would be to have a fire extinguisher right now. Right after that, his pendant glowed brightly. When the light faded, Ojin realized the object was already right in his hands. There was no time to question this miracle. He dashed forward, extinguishing the roaring flames, until the salamander's resistance gradually weakened, and the room grew quiet, leaving only the faint sizzling sound of steam as the fire died out. Selena checked the surroundings. The man was sitting in a daze amidst the ruins, muttering that this madness was definitely caused by the failed skin-shedding process. He firmly declared that next time he would take better care of Pojak, his tone full of stubbornness with his blind affection. Our main character quietly looked at him, wondering if this man even understood what real care was. Love without understanding, Ojin thought to himself, was merely selfishness disguised as devotion. Later in the forest, Pojak finally finished shedding its skin. Selena remarked that it looked much more energetic and full of life, while our guy just stared at its eyes in utter disbelief. The man looked at the salamander with a mix of pride and bittersweet feelings, muttering that it was time to let it return to the wild. He watched Pojak disappear behind the trees, whispering promises to care for and miss it, things that absolutely no creature could possibly understand. Ojin rolled his eyes at that cringeworthy moment, thinking this would only bring more trouble. But the man barely noticed. In his mind, this farewell was incredibly noble. The moment unexpectedly turned tender when Pojak stopped on a distant rock and shot a massive fireball into the sky. The flames bloomed into brilliant fireworks, painting the sunset with shimmering colors. The man looked up, his heart overflowing with emotion. While our main character quietly acknowledged that the treatment process was finally complete. A few days later, that same man reappeared in the town square. Now calling himself Royce. He was playing the guitar next to the fountain. The kids danced around him as he sang a quirky tune about Ojin's adventures. The song quickly spread at lightning speed, lifting the spirits of everyone who heard it. Selena observed from afar, half amused, while our main character stood beside her, unimpressed but slightly curious. As he realized everyone was talking about bringing their pets to him. Ojin even found himself complimenting Royce's singing voice. Not long after, the consequences arrived. Outside Ojin's pet clinic, a massive crowd gathered, completely blocking the street. Dozens of people chanted his name, demanding treatments and craving his attention. Our guy sat frozen, realizing his peaceful days were officially over. Selena looked at the endless line and muttered that maybe she should just quit her job right now. Amidst the noise and chaos, Ojin realizes her small clinic had accidentally become the busiest place in town. It was a usual morning, with birds chirping outside Ojin's clinic as a long line of people gathered at the door. He finished examining a patient and announced that the checkup was done, advising them to come back for a follow-up to check on the recovery progress. Selena stood beside him, remarking that at this rate he would turn into a lifeless corpse before next week, so he better make that money while he still could. He immediately called the next patient in. Thinking back, it had been 2 months since the grand opening. The second clinic was thriving remarkably, partly thanks to those early morning chirping birds. The first few days were indeed exhausting due to the overwhelming number of customers. But after seeing the revenue they made, everything gradually settled into a stable routine. A customer peeked inside asking if they were still open. Selena immediately replied they were closed, but Ojin still let the person in. While treating the patient, our main character pondered over what he had learned about this world so far. Outside, people were chatting about their pets. One mentioned that Coco hadn't had much of an appetite lately. Another pointed out a cat's bloodshot eyes. Dogs and cats here were still very close to humans, even though their illnesses could be quite different. A little later, Ojin stretched his arms, remarking that today was truly an exhausting day. Selena informed him that the next appointment would be the last one. Curious, he asked what kind of animal it was, and Selena explained that it was a shaman hound, once used for hunting and currently a popular pet, but they were extremely aggressive toward anyone except their owners, leading to the highest abandonment rate. Our main character muttered that those who adopted pets just to follow trends should just disappear. He recalled what he had heard. Shaman hounds could grow as large as a full-grown person, with claws and teeth sharp enough to pierce through a wild boar's thick skin. Selena warned him to be careful. The next customer brought in a shaman hound pup. It clearly looked very exhausted and was only about 2 months old. The owners explained that it had been limping since yesterday. Ojin examined its leg, noting that a puppy at this age should have healthy joints. Upon checking the sole of its paw, he found a thorn lodged inside. He used tweezers to pull it out, then proceeded to disinfect the wound, and assured them that the wound would heal up very soon. The little shaman hound wobbled around and our main character quietly observed it, whilst Selena glanced over, mildly curious, as the owner left. Ojin heaved a sigh of relief, declaring that their workday was finally over. Selena remarked that he looked pretty happy. He seemed a bit flustered. When she asked if it was because of the cute puppy or because his shift had finally ended. Selena teased that it was rare to see him happy for any reason other than money. Ojin replied that there weren't any severely injured patients today, and explained that the hardest part of being a vet was having to watch animals suffer from illnesses. The more you care, the more it breaks your heart, so he always tried to maintain an indifferent attitude. His mind suddenly drifted back to a client in his old world, someone who abandoned their pet for an entire month just to go on vacation. Our guy remembered greeting them with a sharp tone and realized that ever since then he started scolding pet guardians much more frequently. As closing time drew near, Selena noted that it was getting dark. Ojin mentioned the overwhelming number of customers and urged her to quickly clean up before the sun fully set. Suddenly, that very same man from their previous encounter appeared outside, loudly crying for help. Ojin turned and asked Selena if she knew how to perform an exorcism. She replied that she probably could if physical attacks actually worked on spirits. The man crashed inside, grabbing our main character, and yanked him right out through the window, leaving Selena frozen and utterly speechless. A moment later in the forest, Ojin lay flat on the ground while the man profusely apologized, insisting he had no idea the main character was so weak that he couldn't even climb a single hill. Ojin demanded to know who he was, realizing that this person wasn't a ghost. The man introduced himself as Schwein, a territorial administrative official, and explained that he brought our main character here after hearing about his talent for coaxing the Lord's rabbit. Schwein requested him to catch a wild dog. Ojin refused, explaining that he was a vet, not an animal rescue worker. Selena, appearing right nearby, further emphasized that they weren't a rescue team. Schwein insisted that they were his only remaining hope. He explained that 2 months ago, the stray dog had occupied a spot halfway up the mountain, right where the new trail construction project was about to begin. They had tried to catch it, but the dog was too fast and the construction was set to start the day after tomorrow. If they couldn't capture it, the military would be dispatched and the animal would be eliminated on sight. Our main character stayed silent in deep thought, before finally speaking up to ask where the dog was right now, making it clear that he had never captured an animal before and just wanted to observe the situation first. Schwein agreed, saying it was located a bit further up the mountain. Ojin reminded him that he still hadn't agreed and was only here to take a look. Selena, with a knowing smile, remarked that he would end up doing it anyway. At the scene, Schwein pointed out the spot where the stray dog frequently hung out. Suddenly, a noise caught their attention, and a shaman hound stepped out from the shadows. Ojin recognized it instantly. While Selena noted that a lot of people adopted shaman hounds, but just as many ended up abandoning them. Nowadays, so many people kept shaman hounds because it had become a trend, yet most of them end up neglected and forgotten. As Ojin observed the condition of the shaman hound right in front of him, he could tell it had been surviving on its own for nearly 2 months, and it probably hadn't eaten a proper meal that entire time. Suddenly, a strange sight echoed from the forest, startling everyone as they assumed it was some kind of monster. Our main character turned toward the source of the sound. Right at that moment, the shaman hound let out an ear-piercing howl and charged straight at him. Selena quickly intervened, pulling our guy out of the danger zone and warning him that standing too close was extremely dangerous. Ojin remarked that turning their backs and running from a frenzied dog was the worst possible reaction, while Selena retorted that doing nothing would just let the animal tear them apart. The main character then explained that running away would only agitate the creature further. They needed to find a way to distract it. Before he could even finish his sentence, the shaman hound suddenly stopped dead in its tracks. Everyone was stunned, completely dumbfounded by its sudden calmness. And our main character wondered out loud why it had stopped. He recalled Schweinschwein describing this animal as a hunting dog and pointed out that such a creature, if truly enraged, wouldn't back down so easily. Yet right before their eyes, the shaman hound quietly walked back into the forest. Selena muttered that no one could truly understand what went on inside a dog's head. Meanwhile, Schwein explained how this creature constantly chased people away, its behavior becoming such a massive nuisance that residents from the nearby village kept filing complaints. As Ojin listened, he sank deep into thought before his curiosity flared up. Ojin asked what kind of complaints they had been receiving. And Schwein described how the locals called the animal a vicious beast roaming the mountain, a creature they deemed dangerous and demanded to be captured. Our main character pondered this, then wondered if anyone had actually been injured by it. Schwein was about to instinctively agree, but after pausing for a moment, he admitted that not a single person had been hurt. Turning to Selena, Ojin remembered her mentioning the shaman hound's loyalty to its owner and asked if she still believed that. Selena confirmed she did, and Ojin's expression subtly changed, as if something had just clicked in his mind. The next morning, Ojin and Selena set off toward the nearest village at the foot of the mountain. Their focus shifted from confronting the stray dog to uncovering the story behind it. Now our guy was searching for the dog's previous owner, believing that understanding its past was the key to approaching it. Even though time was extremely short and other methods seemed easier, he knew that simply using food to trap the animal wouldn't work. The dog's emaciated, starving body spoke of something far stronger than sheer instinct, an unbreakable bond that even intense hunger couldn't override. As they were walking, memories and thoughts intertwined in Ojin's mind. He remembered how some owners would gently command their pets to stay put, promising they would return soon, only to vanish and never come back. That kind of loyalty and betrayal had to be the root of this dog's agony. Our main character had seen many people willing to abandon those who trusted them the most, and it made him silently furious. With unwavering resolve, our hero promised himself that when he found the owner, that person would have to face their sins and see exactly what their loyal dog had been forced to endure. As they started asking around the village, the situation quickly became clear. A villager told Ojin that Gabriel's husband couldn't continue his work because of the dog roaming the mountain, and parents wouldn't let their kids near the forest out of fear of the creature lurking inside. And even the passing kids recounted similar terrifying tales. An old man vaguely muttered about losing money years ago, and even though his words seemed irrelevant, one fact was blatantly obvious. The entire village absolutely despised the stray dog. After hours of asking around, he and Selena stopped at a quiet street corner, exhausted from hearing the exact same fear-filled stories over and over. Ojin began to suspect that perhaps the dog's owner wasn't from this village. Selena agreed, noting that at the very least, everyone they met shared a mutual hatred for the animal. Right at that moment, a long-haired woman walked toward them. She had overheard their questions, and with a solemn expression, told them they were looking for Jake, the man who used to own the dog. She urged them to follow her, and led them toward Jake's house. Ojin noticed how isolated the house was, practically hidden among the trees. The woman explained that Jake lived alone, isolated from the villagers, which was why very few people knew about him. As they arrived in front of the small wooden cabin, she stopped near a modest grave right by the entrance, and quietly revealed that Jake had passed away 2 months ago in a landslide. She explained that he had no relatives, and she was the one who had arranged his funeral. Furthermore, she insisted that Jake had never abandoned his dog. He simply couldn't return, that was all. The woman also confessed that she had tried to bring the dog home but failed. Now, with a sorrowful tone, she begged them to help the animal she called Max. The heavy weight of her words etched deeply into Ojin's mind. He felt an immense sense of guilt upon realizing how completely he had misjudged the situation. Our hero silently prayed for Jake to rest in peace, expressing his deep regrets. and firmly promised that they would save Max, no matter what it took. Later, back in the forest, Schwein told the newly arrived police officers that he thought they were supposed to come tomorrow, and realized they must have finished their previous assignment ahead of schedule. He suggested postponing Max's extermination until tomorrow, but the cops immediately brushed that idea aside. One of them firmly stated there was no reason to wait, and this matter needed to be dealt with right away. Since the villagers already despised that dog anyway, he argued, nobody would object if they wrapped up the job a day earlier than planned. Back at Jake's house, Ojin stepped inside and immediately caught the lingering scent of herbs in the air, a clear sign that Jake was a herbalist. Selena suggested they just grab anything with his scent for now, pointing towards some clothes hanging nearby. Our hero's gaze shifted to a picture frame on the shelf, showing Jake and Max together. He wondered what could have happened to someone who loved his dog so much. Then Selena noticed a picture on the wall and pointed it out to him. It was an image of a mandrake. She remarked that Jake must have been out searching for this specific plant. He remembered seeing a mandrake in a movie once, and Selena explained that it was a screaming plant, an incredibly rare and difficult specimen to collect. They both recalled the strange noise echoing from the forest the day before. Despite the danger, a mandrake was immensely valuable, something that any herbalist would dream of finding. Meanwhile, Max sat at the entrance of his cave, gazing intently at the sky. The dog was deeply immersed in memories of his old master. It was raining that day, when he and Jake took shelter in the cave. Jake laughed at the sudden downpour, wondering if they should wait for the rain to stop before moving on. Lighting up a campfire, he draped a woolen blanket over Max, telling him to lie still so he wouldn't catch a cold. Max snuggled closer, and Jake, despite being utterly exhausted, still smiled and said they were incredibly lucky to find a place to hide from the rain. Looking around, Jake spotted a plant growing close to the cave wall. Recognizing the shape of its leaves, he realized it was a mandrake. Utterly astonished, he confessed he never thought he would actually see one in real life instead of just in books. Overflowing with excitement, he decided to run home to grab his specialized tools, telling Max to stay and wait, promising he would be right back. Max gave a soft bark, but Jake reassured him that home wasn't too far away. Flashing a smile, he stepped out into the pouring rain, and then a horrific rock slide suddenly came crashing down, instantly claiming his life. Time passed and the fire in the cave had long died out, but Max still persistently waited in absolute loyalty. The following week, some tourists passed by. One of them noticed that the dog had been there for quite a while. They assumed he was abandoned and showed pity, intending to feed him, but as they approached, Max let out a terrified howl and backed away, chasing them off, making the startled tourists leave while muttering that this dog was incredibly dangerous. No wonder its owner had abandoned it. Max returned to the cave and sat there waiting for Jake once again, completely unaware that he would never ever return. In the present, while Max was reminiscing about Jake, the police officers approached. One of them suggested there was no need to rush since it was late, and they should head back to their motel soon. Standing right in front of Max, they readied their tranquilizer darts, powerful enough to take down a full-grown shaman hound. Schwein begged them to wait just one more hour, explaining that he had hired someone to help rescue the dog. From what Schwein could see, Max had never harmed a single soul and was just a pitiful dog with his own tragic backstory. The officer was completely unmoved, coldly stating they weren't here to listen to a dog's backstory. Their mission was to protect the citizens, and that was the only thing that mattered. He said this while raising his gun to take aim. Max panted heavily, right as the officer was about to pull the trigger. Selena and Ojin rushed in to stop him. Selena fiercely declared that they were here to rescue the stray dog, not harm it. At that exact moment, Max saw an illusion of his master standing right in front of him. Smiling gently, the phantom figure said he had come to pick him up, and that Max had waited far too long. Overwhelmed with joy, Max stepped forward and happily wagged his tail, truly believing his master had finally returned. Our main character stepped closer. His voice dropped into a gentle tone as he admitted he wasn't the one Max was waiting for, but it was time to go home. The desolate dark night swallowed the forest, where a deer was running for its absolute life, chased by a wild creature, whose glowing golden eyes pierced right through the darkness. Its ear-splitting scream echoed through the treetops, shattering the silence of the forest. Come morning, the peace inside Ojin's clinic was completely shattered when a customer barged in, frantically begging for help with their pet. Our hero looked down and spotted a raccoon as perfectly round as a ping-pong ball, so obese it could barely roll over. He muttered in utter disbelief while the owner insisted the raccoon had grown weak and barely ate anything, only having 7 meals a day now. Ojin sighed, warning that if it didn't wait healthily, it could get seriously ill. The owner looked completely shocked, refusing to believe it, while our guy just called for the next patient without another word. Schwein walked in with his usual polite smile, respectfully greeting our main character. His sudden appearance reminded Ojin of Max, the dog who came down from the mountain after losing his owner. Max had lingered for days by his master's grave, unable to accept the harsh reality that Jake had passed away. Pitted by the whole village until he finally opened his heart to the person who had been visiting and caring for him, none other than Schwein. When Ojin asked why Schwein had come here and whether something had happened to Max, he remained silent before unexpectedly pulling out of his bag a fully intact mandrake with its roots and leaves. Selena noticed something unusual about it. Its roots were completely exposed above the soil, unlike most other mandrakes which preferred being buried deep underground. Schwein explained that Jake, before passing away, had discovered this mandrake and decided to keep it as a memento. However, when they tried to replant it into the ground, the mandrake kept continuously popping back out of the dirt, screaming nonstop day and night, until everyone in the village was forced to wear earplugs, with some people even suffering ruptured eardrums. Selena noted that this could happen, as mandrakes were famously known to be highly sensitive to their surroundings. Schwein stated that the plant had become unmanageable, noting that it was currently quiet only because it was asleep, but once it woke up, chaos would ensue. He begged Ojin to take it. Ojin refused, asserting that he only treated animals, not plants, and besides, anything capable of screaming could not be considered a plant. Schwein insisted it was neither plant nor animal, but something much worse, a demon, to which Ojin retorted that taking it to the church would make more sense then. Before anyone could say another word, the mandrake began to squirm. Schwein frantically screamed that it was waking up and hastily abandoned the plant, fleeing the clinic along with his companions before Ojin could stop them. Frustrated, Ojin cursed as he chased after them, muttering that he had seen people abandon many things but never a plant, while Selena quickly covered the mandrake with a glass dome and reminded him that mandrakes were incredibly valuable herbs and that every part of them, from leaves to roots, possessed the power to bring the dead back to life. He grumbled about their value if they could not be controlled, when suddenly the mandrake snapped its eyes open. Selena warned him to cover his ears before it shrieked, fearing for their eardrums. Ojin, panicking, complained about his missing noise-canceling headphones and braced himself. But instead of screaming, the mandrake just gave a bewildered smile. He watched as Selena studied its behavior, realizing that it seemed to really like him, and she told him to take out his necklace. As soon as he did so, the mandrake's eyes widened, and it began to dance joyfully, leaving our protagonist hardly able to believe his eyes, while Selena chuckled, remarking that it looked just as cheerful as a sunflower toy she had once seen. He muttered about how bizarre that comparison sounded, but Selena simply told him to keep it in his room for the time being, and despite his protests, he ultimately did exactly that. Later that night, a loud knock on the door woke our hero up. Still half-assed sleep, he grumbled that late-night checkups would cost an extra fee, until a woman abruptly rushed inside, cradling an injured, heavily bleeding dog. Seeing the deep slash wounds, our protagonist muttered that the injuries were too severe to staunch the bleeding. Selena reminded him that mandrake leaves had extremely potent coagulating properties, and following his instructions, she approached the plant. The mandrake glared at her warily, so she hesitated, suggesting that Ojin should ask it himself. He grumbled about the absurdity of having to ask a plant for permission, but complied anyway, and the moment he asked for a leaf, the mandrake immediately smiled, dancing and humming softly. Though highly perplexed, he accepted the leaf and successfully stopped the bleeding, saving the dog's life. The woman sobbed in deep gratitude, while our protagonist yawned, instructing her to return for a follow-up checkup before heading back to bed. Just half an hour later, another frantic knock disturbed his sleep again. This time, a man stood at the door, holding a violently mauled deer and pleading for help as the animal's body was covered in brutal wounds. And Ojin sternly determined that they were not caused by hunting, but rather by someone who seemingly took pleasure in this cruel abuse. He muttered that the culprit behind this was definitely a psycho, leaving the villagers confused, wondering amongst themselves if it was a new type of monster. When a little girl quietly explained that it was actually Baron Doyle's pet wolf, a creature that did such things purely for amusement. Ojin's disbelief quickly turned into outrage. He cursed the nobleman, demanding to know why this behavior was allowed to continue while yelling about the lack of animal protection laws. The villagers reminded him that the Baron was untouchable, a genuine aristocrat. Our protagonist loudly criticized the injustice, shouting about freedom, law, and democracy, concepts that the others had never even heard of, until Selena reminded him to focus on treating the deer. A week later, chaos erupted outside the clinic as a massive crowd gathered, all crying out and begging the doctor to save their pets. Exhausted and overwhelmed, Ojin joined the uproar, yelling that he could not live like this anymore and calling for a class revolution. He led the mob toward Doyle's mansion, chanting accusations against the Baron and demanding justice for the abused animals, until the Baron's guards suddenly arrived. When they asked for our protagonist, he muttered about how terrifyingly fast their news traveled before stepping forward and stating his name. To his surprise, the soldiers respectfully bowed to him, before reverently escorting him to the castle. Inside, he saw a gigantic blood-fanged wolf lying on the floor with severe injuries. Baron Doyle stood desperately beside it, begging Ojin to save his beloved pet and promising to reward him with absolutely anything. Our protagonist and Selena stood frozen, stunned by the sight of the very creature that had caused so much suffering. Following a week of vicious animal attacks, the townsfolk gathered, whispering rumors about a magical creature spotted in the western forest. Rumors spread that the banished wolf had been killed and a gigantic man-eating monster was now lurking in the woods, turning its attacks on humans after hunting down the animals. Fear engulfed the crowd, with some believing the village was doomed and discussing fleeing to the lower settlements. Others insisted there was no need to worry because Baron Doyle had already launched a monster subjugation campaign. They mentioned a massive trap set up in the forest, along with soldiers patrolling day and night. The villagers praised the Baron as a reliable man, fully convinced that they were living safely under his protection. Our protagonists listened in, knowing full well that the truth was completely different. He recalled seeing the Baron crying and screaming at his subordinates to catch the monster that attacked his child at all costs, while the servants desperately tried to calm him down and quietly handled the situation. To Ojin, this scene was no different from a media manipulation tactic back in his own world. Selena stood beside him, noticing the guarded look on his face. Our protagonist pondered how most of the injured animals brought to the clinic had been attacked near the eastern forest, right next to the village, whereas the incident involving the Baron's wolf took place deep in the west. Despite that, the Baron's men continued focusing their search on the western forest, completely ignoring the eastern side. Selena also found this suspicious, as the villagers rarely set foot in the western forest, which was rumored to be haunted. While they were discussing this, a man from the glass workshop called them inside, announcing that the items Ojin ordered were finished. The syringes were ready. They were mouth-blown tempered glass mixed with albarium powder, possessing high heat resistance and impact durability. Our protagonist inspected them, highly impressed by the craftsman's skill, praising this extraordinary technology and marveling at the fact that they were handmade. The craftsman confided that the process was incredibly difficult and firmly stated he could not make any more. Ojin paid him very handsomely, establishing a long-term partnership despite the man's reluctance. Gradually, the clinic was equipped with more new tools and the renovation began. And Selena proceeded to inspect the layout, amazed by its modern and organized structure, while he thought to himself that this place finally looked like a real hospital. One day, a man walked in carrying bundles of herbs. He introduced a variety of herbs with miraculous properties. Some induced sleep upon ingestion or inhalation. Others relieved stomach aches or suppressed coughs, and there was even an herb with antiseptic properties. Ojin examined them skeptically, finding their effects to be extraordinary, with some even rumored to cure terminal illnesses. He muttered that not even his own world had anything like this, while Selena scoffed at his disbelief. Suddenly, a girl barged in, urging Ojin to hurry because the monster had been captured. In the forest, the soldiers, hounds, and Baron Doyle were gathering around the destroyed trap. The trap was shattered to pieces. A roaring growl echoed through the trees as the soldiers stepped forward, asserting that the monster was cornered. As our protagonist approached, the dark silhouette of the creature emerged, but it merely revealed a small cat hissing angrily. Everyone fell silent while the soldiers hesitated, and remarked that it looked no different from an ordinary stray cat. But the Baron adamantly insisted that it was the very creature that had terrified his wolf, pointing at its claws and fangs as proof of its wicked nature. Ojin realized the soldiers were being completely serious, as they threw a net over the cat. The animal struggled and cried out while the Baron laughed heartily, ordering it to be burned alive. Our protagonist immediately objected, but the Baron demanded the cat be dragged away for a public execution while still alive. Looking at the frightened animal, our protagonist thought back to his own world, where a man had once brought an injured cat to his clinic, explaining that he used to feed it at the shopping arcade before someone harmed it. Ojin had called those people devils, and he absolutely despised animal abusers more than anything. Back to the present, the cat tore through the net, causing the panicked soldiers to yell for it to be trapped once again. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He shouted at everyone to quickly cover their mouths and noses. Then he pointed at the cat's forehead. An M-shaped scar faintly glowed on its forehead as he declared to be the mark of a great archdemon, the bringer of a global plague, the mark of corona, the terrifying pandemic. Ojin announced that the cat was a demon, the very embodiment of the great pandemic. He asserted that the origin of the disease initially spread through rats, then transmitted to the cat, which had eaten the infected rodents and absorbed their dark magic. It had become an even more powerful infectious host. According to our protagonist, this cat was the root cause of an impending disaster, and he warned that once the disease began to spread, half the population would be wiped out. Those who were ready to kill the cat instantly listened in sheer disbelief. The soldiers scoffed at his bold claim. Even Baron Doyle pressed for the truth, expressing doubt about our protagonist's story. Despite their skepticism, Ojin remained resolute, remembering a world very much like this one that had once battled against a similar pandemic. A world flooded with face masks, fear, and chaos. He insisted that this creature might indeed carry demonic energy, but it was still small enough to be subdued. He added that a cure had been found in his world, and the exact same thing could be done here. Turning to Selena, Ojin silently hoped she would back up his lie. She immediately did so, calmly explaining that with the cat's blood and the appropriate herbs, they could concoct a cure. Outwardly appearing calm, our protagonist worried his scheme might fail. The soldiers ridiculed the story as absurd, but before the tension could escalate further, the Baron gave Ojin a 1-week deadline, during which he had to heal the creature and bring it to the castle, after which the cat would still be publicly executed. The scene shifted back to the clinic. Our protagonist breathed a sigh of relief, thanking Selena for her quick thinking, while being thoroughly impressed by how perfectly she played along. She replied that she was not lying. Technically, a cure could be formulated using this creature and mandrake roots, although that would require hundreds of mandrakes. She asked why he wanted to save that animal. She warned that once it awakened, its power could become uncontrollable. Ojin explained that this cat was not the one responsible for the attacks in the village. He presented the medical records of the animal's injuries, pointing out that the wounds differed in both size and shape from what a cat could inflict. This pattern suggested an entirely different predator. Selena quickly realized the truth. Magma Baron Doyle's wolf was definitely the real culprit, while the cat was merely acting in self-defense. Our protagonist agreed, but found this highly suspicious. He found it questionable that the Baron, who had previously covered up Magma's attacks, suddenly blamed another beast and initiated a public hunt. He suspected the hunt was merely a smokescreen to cover up that the true target was the cat. Selena remarked that this would explain why the Baron wanted to capture the creature alive instead of killing it, and why he accepted Ojin's flimsy explanation so easily. The comment about his clumsy lie annoyed our protagonist. But his attention soon shifted to the cat's injuries. The scar on its forehead was no ordinary wound, and the old marks along its legs indicated that it had suffered prolonged abuse. He became determined to uncover the truth about what this creature had gone through. Selena observed him closely, realizing he was not the greedy, indifferent veterinarian she had once thought. There was a gentleness in how he cared for the animal. Eventually, he suddenly scooped the cat up, burying his face in its fur, and he praised it for being so soft and warm. This sight instantly wiped away Selena's previous impression, convincing her that Ojin was simply insane, while the nearby mandrake was fuming with jealousy. The next morning, bizarre noises echoed from outside the clinic. The townsfolk gathered, whispering in awe and fear about those strange sounds. Rumors spread quickly, suggesting that our protagonist was battling a demon and purifying the source of the plague. In just a few hours, public opinion had turned him into a legend, a mage from another world. The crowd chanted his name, hailing Ojin as a great sorcerer. Inside, completely oblivious to the growing commotion outside, our protagonist was trying to feed the cat, only to get scratched in the face again. The creature's temper exasperated him, but he noticed that it looked smaller than before. Selena pointed out that both its size and weight had decreased over the past 3 days, and she theorized that it might be losing its demonic energy. Ojin concluded that it was simply starving, with the hunger fueling its rage. It was burning through its energy and worsening its hunger in a vicious cycle. As our protagonist wished for some magically irresistible churu treat paste, a sudden surge of pain squeezed his chest. The dragon necklace on his neck glowed. It emitted a light that condensed into a familiar-looking treat resembling a chocolate bar. The treat paste flew straight into the cat's mouth, and it began to chew happily. Ojin, heaving a sigh of relief, continued feeding it with ever-growing affection, while Selena watched silently in utter disbelief. As the cat ate, the scar on its forehead began to glow faintly. Selena stood stunned, suddenly realizing that everything made perfect sense. The creature before them had never been just a mere cat. The Monoceros, a species of one-horned lion, once reigned as a legendary divine beast. During the era when dragons vanished and mana flooded the entire world. Revered as sacred, their horns blessed barren lands with fresh, cooling waters, and turned darkness into light. Their hearts contained the miraculous power to self-generate mana, and the horn on their forehead acted as a divine conduit to channel that energy. However, those who dared touch them would face an inevitable death. After the terrible mana famine, their kind dwindled, forcing them to disguise themselves as smaller creatures to survive. Despite being weakened, they had never lost the pride of their divine bloodline and would never be tamed by mortals, except for one single entity, the healing spirit. At the clinic, the little cat finally managed to defecate, and Ojin, breathing a sigh of relief, immediately praised it, while spoon-feeding it the churu treat. Selena stood watching, wondering if it was wise to continue bribing this creature with that magically addictive treat. That same night at Baron Doyle's mansion, a spy reported to him that the cat had eaten obediently, and our guy was holding it in his arms like a baby. The Baron listened suspiciously as the soldiers knelt beside him, their voices laced with unease. They spoke of demonic lions and the rumored plague, warning that this creature might not be ordinary at all. They recalled that no human had ever managed to tame a Monoceros, even a weakened one. In the worst-case scenario, the mana within their bodies could corrupt into poison, turning them into living bombs. Their power, they claimed, could bring down an entire nation. Baron Doyle, filled with dread, recalled Ojin's about a pandemic that had once devastated his world, a war that humanity had to fight for years. He also remembered the legend that a Monoceros refused any food offered by humans. Now he began to wonder if our protagonist knew something that no one else did. The next morning, the clinic was bustling with activity. The new assistant PO acted as the receptionist, calling the next patient to step into the consultation room. The atmosphere felt lively and orderly, exactly how a real clinic should be. Meanwhile, Selena scolded a noisy patient whose pet refused to sit still, her anger steadily rising. And in a fit of rage, she used magic to quell the chaos, startling everyone, while Ojin watched in horror as she repeated the spell on another client, causing pandemonium inside the clinic. Then, without any warning, Selena abruptly took a half-day off and vanished again. Afterward, our male lead discovered a handwritten note from her announcing her unapproved absence. That sloppy handwriting only further infuriated him. He complained that not even real veterinarians would ever act so unprofessionally. Desperate for help, he asked Pio, a nearby acquaintance, to come fill in temporarily. Surprisingly, Pio proved to be incredibly competent, handling clients carrying heavy items, maintaining order with cheerful diligence. Her work ethic impressed our hero so much that he started considering hiring her full-time. In the midst of a busy day, Ojin noticed something strange. The clinic, which was always filled with the cries of animals, had suddenly fallen silent. The following morning, the mystery was finally unraveled. When a familiar patient returned, the hamster Ping Ping, Ojin stared in disbelief. The creature that once weighed less than half a kilogram now looked 10 times larger, roughly the size of a small dog, as he wondered aloud if it was turning into a panda. The owner quickly corrected him, calling it a flopper dog. Only then did our guy realize that in this world, hamsters went by a different name. The owner, confused by his reaction, asked if he knew what a flopper was, which Ojin tried to cover up. But Pio smoothly intervened, explaining that he hailed from another world. That was why he used different terminology, and why his medical knowledge far exceeded local understanding. Flattered, our male lead listened as the owner concluded that he must have studied abroad. Feeling both proud and delighted, he immediately hired Pio as an official employee. Turning back to Ping Ping, Ojin examined its oversized body. The creature appeared to still be healthy. Although its unusual color and size raised many questions, he guessed it might have absorbed some sort of growth magic. While he was observing, the cat beside him clearly showed its jealousy and lunged straight at the hamster. The exact moment they made contact, Ping Ping instantly leaped into three identical clones. Everyone in the clinic froze. Ojin struggled to process what he was seeing, silently protesting that this violated every law of physics he had ever known. The overjoyed owner embraced the three creatures, declaring that after years of loneliness, Ping Ping finally had a family. One of the smaller clones darted across the room. This sparked a chaotic chase throughout the clinic, as the tiny bodies of the creatures made them unbelievably fast, further adding to the uproar. Selena suddenly returned, appearing out of nowhere. With effortless precision, she caught all three, holding two in her hands and one in her mouth. And she declared them to be a species called Bloop. When asked about their origins, the owner admitted that he received the creature as a gift from his father, entirely oblivious to its true nature. Selena decided to keep them for observation, assuring the owner that they would not be in any danger. Ojin added that the clinic never conducted unethical experiments and nothing would happen without the guardian's consent, although inwardly he wondered why he was the one preaching about ethics. That evening, Selena explained that bloops were not natural creatures at all but artificial entities created by a mad mage long ago. Our hero was utterly astonished, realizing that even this world had its own crazy scientists. Selena emphasized that the mage was not entirely evil, just misguided, and his creations, while unstable, were never meant to cause harm. Ojin noted that bloops should have vanished a century ago and was surprised to encounter one after such a long time. His curiosity piqued, he casually asked Selena just how old she actually was. Before she could answer, a strange gurgling sound came from the nearby Skungi, prompting our male lead to look back in concern. But a knock on the door interrupted him. From behind the door, a soldier's voice announced that Baron Doyle had arrived. As the Baron stepped into Ojin's clinic, declaring that he would drag the monster out, our male lead was overwhelmed by a secret panic, torn between hiding the cat or helping it escape within a week. He still had not had time to prepare, as every moment had been consumed by caring for the creature. Forcing a nervous smile, our hero politely greeted the nobleman, his mind drifting to Selena, who had taken off and left him to face the mess alone. The Baron plopped down, uncaring for pleasantries, rejecting the offer of tea, and demanding to see the monster immediately, to which Ojin hesitated, muttering that the treatment was not yet complete. But the Baron coldly pointed out that if the clinic was still open, then the treatment was undoubtedly finished. Our guy quickly fabricated a wild tale. An accident during the exorcism had caused a mysterious mark to appear between him and the cat, binding them together so tightly that they could no longer be separated. The Baron's men exchanged skeptical glances, murmuring that he must be out of his mind to expect anyone to believe such nonsense, as he realized his story was being seen right through. Our male lead switched tactics, questioning why the Baron was keeping another black cat locked up in his mansion's dungeon. This accusation startled the nobleman. For a split second, his composure wavered. Ojin pressed on, accusing him of plotting to swap the real cat with an innocent one. The Baron, furious and defensive, immediately denied it. He shifted the blame by insisting that the animal attacks plaguing the village were not caused by Sanjay but by Ojin's own recklessness. Our hero retorted that the real culprit was the Baron's wolf. Producing the medical records as evidence, he pointed out that the victim's wounds perfectly matched the claws of a wolf. One of the subordinates snatched the documents and tore them to shreds. And he mocked him, leaving our male lead gritting his teeth, silently cursing the fact that this world had no digital records. Suddenly, one of the Baron's men shoved Ojin aside and advanced towards Sanjay's cage. The cat hissed and lunged out, scratching the intruder as our guy's mind raced. Summoning a steel transport cage would reveal too much, and any sign of a weapon could make the situation even worse. He gripped the necklace around his neck tightly, debating whether to risk using its power, knowing that doing so could change everything. Before making a decision, the door was suddenly thrust open. Several spirits walked in, led by Selena and a tall man with long white hair. The newcomer's voice echoed with sheer authority as he ordered everyone to step back. The Baron recognized him instantly. The emblem of the world tree. The symbol of the divine beast Monoceros engraved on his forehead. All were the marks of Callian, head of the Supreme Supervisory Board of the Western Continent, as well as the guardian of the Ethereum Council. The Baron stammered a greeting, masking his unease with a sarcastic remark about the irony of such a sacred organization appearing in a shabby clinic. Ojin's blood boiled at the insult, but he remained silent. Callian declared that they had come here following a report about a divine beast in danger. Our hero stared blankly, momentarily distracted by the surreal beauty of the spirit, who looked exactly like a movie character brought to life. He suddenly realized this was definitely why Selena had vanished for days. As she handed the cage over to Callian, it instantly dawned on him. Her slightly pointy ears had always been a clue. She was also a spirit, and Selena warned her superior to be careful, asserting that the cat was extremely ferocious. Callian began to cast a spell, enveloping Sanjay in a sphere of blue light, as the creature slowly levitated weightlessly. He inspected the wound on the top of its head. He noted that it resembled the cross-section of a branch from the world tree, a trace left behind by a mana extractor, a device used to drain the essence of sacred creatures. His composure vanished, replaced by fury as he turned to ask the Baron if he was the one who had sawed off the horn of the divine beast Monoceros named Sanjay. The nobleman trembled, adamantly pleading his innocence. The Baron then fled in a panic upon further questioning. Our male lead watched in amazement, realizing that the power and influence of spirits here far exceeded even the aristocracy. He could not help but feel thrilled by the spectacle. Meanwhile, Kaliad remarked that only a handful of weapons could inflict such injuries on a divine beast, and promised that the truth would soon be brought to light. He thanked Ojin for protecting the creature and announced once that they would take over the care of the divine beast Monoceros. Before they could make a move, Sanjay's energy suddenly flared up. The cat shattered the magical barrier, darting straight forward, and nestled deeply into our hero's arms, clinging to him tightly as if terrified of being separated. The spirits froze in disbelief. The sacred creature was seeking solace from a human. Sanjay clung to Ojin's necklace, its body trembling. Kalian's eyes narrowed as he observed the necklace, a gleam of recognition evident in his gaze. He muttered to his companions that the rumors were true and their implications were far greater than anticipated. Our male lead felt uneasy under that scrutinizing gaze. It was the exact same look his college professor had given him before trying to recruit him for grad school. Even Selena was now looking at him with deep, unfathomable eyes. After a moment of silence, Kalian decided to entrust Santa Ojin. He explained that, although standard procedure would dictate taking both the human and the beast to headquarters for investigation, Selena's presence had provided more than enough trust. She just shrugged, her boredom showing clearly. Our guy couldn't help but wonder about her lack of enthusiasm, questioning how she managed to stay so calm through it all. Kalian cast another spell. He summoned an intricate necklace and placed it around Sanjay's neck. The amulet glowed softly with protective magic, designed to help the creature recover its power in place of its missing horn. Sanjay squirmed, obviously highly irritated by the accessory. One of the spirits explained that the charm also contained a distress signal, allowing them to instantly sense if the creature was in danger. Ojin marveled at the sophistication of this magic, as it was essentially an automated rescue system. Kalian then took out a ring and handed it to our hero as a token of gratitude. He explained that it shared the power of the Celestian lineage, along with the same protective magic. Ojin hesitantly accepted it, feeling both honored and anxious about the burdens this gift might bring. Kalian smiled gently and firmly insisted on slipping it onto his finger himself. Though feeling a bit awkward, our male lead went along with it. The spirits whispered their approval, remarking that the ring suited him perfectly. He glanced at the sparkling ring on his finger, still unsure of what kind of destiny he had just stepped into. Kim Ojin had been single since birth, and now the very first ring in his life was resting on his hand. It was a spirit's ring, glowing softly with magic that gave off a highly suspicious vibe. There was something about it that made him feel unsettled. He politely declined, apologizing and stating that he could not accept such a gift. Kalian asked in confusion why, but our hero explained that as someone who worked with his hands, accessories would only get in the way. Kalian suggested he think of it as armor rather than jewelry, though inwardly he noted that Ojin seemed completely out of touch with reality. Even so, our male lead stood firm, reiterating that wearing anything on his hands would hinder his work as a doctor. Kalian did not argue further, instead he murmured a short incantation, and the ring dissolved into light, reshaping itself into a tattoo right on Ojin's finger. It looked surprisingly cool. Kalian instructed him to place that symbol over his chest and speak his family name. As Ojin complied, his finger lit up, and a holographic image of Kalian appeared before him. The spirit explained that this magic enabled remote communication, a spell that transmitted both voice and image, before inviting him to try saying the word from the light. Our guy repeated the word, and a tiny beam of light shot out from his fingertip. The spirits watched with mild amusement as he excitedly waved his hand, genuinely impressed by the spell. Kalian assured him that there were other functions he would discover over time, but the most important was still the built-in protective charm. O.A. expressed his gratitude, still amazed at how the ring had transformed into an incredibly modern-looking tattoo, while Selena watched on, slightly amused, recalling how adamantly he had refused the ring, yet now seemed thoroughly pleased with the outcome. Kalian's attention shifted to the necklace on our male lead's neck. Curiosity flashed across his face. When Ojin explained that it came from a dragon, the spirits were all stunned. Dragons were believed to have vanished 1,000 years ago. He clarified that he had heard the exact same thing. He explained that he had once treated a dragon's sick pet in his capacity as a healer. In return, the dragon gave him the necklace and promised to send him back home. But instead, Ojin ended up stranded in this world by mistake. Realizing once again just how deeply the people here understood magic, our hero asked if anyone knew a way to send him back before he could even finish his sentence. All three spirits stared at him with wide-open eyes. Then, falling to their knees, they began reverently chanting toward the divine healer, thanking fate for granting them the honor of meeting him. Ojin froze in bewilderment. They actually thought he was some sort of divine entity. Our guy objected, insisting they were mistaken. He was just an ordinary human caught up in a dragon's blunder. And the dragon's pet wasn't even seriously ill, just suffering from a lack of care. However, Kalian pointed out that he had still received a necklace bearing the power of a dragon. Ojin muttered that he only accepted it as travel fare after being tossed into another world against his will. Kalian solemnly grasped his hands. He explained that their world was facing a severe crisis. Mana, the sacred energy sustaining all life, was running dry, previously used to flow in abundance. But ever since the dragons went extinct, it had dwindled, causing the divine beast to vanish and the world itself to wither away. If this depletion continued to happen, the next generation would not be able to survive. To combat this, the world's leaders had established the Ethereum Council, an organization dedicated to preserving mana and restoring the balance. Our male lead listened, vaguely understanding that it sounded like some sort of magical environmental protection agency. Following their sparring matches, he woke up to find a letter along with a small gift from her sent as an apology. Now that he found himself in this situation, he understood why she had done so. Writing things down on paper made it easier to sort out one's feelings. Ilya asked if he thought giving a gift would make her continue mentoring him again. He told her there was no need for that since he just wanted to send her the letter and gift. After he was done, he turned to leave, and the scene shifted to a moment later. Ilya returned to her room. She read the letter and smiled. She thought her boy was quite childish, but in a sweet kind of way. Then she opened the small bag and found a bracelet inside. But upon seeing the item, her eyes widened. She started sweating and panting, forcing herself to calm down. This was no ordinary bracelet. It was an Adonis, whatever that meant. It was clearly something of great importance to her. Looking at her reaction, it wasn't exactly pleasant, so a while later, after she calmed down, she sat there and thought maybe she had been too harsh on our boy. The next day, Judith and our boy geared up for another sparring session. She was hyping herself up, saying that today they would train even harder. When suddenly Brat walked over. Judith instantly grew wary, thinking that this handsome blue-haired noble Brat wanted to pick a fight, but no. Brat said he would talk to her later because right now he wanted a word with our boy. Everyone in the gym stopped what they were doing because this was just absurd, truly absurd. They wondered if Brat had bumped his head somewhere, what on earth was going on. But Brat explained that watching our boy during the midterm evaluations and their match had made him realize something. That the boy possessed an insane level of focus and attention which he lacked. Therefore, Brat wanted the boy to teach him that. In return, Brat would teach him swordsmanship. He held his hand out to our boy, saying he wanted to fix their flaws and become stronger together. Everyone in the training room fell dead silent, but Judith was not one of them. She bluntly asked what game this bastard was playing here, since he had obviously used our boy to show off earlier, so what trick was he pulling now? She demanded to know if he just wanted to use him to improve. Brat thought for a second before frankly admitting it, stating that he did indeed want to use our boy. Judith's jaw dropped in shock. She could not believe the sheer audacity of this shameless bastard, but Brat wasn't done yet. He turned to Judith and asked what was wrong with that. He pointed out that this was a mutually beneficial relationship, and our boy could use him too. He then pointed out that Judith only trained with our boy outside of official class hours, and stated that it would be better to learn by interacting with different trainees. He had a much broader perspective on things. Oh my god, I absolutely love this healthy rivalry arc. Brat even called this a fantastic opportunity for high-quality development. It turned out he wasn't just an annoying, arrogant jerk like everyone thought. Even the other trainees listening in were inspired by this, especially considering Brat was from Class A while our boy was all the way in Class C. So not wasting a single second, our boy agreed but also honestly shared that he was still severely lacking compared to Brat, who was already leagues ahead of him. But Brat firmly insisted that our boy had something he didn't. Ever since the midterm evaluations, Brat had realized that our boy could sustain such an insane training intensity thanks to his focus. That was exactly what Brat wanted to learn. So he asked Aaron how our boy could maintain that level of concentration throughout the entire practice. Our boy could only lower his head and admit that he himself didn't know how he did it. Brat walked away with a smile, murmuring that every genius says that, while our boy bashfully insisted that he did not consider himself a genius. But Brat definitely viewed him as a genius because the ability to concentrate continuously was a genuine skill. Oh my god, those of us with ADHD could never relate. As he was leaving, Brat told Judith that she would also be training with him starting tomorrow. She immediately gave a flat refusal, stating she had never agreed to that, but he hardly cared, and before walking off he said one last thing to our boy. Brat told our boy to keep his head held high and stop putting himself down like that anymore. After all, he carried the noble blood of the Pereira family. He had proven himself worthy of that aristocratic title, so he should be proud. Then the scene cut to the next day. Exactly as agreed, Brat began coaching our boy, correcting everything from the smallest hand movements to his posture and his footwork, guiding him on how to thrust his sword accurately, then demonstrating it himself after finishing his instructions to him. He turned back and asked Judith if she wanted to spar, but unlike our boy, Judith remained stubborn and refused to fight Brat. Brat chuckled, calling her incredibly stubborn, and asked our boy how long she could hold out, but he told Brat that she would probably cave in after a week because this time she didn't even swear. Then the scene shifted to the dining hall where Judith and our boy were eating together when something unexpected happened. For the first time in a long while, Ilya actually paid attention to our boy. As she walked past, she offered her thanks for the letter. Judith instantly assumed it was a love letter. Come on, Kirill, our genre is supposed to be shonen, yet you're still out here shipping people. Once the lights were out and everyone was snoring, our boy lay tossing and turning in bed, thinking about what Brat said regarding his level of focus. The question was how to elevate it. As he was thinking about this, he closed his eyes and recalled the old swordsman from his dream. Immediately, he was transported back to that dream, and as usual, the swordsman was doing his routine, swinging his massive greatsword. But this time, something felt different because our boy could actually feel the sensation in his own hands. Not just his hands, but his entire body could feel it as the masterful swordsman continued to practice his downward slash, even though it was merely a dream. Our boy woke up completely amazed by the sensation. He looked out the window and saw that it was still nighttime. But he didn't want this feeling to fade away, so he quickly took action, grabbed his sword, and started practicing. The next morning, Judith noticed that our boy looked like an absolute zombie. And look at that, she had actually given in and was currently sparring with Brat, who was criticizing her lack of focus. But just as he said that, he was the one who got distracted, noticing that our boy was doing something weird. One second he was sleeping, the next he was swinging his sword, and then he went right back to sleep. Only a moment later, he was passionately practicing again, so Brat got curious about what he was up to and asked our boy about it, prompting Judith to scold him harshly, but Brat advised her not to do so. Then out of nowhere, our boy stood up again, sword in hand, and practiced the downward slash. After that, he went back to taking a nap, so Brat walked over and asked what he was doing. Aaron told him that he was training to improve his focus. Brat immediately assumed it was meditation and explained that this was a technique used by priests. Eager to learn our boy's method, Brat also struck a pose to go to sleep. He started to feel calmer and more relaxed until he woke up and saw Lance staring at him, asking if he had fallen asleep, but since he couldn't put it so bluntly, he just said Brat looked like he was sleeping. Brat explained he was meditating, but Judith saw everything and asked if it was normal to drool and snore while meditating. Brat quickly wiped the drool off his face while Lance just stood there without saying a word. Then he sat down on the ground, saying there was a problem with his posture, so this time he would try again while sitting. But Judith kept telling him it was useless because that blonde kid over there was a special case. But no, Brat continued to meditate. The scene shifts to Ian's room where he is looking out the window asking Karaka if anything interesting has happened lately. Karaka smiled and said yes, our boy's been promoted to Class B. Then he paused for a second and said Ian was right about Brat. Slowly but surely, he had begun to bring about visible changes in the Academy's trainees. Someone's sword fell to the ground, signaling the end of the match, and the owner of that sword was none other than Judith, who was lying on the ground as Aaron declared Brat the winner. This was the 5th time the red-haired girl had lost to Brat, and she immediately demanded another rematch. She was quite cute, but she didn't get Aaron's approval as he quickly shot her a glare. So she had no choice but to temporarily give up, but immediately told Brat they would spar again after class. Aaron stood there smiling, thinking these kids were amazing. Especially Brat, who was on a whole different level compared to Judith and was improving like crazy. Brat himself could feel that he was making tremendous progress. Perhaps if he kept this up, he would soon catch up to Ilya. Meanwhile, our boy was training by himself. It seemed the meditation was actually working because he was practicing better than ever. But no matter how much he progressed, it still wasn't enough for him, because his goal was to become like that old swordsman. His train of thought was interrupted when Brat called him over along with Judith. He told him that the swordmaster had summoned them. Our boy wasted no time getting ready and asked if they were meeting at the usual spot. Brat said no, this time they were meeting at the dojo, which he found a bit weird, but whatever. So the scene shifts, and once everyone was fully gathered, the headmaster congratulated them on enduring 9 grueling months of hard training. But now it was time to discuss the final evaluation, which left everyone shocked, and he went on to explain that unlike the midterm, the final evaluation would not be graded using quantitative methods. Instead, they would be looking at the trainees' potential. Basically, the elder told them to show what they got, demonstrating the skill they excelled at most, whether it was a critical strike or unpredictable swordplay. He gave them the green light to do whatever they wanted, and to give it their all for the last 90 days. As an added bonus, Ian took off his ceremonial robe and performed his own sword dance for the trainees. In the blink of an eye, Ian's aura completely changed, and he unleashed a slash so powerful it nearly tore through the air. Even Ilya was amazed. He swung his sword back with such force it was as if he were manipulating the very air they breathed, continuing this complex and mesmerizing sword dance with swift footwork, but with sword strikes so magnificent that you couldn't help but keep your eyes glued to them. Despite his old age, he was incredibly agile, unleashing a flurry of powerful consecutive strikes that left everyone watching in awe. Our boy stood there quietly observing Ian. For his final move, Ian executed a thrust reminiscent of Brat's technique, but Brat's version was nothing compared to the old man's. As soon as he finished, Ian wished the trainees good luck and walked away. The room was filled with a tense atmosphere due to what they had just witnessed. It made some of the trainees start reflecting on the kind of swordplay they possessed. The next day, Judith and Brat were taking a break, but she wasn't her usual loud self. Today, she was unusually quiet. Brat tried to break the silence with some small talk, but she snapped at his constant nagging, which actually made Brat happy because he finally got a reaction out of her. It turned out she was quite worried about our boy, who had been doing nothing but meditating as the final exam approached. However, Brat was quite confident in our boy, reminding Judith that the criterion for the finals was potential, specifically future potential. And out of all the trainees at the academy, our boy was the one who had improved the most over the past 9 months. Brat's argument definitely managed to cheer Judith up. So she returned to her usual loud self, even declaring she would snatch the top spot. But Brat told her not to get ahead of herself because Ilya would take first place as usual, and that would remain the same. Especially since she hailed from the prestigious and honorable Lindsay family, the greatest family on the continent. But Judith wasn't having any of that talk. She started arguing with Brat, asking what the point of the finals was if they had already decided on the top trainee. She said she didn't care about noble families or anything else, and wasn't it true that their great family's #1 genius was defeated by an ordinary orphan like her and could never recover? But Brat was no longer listening to her. He was looking over Judith's shoulder to see Ilya standing a few steps away. Judith also turned around. Oh no, with a sharp glare, Ilya told Judith she didn't really care what they said behind her back, whether it was about her or her family. But Judith was equally pissed and challenged her. If Brat hadn't stopped them, things would have gotten ugly. Ilya then walked away, stating she would take the top spot in the finals and would continue to do so even without the Academy's teachings. She said she could easily prove how far she surpassed everyone even without using her family's techniques. But before she could completely walk away, Brat ran toward her and asked about the Sky Sword, the Lindsay family's swordplay. It was said to be the technique used to defeat the demonic dragon 400 years ago, and told her he wanted to witness it. But Ilya said she wouldn't show it. But who would have thought hanging around Judith had its perks because our boy wasn't the same as before? He bluntly told her that if she didn't use the Sky Sword in the upcoming evaluation, he would be the one to claim the #1 spot in the finals, taking Ilya completely by surprise. Then we cut back to our boy who continued practicing his downward slash alone. But something was wrong. This wasn't the same feeling as before. He knew he was getting better at this thanks to meditation. But lately, the swordsman in his dreams seemed to be drifting further and further away from him. So he tried meditating again, sitting cross-legged. But wait, wouldn't it be better if he meditated while holding his sword? So he did exactly that. Meanwhile, in the training rooms, the side character Lance was quite fired up, winning sparring match after sparring match. Brat himself couldn't help but praise him, but Lance said it was all thanks to Brat, as they were all super hyped after hearing what Brat had said to Ilya earlier, and Brat blushed with embarrassment upon hearing this. But before he could bask in the moment for a bit, Judith walked up and demanded another match with Brat. So now the two of them were clashing swords again, and Brat was faster, launching a powerful thrust at Judith that nearly grazed her face. Fortunately, she dodged right in time. Brat countered with a slash, exposing an opening on her left flank, and now Brat couldn't miss that opportunity, so he immediately swung his sword again, but Judith managed to grip her sword tightly with both hands just in time to block it. While doing so, she realized Brat had become much stronger than before. When she swung her sword to retaliate, he immediately stepped back to create some distance between them. Panting heavily, Judith thought that maybe this time Brat actually had a chance to beat Ilya for the #1 spot. Even though she didn't want to admit it, she was falling quite far behind. It was frustrating, but that only meant she had to aim even higher. She knew she couldn't achieve it overnight and was willing to be patient, deciding at the same time that she would defeat Brat once they officially became regular trainees. After a while, Brat called off the training, saying they shouldn't push themselves too hard. Surprisingly, Judith didn't complain this time and told him she had other things to do. When Brat asked what that was, she just brushed him off and told him to mind his own business. Now left alone, Brat thought he had definitely changed for the better. And this time, he might actually be able to stand on equal footing with Leah Lindsay. Not only that, who knows, maybe this time he could even achieve Aaron's level of focus. Speaking of Aaron, he was still deep in meditation, holding his sword, but nothing special had happened yet. Just as he started to worry about what to do, he suddenly heard a voice asking if he didn't feel suffocated locking himself in the training room all day. Judith invited him to go outside and get some fresh air with her. As they were walking toward the garden, Ilya spotted the two of them. Upon arriving, the two just lay down on the green grass, enjoying the sunset before them. Judith wasted no time and asked Aaron how his preparations were going. Aaron seemed to have forgotten that their final evaluation was coming up, but he replied that he was just training as usual. Then he asked her the same question. Unlike Aaron, Judith was quite confident in her abilities, saying he should have asked if she could beat Ilya this time instead. They kept teasing each other for a while until both fell into silence. Then out of the blue, Judith apologized to Aaron. Aaron was about to ask why when she quickly explained that she had been neglecting him lately and hadn't trained with him in a while. Aaron remained as chill as usual, and folks, we got a bit of backstory here. Judith opened up to Aaron that she was an orphan. Aaron looked at her in surprise, so she quickly clarified that she wasn't saying this to beg for his pity, but to explain that since childhood she had to steal to survive. Soon after, she realized others were the same, so she never thought of being grateful or thanking anyone, until Aaron saved her during the midterm evaluation. But because she wasn't used to people being nice to her, she lashed out at him instead. To put it bluntly, it was a bit awkward, but a debt must be paid. What she meant was she had never forgotten his kindness, so she repaid Aaron in the only way she knew how. But since that didn't seem to work, Judith told Aaron to pass the final evaluation so that when he officially became a trainee, she could help him with all she had and no longer feel uncomfortable about owing him. Aaron nodded and smiled back at her. Having said all she needed to, Judith got up to leave and told him to follow a few minutes later because it would be too embarrassing if anyone saw them together. But it was too late. Ilya had already seen them, though she didn't seem to care either. Aaron thought to himself that he was the one who should apologize to Judith for not being there for her. Thinking about it, a lot had changed. A few months ago, he was still lounging in bed, yet now he could stand here and gaze at the sky. He told himself that his time at the academy hadn't been bad at all. He felt grateful to be able to experience all of this, and thought about what he had received from Ilya, Judith, Brat, and the instructors as well. So it was time for him to return that genuine kindness. Aaron went back to his meditation practice, but this time was different. He finally realized what he had been doing wrong this whole time. Meditation is the process of training the mind, yet all he had done this whole time was merely imitate the movements of the old swordsman. This time was different. Enveloped in a golden aura, Aaron began meditating with his sword still firmly in hand. Then the scene shifts to 2 weeks later. The final evaluation had arrived. Everyone gathered at the arena to conduct the evaluations. The first to take the test was a nameless trainee showcasing his skills. He used his swordplay to slice through falling leaves with astonishing precision. After witnessing his skills, Aaron asked Amal if he was in Class B. Amal replied that even the lower-ranked trainees had improved immensely, so the rankings might change this time. Meanwhile, it was Lance's turn to perform, and with his skills, he cleaved a large boulder in half with a single strike. Things were going fine, but I still wasn't completely satisfied. And then finally, Judith's name was called. She stepped up and asked Ian if she could take the evaluation with another trainee instead of performing solo. She stated that she wanted to showcase her skills through an actual match, and she had already gotten the other trainees' consent along with all the preparations. Headmaster Ian raised his eyebrows in amusement and asked her who she planned to spar with, and unsurprisingly, that person was Brat. Both of them stepped into position and got ready. Brat raised his sword in a completely battle-ready stance, while Judith was still messing with her weapon. Then she looked at him dead seriously and told him she had originally planned to go easy on him, but never mind, today would be the day she officially surpassed him. Brat scoffed confidently, thinking to himself, just you wait and see. Judith wasted no time. She charged straight at Brat, her sword already mid-swing. Brat easily blocked it without breaking a sweat. But Judith began unleashing a barrage of strikes. Each slash was more powerful than the last, genuinely pushing Brat back. Though he managed to block them all, it was clear he was struggling to hold his ground. The other trainees, watching, whispered among themselves about the terrifying sound of their clashing swords, thinking there was no way they could ever pull that off. They were also secretly amazed by the terrifying strength Judith poured into every single slash. Yet this girl showed no signs of stopping. She grounded her center of gravity, gripped her hilt tightly, and lunged forward with such force that she shattered Brat's defense. He barely managed to step back in the nick of time before her next swing nearly took his head off. He dodged the slashes by mere inches, and even though Judith was moving at lightning speed, her strikes didn't lose an ounce of power. The surrounding trainees didn't hold back their praises, marveling at how she could maintain such massive strength at that speed. Now completely forced on the defensive, Brat tried to create some distance and regain his pacing. But Judith didn't give him a single second to breathe, swinging her sword relentlessly. Brat attempted to counter with a swing to push her away. But Judith simply leaped over that slash and brought her sword straight down from above, a strike that could have ended the match right then and there. But somehow, Brat managed to block it at the very last second. The back-and-forth tug-of-war continued. Judith charged in like a maniac while Brat neutralized every attack she directed his way. Judith moved nimbly, rushing in from every angle. Blink and you'd miss half the match. Most spectators thought Judith was winning because she was constantly on the offensive, but Amble had a sharper eye. He noticed that Brat wasn't just blocking randomly. He was neutralizing her attacks flawlessly, biding his time. And then he found his opening. Brat exploited the gap, thrusting with blazing speed straight at Judith's face. She dodged, but not fast enough. That minor scratch forced Judith to fall back to regain her footing, and with her hot temper she started getting angry, compounded by the fact that Brat over there was flashing a smug smile as if to provoke her. Because of this, they both charged at each other again, this time even more fiercely. Judith told herself she needed to strike harder, while Brat thought he needed to be faster. They clashed one last time. And as the dust settled, the two of them were standing a few steps apart. Judith's sword was broken in half, while Brat remained completely unharmed. She just stood there, stunned, thinking, damn it, I really couldn't beat him. But Ian spoke up, saying it was pretty much an evenly matched fight. Kirill agreed, but added that Brat had a slight edge this time. That made Brat flash his smug smile once again. Ian was very hyped at this point and asked who was next because he wanted to see more. Amal said it was Ilya. The moment her name was called, the atmosphere immediately shifted. She stepped out with an icy cold aura. Brat sat there telling himself, all right, I'm much stronger now, maybe I can finally take her down. As Ilya walked past him, Ian asked her what she was going to show them, and she calmly replied that she would demonstrate her family's swordplay. Ian's eyes widened a bit. He asked, wait a minute, you mean the sky sword? The technique that severed the demonic Dragon King's head? Without a word, she raised her wooden sword, staring intently at the tip with extreme concentration. Brat still kept his confident smile, thinking he could definitely handle this. But less than a second later, that smile completely vanished. His eyes went wide as Ilya began to move. Her movements weren't just simple sword swings. It was as if she were dancing with the sword. Ilya swung her sword consecutively, and suddenly the entire arena was flooded with winds, the gusts accelerating with every step she took. Then she unleashed a tremendously powerful downward slash, but she didn't stop there. She continued slashing at the air over and over again. And now everyone around was being affected by these cutting winds. They were trying their best not to get hit by the invisible cuts flying everywhere. Judith stood dumbfounded, thinking, what the hell is this? When the wind finally settled down, Ilya just stood silently in the middle of the arena. Ian had a stern look on his face, trying to process what he had just witnessed, while Kirill was completely speechless. Meanwhile, Brat was falling into an existential crisis, realizing that the gap between him and Ilya hadn't closed in the slightest. Come to think of it, what was he thinking trying to compete against this kind of power? He snapped out of it when Judith nudged him and pointed at the final trainee stepping up. And that's right. It was Aaron. Judith immediately cheered loudly for him. As Aaron walked into the center, Brat felt like going crazy. He clenched his fists tightly. He recalled the moment Aaron called him a good person and said nice things about how people respected and followed him. But Brat had just brushed it off then, saying he wasn't as great as Aaron thought. Yet, right now he was terrified, because this exact moment was about to prove it. Inside Brat's head, it kept looping like a broken record. Please don't be exceptional like the others. Please don't be special. Please just be ordinary. He finally broke down under the jealousy and insecurity that had been building up all this time. Now Aaron just stood there silently. Ian smiled, curious to know what Aaron planned to show him today. Aaron remained silent for a few seconds while everyone watched intently, curious to know what he was going to do next. Then he finally replied that he would execute a downward slash. The headmaster's smile grew even wider, while Judith helplessly hung her head in embarrassment. Amel stood there equally dumbfounded, and Lance absolutely lost his mind. He yelled at Aaron from the sidelines, "Are you serious?" Even Amel thought, what the hell is he doing? A downward slash at such a crucial moment? But Aaron was completely focused on his sword. He got into his stance, raised his sword, and closed his eyes. Because the unicorn was raised in isolation to prepare for breeding with Shark, Prince Theo's prized warhorse. Despite taking such precautions, the evidence of her pregnancy was undeniable. Lulu was moved to the intensive care unit, where Ojin administered IV fluids and electrolytes to her, in order to combat her dehydration and malnutrition caused by continuous vomiting. The others watched in awe, realizing the directness of this treatment that completely bypassed the digestive system. Silence fell as Marianne tried to process the situation. Selena broke the quiet atmosphere, reasoning that the arranged encounter with the prince's horse had probably failed, because unicorns rarely chose mates and usually stayed single for life unless they met a truly worthy partner. On rare occasions, an extraordinary union would produce a legendary hybrid with a golden body. Adrian suggested sending Lulu to the palace as a royal gift to directly explain the situation to His Highness, believing the prince would welcome such a rare creature. Selena dismissed the idea as unfeasible, reminding them that tales of hybrid unicorns were mostly myths and no one even knew who the baby's father was. Adrian pointed out the many exceptional horses raised under Lady Marianne's care, any of which could be a candidate. Siegfried was admired for his speed and beauty, Tara was highly prized for her stamina, Dolly was famous for her charm, and Black Thunder was renowned for his strength. Marianne admitted that identifying her true mate was necessary before making any decisions. When Adrian volunteered to help, Marianne pleaded with Ojin instead, hoping his medical expertise could uncover the truth. He declined, reminding her that a stethoscope couldn't determine bloodlines. Adrian intervened, admitting that Ojin's intuition and care for Lulu made him more suited to help than anyone else. Selena added that the answer might be close at hand, as pregnant unicorns often display distress when separated from their mates, yet Lulu remained calm throughout the trip. Tracing back the timeline, Marianne realized that Lulu's agitation only began after they arrived. The carriage route provided the first clue at the stables. Joseph was tending to a young draft horse, completely unaware of the tension rising around him. When Lulu saw the young horse, she clearly became extremely emotional, dashing toward the horse and embracing it with obvious recognition. All the witnesses were stunned. Marianne was horrified. She couldn't fathom why a unicorn of royal stature would be attached to a lowly draft horse. The absurdity of the scene prompted Ojin to casually remark, likening it to a melodramatic play where aristocratic parents rejected a forbidden marriage. Adrian, observing Lulu's behavior, affirmed that despite all expectations, the bond between the two animals was real. Marianne protested that the other horse was too young. But Ojin pointed out that Lulu's choice was clear and separating them would only harm both her and her unborn child. The evidence left Marianne speechless, her mind reeling at the impossible truth before her. A unicorn, the symbol of purity and grace, was bound by affection to an ordinary stable horse. After discovering the truth about Lulu and the horse, Marianne's father confronted Joseph. He told the young man that letting a lowly draft horse get close to a precious unicorn was utter madness. Joseph tried to explain that he knew nothing about it, but the Count accused him of lying and deliberately trying to profit from the situation. Despite Joseph's denials, the Count refused to listen and ordered both him and the horse to be locked up, declaring that the punishment would soon be carried out. The maids whispered among themselves, agreeing that the Count was being too cruel. Joseph hadn't done anything wrong. They pointed out that no one could stop animals from showing affection for each other. The conversation shifted to why Lulu was being sent to the royal palace. Some realized she might have been a bribe for the crown princess selection at the end of the year. They mentioned Marianne's participation and how Lulu should have been living in royal luxury if everything went according to plan, but instead ended up with a draft horse. One maid remarked that Lulu was probably just like her master. Another implied that there were many things people didn't know about Lady Marianne. Suddenly, a maid warned the others to be quiet. Just then, another maid rushed in to report that Lulu's condition had worsened. She had started coughing up blood. Marianne immediately rushed to Lulu's side and asked what had happened. The maid explained that Lulu couldn't eat or drink anything due to morning sickness and was now vomiting blood. She recalled Selena's warning that pregnant unicorns would become extremely anxious when separated from their mates, and Lulu's health had severely deteriorated because of it. The maid warned that if this continued, the situation could get much worse. Marianne asked when Ojin would arrive, and the maid replied that a message had been sent since morning, but he was delayed due to the distance. With a determined look, Marianne decided to find another doctor nearby and ordered the horse to be brought to Lulu. The man leading the horse urged it to move faster, while the maids complained about the stench. They said being locked up was no excuse, and it should have been washed clean before meeting the lady. The man insisted that this was an emergency. Marianne silenced them and directed the horse to be brought inside. The moment Lulu saw him, she immediately ran over and hugged the young horse. Marianne called for warm water, saying she would bathe him herself. The maids were shocked, but she ignored their protests and ordered them to prepare soup for Lulu. She started wiping the horse clean with a towel dipped in warm water, thinking to herself what a heartless animal she was. But she couldn't forget how her own parents had opposed her relationship with a merchant's son. She pondered that Lulu could have lived surrounded by silk and luxury, but wondered if this simple happiness was what Lulu truly desired. Right at that moment, Ojin arrived. He treated Lulu's condition and explained that while animals had their preferences, there was no class divide between them. Lulu didn't consider herself nobler than a horse. He administered IV fluids to Lulu and assured Marianne that just being with the one she loved was enough to make her happy. While giving the medicine, he noted that this would help for now, but it was only a temporary measure. The real solution was to allow Lulu and her mate to stay together. Marianne silently agreed. Ojin got ready to leave, saying he had to return to the clinic where many patients were waiting, and his assistant doctor was still there, although he secretly doubted her empathy. Marianne assured him she understood, saying she would leave the aftercare to him. As Marianne and Ojin watched, Adrian clung clumsily to the tree, clearly struggling to climb down. He finally made it down, apologizing for his impoliteness. But Ojin corrected him, calling it more of a crime. Adrian insisted he only climbed the tree out of concern for Lulu and intended to leave after checking on her. Marianne reminded him that he should have notified the servants. But Adrian explained he had tried and been refused entry, then noticed the device in Adrian's pocket. Ojin recognized it as a stethoscope and casually remarked how cheap it looked. Adrian, embarrassed, admitted it was still just a prototype. Our protagonist advised that a doctor should have proper tools. Ojin advised that a doctor should have proper tools, thinking to himself that Ojin was a much better person than he imagined, while Ojin thought the exact opposite, confirming to himself that Adrian was a weirdo. Late that evening, Lulu started eating on her own and regained some of her strength, bringing relief to Marianne. Adrian told her that love and care were the best medicine, praising her for personally tending to Lulu. Marianne reflected that her own stubbornness had caused Lulu's suffering and admitted she should have reunited them sooner, realizing she might have been jealous of her own unicorn. She recalled how she used to be as naive as Lulu, but over time had gotten used to judging people by their status and wealth. Adrian remarked that all nobles were like that, but Marianne thought of her first love, remembering how she used to not care about status at all, only drawn to the beauty in his eyes. She had given him up for both of their sakes, and now wondered aloud if she was truly happy. Adrian replied that first loves always ended in pain, and that pain could blind a person to the love that was already close to them. He suggested that her true soulmate might already be by her side. Marianne felt confused, realizing too late what she had missed out on, and decided to withdraw from the crown princess selection. As Adrian listened, he secretly took a small box out of his pocket, feeling a rare opportunity forming in his heart. He placed it in front of Marianne and began to speak, but suddenly she declared that she would take the initiative to pursue Ojin. Adrian froze, unsure if he had misheard, and asked again in disbelief. Marianne continued, saying she would rather hold the power herself than marry someone who already had it, leaving Adrian dumbfounded. She ended the conversation by thanking him, saying she hoped they could continue being good friends. Adrian felt devastated by her words and swore to never forgive Ojin. Back at the clinic, Pojak sneezed and then continued reading a paper, informing Ojin that the young horse was being adopted as Lulu's companion and requesting him to become Lulu's personal doctor. The offer included a compensation 10 times the usual rate, but our hero declined, explaining that he couldn't leave the hospital due to his busy schedule, and Pojak complained that the tartar wouldn't come off despite scrubbing for an hour. Ojin checked the snake getting its teeth cleaned, found tartar buildup, then instructed Pojak to spray saline and prepare anti-inflammatory medicine along with cotton balls. While working, he noticed something stuck between its teeth and pulled out a small object. The pet's owner was overjoyed, revealing that this creature, Shamir, was a spirit beast bestowed upon their family by the late king, and it had just swallowed their family heirloom. Our protagonist noted that there was still some tartar left, and a few teeth might need to be extracted, estimating it would take another hour or two of work. Selena remarked that it could take up to 5 hours because the beast had another head. Exhausted, Ojin despaired, while the owner tried to encourage him, presenting a portrait painting of himself and Shamir. The owner explained the painting was done by their family's official portrait artist and asked if Ojin liked it. He found the painting very ugly and wanted to refuse, but the painter insisted he would finish and present it soon, saying it had been a long time since he found such an inspiring subject. While he was speaking, Shamir's eyes opened, and Selena immediately noticed. Ojin tensed up, wondering if the anesthesia dose had been enough. Selena raised her hand to cast a protection spell. Adrian suddenly stepped in front of Selena, and the spell hit him instead of the beast. Selena recognized him as that noble doctor, and wondered why he had appeared so suddenly. Before anyone could react, Shamir opened its mouth and swallowed Adrian into its stomach, gulping him down whole. Everyone in the room stood frozen, shocked because the beast had just swallowed a human. So he stepped into the carriage without giving a single reply. As he sat there, he could hear our hero shouting loudly outside, demanding Brat to promise that they would meet again once both of them had become stronger. Judith immediately teased our boy, saying the two of them looked exactly like a pair of lovers parting ways. But our hero did it because his intuition told him that if he didn't say that, he wouldn't have another chance to see Brat again. And then our guy's carriage finally arrived. The butler stepped down, and seeing two people standing next to his young master, he asked who they were, and Aaron quickly introduced them. They were his friends, which left the butler completely astonished. He immediately thanked the two girls for being willing to befriend his foolish young master. Right after that, our hero also got into the carriage and left, leaving only Illy and Judith standing there all by themselves. Just as you'd guessed, the atmosphere instantly became incredibly awkward. To escape this situation, Judith used a terrible excuse of having a stomachache and dashed inside. Meanwhile, back in his office, Aman asked Ayan if it was really okay to let the best trainees leave the academy, but the old man just chuckled, not worried in the least. On the other hand, Aman was particularly concerned about our hero's situation. However, Ian appeared quite unfazed, even calling our boy the fourth genius of the continent. Therefore, he firmly believed that this genius of effort would eventually figure out a solution. The scene shifted to Judith, who was looking extremely downcast as she had to be all alone once again. While heading inside, she suddenly felt something strange right behind her back, and then a hand unexpectedly grabbed her shoulder. It turned out to be Brat, teasing Judith for her incredibly gloomy expression, which left her completely shocked because hadn't this guy just left? Brat explained that as the son of a count, his nature was to never give up. Plus, since Aaron was gone now, someone had to stay behind to endure Judith's erratic temper. Judith replied in her typical fashion, blushing to hide her expression while constantly throwing out complaints. Brat didn't mind her grumbling at all, because Aaron once told him that when Judith scolded while stuttering, it was actually a sign of agreement. Thus, the two chatted as they walked inside. The scene cut to our hero sitting inside the carriage, staring sorrowfully out the window. The butler standing beside him just stared at the boy, thinking the young master was going through a tough time, assuming Aaron was sad about being rejected by the Kronos Academy. But then the butler suddenly noticed something in our hero's hand, asking if it was really what he thought it was. So the boy, he casually opened his hand, and the old man's intuition was spot on. It was the Lindsay family crest, making the butler's eyes widen as he hurriedly asked where he got it. Aaron told him that the silver-haired girl he saw at the main gate was from the Lindsay family, and she had given it to him. Aaron told him that the silver-haired girl he saw at the entrance belonged to the Lindsay family, and she herself had gifted it to him. After that, he decided to take a short nap. The carriage stopped at an inn, where they would rest for the night before continuing their journey. The moment they arrived, our hero immediately started meditating. The butler stood outside the door, trying to listen in on the situation inside because the room was unusually quiet. And the poor man firmly believed that the young master was having a mental breakdown, so what was he going to do? Besides, he also wanted to help the boy clear his mind by taking him for a walk around town. As the two were strolling down the street, suddenly the butler spotted an orc appearing. And it wasn't the typical kind of orc that rampaged through villages, but a fortune teller. The butler thought to himself, the orcs should be in the northwest, not down south here. The next day, the butler dragged our hero to the orc's fortune-telling stall to lift his spirits a bit. The orc asked which of the two wanted their fortune told first, and our hero took the initiative to speak up. The butler thought to himself, great, the fortune teller will surely say nice things to boost the young master's morale. The orc was about to ask what aspect of life he wanted to look into, but suddenly paused. Mid-sentence, he asked in surprise, wait, how old are you, kid? Both of them were completely baffled hearing that. Our hero replied that he was 16, making the orc burst into loud laughter, saying he couldn't read his fortune if the kid kept lying like that, but the boy insisted he wasn't lying. The orc laughed heartily and said if that were true, he could be accepted into any knight academy he wanted. Hearing this, the butler instantly panicked, because that was the one topic he wanted to avoid mentioning in front of him, so he angrily scolded the orc for being a fraud and stormed off in a huff. As he walked away, he grumbled to our hero that they had just wasted their time here. But before our hero could leave, the orc handed him a slip of paper advising that this would help him when he ran into trouble. Our hero politely accepted it and walked away. As for the orc, he just stood there silently watching the boy's back, thinking there was no way such terrifying power could belong to a 16-year-old kid. The next day, they hit the road again. The butler apologized for the fraud of a fortune teller earlier, but our hero seemed very relaxed, saying the guy didn't say anything bad and even gave quite useful advice. He pulled out the slip of paper the orc gave him, which read, "You don't have to be lonely to be able to stand alone." Our hero sat there pondering what that meant, while also wondering if the orc asked about his age because he had seen the figure of the old man from his dreams. The butler continued to complain about the orc's rudeness, especially when our hero was on his way back home. Our hero quickly clarified that he didn't fail. In fact, he had passed in a sense in the form of a conditional admission. He just needed to complete the task given by the principal to return to the Kronos Academy. Hearing that, the butler gasped in utter shock. The coachman was equally astounded, because right at that exact moment, the coachman announced that the Garin family's carriage was approaching. The butler peeked outside to check, and it was indeed true. It was the people from Viscount Garin's family, a family that had continuously bullied the Pereira family for many years. And among all the people they could run into, it just had to be Garen, the bastard who used to bully our hero, stepping out of the carriage along with his knight, Jack Stewart. The butler advised our hero to just stay inside the carriage and let him handle it himself. But our hero brushed it off, thinking that doing so would be extremely rude. So the two stepped out of the carriage to exchange greetings. This scumbag almost didn't recognize our hero because he had grown much taller and his muscles were way more toned. Right now, he stood there frozen, wondering if the academy had trained the boy to this extent. He went on to say they were out running errands to deliver a message from his father, then asked if our hero planned to continue practicing the sword. Our hero casually nodded in agreement. At that, this bastard immediately put on a condescending attitude, advising our hero to train with his family since the boy had started too late. The butler just wanted to punch this jerk right in the face, because he was a year younger than our hero, yet was lecturing him like a seasoned veteran. Our hero didn't want to waste his breath, so he replied with an incredibly brief question, "Are you done talking? If there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave, since the journey ahead is still very long." Jack looked quite surprised, thinking that our hero was trying to provoke them. As for that Garen brat, he angrily stopped our hero before the boy could leave. He demanded a handshake. Our hero asked in confusion why he had to do that. But Garen made up an excuse that swordsmen usually use handshakes to gauge each other's strength. He even dragged the name of a renowned swordsman like Louis into it to boost his credibility, and his accomplice Jack chimed in to agree. So Garen reached his hand out, dead certain that he would crush our hero's hand to humiliate him. Our hero merely looked at that hand in silence, then reached out and grabbed it. Garen immediately used all his might to squeeze hard, making his face turn redder by the second. But our hero remained standing tall like a mountain, completely unfazed. It was then our hero suddenly remembered, "Oh right, I should squeeze back too," so he clamped down hard. Garen instantly yanked his hand back in agonizing pain. And our hero merely offered an incredibly half-hearted apology. "My bad, it's my first time doing this, so I couldn't control my grip strength." Garen felt utterly humiliated because this was the first time in his life he had to be the one to let go first. Our hero was ready to leave when he suddenly heard another voice ring out. It turned out to be a talking cat that had witnessed the whole incident. The butler was immensely surprised and asked the cat if it was a mage. But the cat ignored his question and said, "Hey, aren't you going to beat that scumbag up? I came here to see some violence." Things you need to know are that even in this world, there are absolutely unimaginable things, inexplicable by normal logic, that make people question reality. And when people witness such things, they usually blame it on magic. But wait, putting it that way isn't entirely accurate. The correct term should be mana manipulation, something clearly based on reason and logic. But since it can't be seen with the naked eye, people just call it magic because it sounds cool. And what is the inexplicable mystery they're talking about here? It's a talking cat. Yes, we are witnessing a real-life version of Puss in Boots, ladies and gentlemen. At this point, Marcus was falling into an existential crisis, wondering if this was a mage transformed into a cat or if its true nature was just a cat. However, Jack couldn't care less about that, and had already started plotting an escape route because in this world, everyone knows the unspoken rule is to absolutely never mess with mages. He apologized to the cat and said that if it didn't mind, the Garen family would always welcome it for a visit anytime. But not this cat, ladies and gentlemen. This kitty genuinely wanted to see some violence. So it casually pulled out a few swords, saying it would lend them the blade so they could settle the score. Jack hastily explained that this was just a misunderstanding and that the two families had a very trusting and wonderful cooperative relationship. The cat looked rather disappointed, but Jack quickly seized this chance to slip away as fast as possible. When they left, our hero wondered if that was a person transformed into a cat. Marcus explained that the entity was definitely related to Kirill since she was also a mage. Then the scene shifted to our hero receiving a warm welcome from his parents and Kirill. Afterward, everyone sat down at the dining table, and our hero started sharing about his experiences at the academy. His father was incredibly proud to see him recognized as an official trainee at such a prestigious institution, while our hero couldn't help but feel emotional because he never expected to hear such words from his father. The conversation changed to topics when the father brought up the fact that Marcus had recounted their encounter with the talking cat on the way back. The Baron explained that the cat's name was Lulu, and she was a mage possessing human-level intelligence. And it was indeed a real cat, not a shapeshifter. Kirill told our hero not to let its appearance fool him, because that creature was actually extremely powerful. The mother then told our hero about how this cat first visited the Pereira territory 10 days ago and offered to be Kirill's tutor. Because this cat was a bit suspicious, his parents had someone contact the Mage Association to investigate her background. However, the final decision still rested with Kirill, to see whether she wanted to take Lulu as her master or not. Kirill then asked what he thought about Lulu, explaining she asked because he had already met Lulu as well. The mother quickly advised her not to put our hero on the spot like that when he had just returned from a year at the academy. Hearing this, Kirill immediately pouted in displeasure. But our hero had come prepared. He pulled out a pendant and gave it to Kirill. At this moment, Kirill was incredibly flustered and shy, not knowing how to react, while their parents were thoroughly amused by this sight. She muttered a tiny thank you, in the exact manner of a little sister feeling shy in front of everyone. Marcus also reminded our hero that he had bought souvenirs for his parents, and just as he was about to present the gifts, out of nowhere Lulu appeared right on the dining table and remarked, "No wonder our hero smelled so much like Kirill." Kirill hastily grabbed Lulu and asked what she was doing here. The cat quickly clarified that she didn't mean to startle her, but merely wanted to persuade our hero. As long as Lulu could convince our hero, getting Kirill to agree to be her student would become incredibly easy. But that was a miscalculation. Kitty Kirill instantly got mad, stormed out of the dining room, and declared she would never be Lulu's student. After dinner ended, our hero returned to his room, lying on his bed and reflecting on the events of the day. He felt overwhelmingly happy being praised by his father and seeing everyone so joyfully welcoming him back home. He realized he had nothing else to do, so he decided he would continue practicing the sword. Our hero called a maid over, telling her he would be at the training ground at the crack of dawn and asking her to get everything ready for him. The maid looked worried since it took our hero and Marcus half a month to get back home, so she suggested he rest, but he said he was incredibly thrilled to hold a sword and train again. At the same time in the Garen territory, the idiot from earlier was being severely scolded by his father. Right after the son left the room, Phil turned to Jack and asked why his kid had such a weird expression, wondering if an accident or something else happened along the way. Jack then told him they had run into our hero on the way back and recounted the whole story of what transpired. For a brief moment, it seemed like this bastard took the news rather calmly. But right after, he snapped at Jack, asking if the knight seriously thought he would believe such nonsense. He slammed his fist on the table, asking if it was true that the lazy young master had completely changed. Jack nodded, confirming that the boy was now vastly different from before. But no, this scumbag stubbornly denied reality, just like any third-rate villain out there. He also held a one-sided grudge against the Pereira family, all because our hero's father had married a beautiful wife and had another daughter who was a mage. Up until now, he usually consoled himself with the fact that Aaron was a useless failure, but now he didn't even have that comfort anymore. While Phil Garen was still in the middle of his raging tantrum, his son, who had been sitting there watching the whole scene, advised him to calm down. The guy suggested that the only thing they needed to do was trample on this young sprout. He asked his father about the upcoming subjugation expedition and said he planned to drag our hero down into the mud once again. Hearing this, the bastard got extremely excited, endlessly praising his son for coming up with such a brilliant idea. On his way out, Jack silently told himself that the Viscount truly was an old bastard, while also feeling worried for our hero of the Pereira family. Because compared to the family lord, Ryan Garen was far more ruthless, disgusting, and cunning. The scene then cut to the training ground, where the knights were feeling very proud of themselves for coming out to train this early. They did it voluntarily, but given the upcoming expedition, they didn't have much of a choice either, because they couldn't just let monsters run rampant in the kingdom, right? One of the guards was complaining about how these expeditions had essentially turned into a massive ego-measuring contest between the noble families. But then everyone abruptly stopped their conversation midway upon seeing our hero. And this young man was enthusiastically doing pull-ups with a weight plate tightly strapped to his body. The guards approached and asked what he was training for. Our hero just casually said this was personal training and he wouldn't bother them. Now the guards were looking at each other like, wait, don't tell me he got kicked out of the academy? One of them pointed at the weight plate and said, that's just for show, right? No way, that thing is seriously heavy. So while they were still standing around gossiping, Knight Brando walked in to see what all the fuss was about. Even this guy's jaw dropped in shock, seeing our hero's tremendous growth. He thought to himself, what the hell happened to the young lord over the past year? But of course, just like every other character in this story, they quickly downplayed his achievements and went back to training. At this point, after finishing his warm-up, our hero drew his greatsword and prepared to start swinging. When suddenly he noticed Lulu's presence. Surprisingly, the cat was just leisurely chilling and playing by herself, not disturbing our hero at all. So our hero told himself, great, then I'll just focus on my own thing. He was trying to figure out his own path of the sword, thinking he needed to stop merely mimicking the old man from his dreams. A week flew by, and the guards and knights still couldn't comprehend this new version of our hero, because they couldn't even keep up with his endurance. This only further cemented our hero's suspicion that his friends were absolute monsters. He noticed Lulu playing by herself, pondering how it had been a whole week yet the cat had been unusually quiet. Right at that moment, one of the guards pulled our hero aside and gave him a warning. Rumor had it that this cat would bring bad omens to anyone near her. The young guard bluntly declared that Lulu was cursed. Just as Marcus was about to call hero over, he turned to ask Lulu why she hadn't been doing anything lately. Wasn't she planning to persuade him? Lulu told our hero that she found him incredibly boring, just like hundreds of pebbles in a river valley, so she decided to try a different approach. She was going to give him a gift, something she learned from humans called a bribe. So this medieval doorman pulled out a teal-colored orb from her pouch. Marcus stood there in sheer astonishment because it turned out the gift was a cat's eye gemstone, and its gem of that size was worth enough to buy a quarter of the entire Pereira territory. Yet our hero wasn't even the slightest bit impressed. He was just curious why Lulu wanted to take Kirill as her student so badly. Lulu paused for a second, thought a bit, then deadpanned, because I feel like it. Marcus tried to intervene, saying that bribing people wasn't good, but Lulu got offended. The cat thought Marcus was looking down on her, as if she didn't know the value of money. Marcus tried to explain himself, but Lulu kept rambling about how she fully understood the value of everything. However, this scene got a little heartwarming when Lulu said she knew humans loved gems, but there were still things far more important than that. For example, a wind sphere with an amazing scent, or a cattail filled with memories from before she started learning magic, or a teddy bear gifted by a friend. Our hero sat there smiling to himself, realizing Lulu actually understood very well that some things couldn't be bought with money, and so he decided he quite liked this cat. In the end, our hero rejected the cat's eye gem, leaving Lulu completely shocked. Like, didn't you just hear Marcus say this thing was priceless? Our hero simply said he once heard someone say there are far more important things that money can never buy. However, he promised to tell Kirill about his conversation with the magic cat so she wouldn't feel it was a total waste of effort. Lulu felt quite disappointed, but she wasn't going to give up easily. She said compared to Kirill, our hero was easier to deal with, so she would keep following and bugging him. True to her word, the next day Lulu returned with a different approach. This time she tried to drag him into her daily activities. The first time, Lulu ran over with an extremely urgent look, making our hero think something terrible had happened. But no, the kitty just wanted to find someone to eat with. The second time, the cat dashed over to him the next day, asking what the white kitten on the roof was thinking about. These silly interactions actually made our hero burst out laughing, a truly beautiful sight to behold. While he was sitting there chatting with the cat, he suddenly realized he only had exactly 1 year left to find his own path of the sword, just as the old man had told him. Recalling this, our hero stood up and walked toward the training ground to continue practicing. And even though it was raining quite heavily, our hero continued to train harder than ever. He couldn't just sit still doing nothing, but at the same time he didn't really know what to do. Little did he know that Lulu had been quietly tailing him and observing his entire training process. Our hero grew so frustrated that he unleashed a heavily focused vertical slash, his mind contemplating how to find his path of the sword. But Lulu saw something entirely different. It was the figure of a long-haired old man reflected in the puddle when our hero swung his sword. Just when our hero thought his sword swing was pointless, surprisingly, Lulu started approaching him and asked if he had ever tried learning magic before. He was extremely confused and was about to ask for more info when suddenly he saw a sparkling white orb hovering in midair. Then another unexpected thing happened. Lulu took a step closer and offered to take our hero as her student. After Lulu withdrew her magic, our hero felt the surrounding atmosphere suddenly become incredibly tense. He realized Lulu didn't look like her usual self at all. For the first time, the cat gave off the vibe of an ancient entity hiding beneath a disguise. But that image quickly vanished the next second as she returned to normal. She urged him again to become her disciple, saying if he agreed, the two of them could explore this magical world together. He shook his head in flat refusal. Lulu asked why, and Aaron replied, why? I'm a swordsman, not a mage. That's not my forte. But Lulu absolutely refused to take no for an answer. This cat was dead set on teaching him magic no matter what. This made him wonder how he was supposed to learn when magic wasn't something you could just pick up on a whim. So Lulu explained that no one was more suited for magic than a strong-willed swordsman. Based on her observation, it was highly likely could awaken a power that would complement his swordsmanship. Now our talking cat decided to give a lecture. Lulu explained the differences between swordsmen, mages, and sorcerers. Swordsmen are those who focus on their own bodies, or in other words, the internal world. Through relentless training, they attain a mystical power called aura. On the other hand, mages focus on their surroundings, meaning the external world, to harness nature's mystical power called mana. Lulu told him that sorcerers have such a strong will that they can literally change the world. The power of a sorcerer is equivalent to their willpower. It's as simple as that. Lulu reiterated that sorcerers possess an immensely powerful will, allowing them to single-handedly alter the world. Their power is directly proportional to their own willpower. Simply put. And after witnessing our hero's vertical slash, Lulu sensed his incredibly fierce will hidden within it, making him a prime candidate to learn magic. With just the slightest bit of help, he could awaken his power in this domain. But despite hearing those logical and persuasive words, our hero still continued to flatly refuse. Lulu stepped closer to ask him why. And he looked at the cat with a hesitant gaze before explaining that the swordsmanship he just displayed wasn't even his own, adding that this was pretty hard to explain. But then it hit him that maybe Lulu could decipher his dreams, so he decided to open up and share everything. When he finished telling his story, Lulu deduced that it might be a case of possession, but not the horror movie kind. The cat said she had heard of a few cases where someone got possessed by another's memories or soul. Even though his case wasn't exactly like that, it still wouldn't stop him from learning magic. Through these words, he realized the old man's swordsmanship had to be something truly extraordinary to impress a sorcerer like Lulu. But our hero was an incredibly steadfast person. He refused to learn magic because he didn't want to awaken it using someone else's willpower. He was determined to find his own path of the sword. Lulu asked more about this path of the sword our hero kept mentioning. Aside from that vertical slash he had been practicing all this time. Noticing his sorrowful expression, Lulu decided to share some profound advice with him. She stood up, took a few leaps, and climbed onto the railing, and told him that what he had been doing all this time wasn't true effort, but merely a pointless waste of time. Next, the scene cut to our hero lying on his bed, pondering the words Lulu had said earlier. His train of thought was interrupted when he heard a knock on his door. Marcus walked in and asked if he had seen Lulu around. Marcus said there were a few things he needed to know. First was about the upcoming subjugation expedition that would take place in the Pereira territory, so Marcus reminded him that his father would probably contact him about it soon. Next was another matter regarding Lulu and the vicious rumors spreading about her. Hearing this, our hero cast an anxious glance under his bed. Marcus told him what he knew about Lulu. According to what he had gathered, Lulu was infamous for bringing bad omens wherever she went. Rumor had it that Lulu used to be a member of Oracle, a sorcerer guild in the Eastern continent. After she left, that place was completely burned to the ground. The second thing was that the second son of the jackal family had entrusted his life to the cat. Sadly, that young man passed away in a tragic accident. But it didn't stop there. Even the wealthy bologna merchant group suffered bad luck after adopting a black cat. He was still skeptical about what he heard, but Marcus insisted it was all true. The question was there any proof directly linking Lulu to these unfortunate events? Marcus answered that there was no proof to confirm it, but Lulu's presence was the only factor tying all these incidents together. Furthermore, Marcus also added that it was possible Lulu was innocent, and these were all just baseless rumors. But then asked him if it was worth risking his life like that. After Marcus left, he told Lulu that the knight was merely trying to take care of him the best way he could. Moreover, our hero also promised to make it clear to Kirill how he truly felt when talking with Lulu. He believed this cat held no ill intent and didn't mean to harm anyone. She was a bit eccentric, but her nature was very kind, and that was what he wanted to tell Kirill. Hearing this, a voice rang out from under the bed, asking what if something terrible happened to him and Kirill. Our hero smiled and asked back if everything Marcus just said was true. Lulu admitted it was. But when he asked if Lulu was the mastermind behind those events, she poked her head out from under the bed and immediately denied it. Then Lulu began to recount a bit of her past, but in our hero's mind, he only thought that either Lulu was lying or it was all just an unfortunate chain of coincidences, but both possibilities were highly dangerous. Even so, he just reassured Lulu that he would be fine and the two of them could still continue being friends. This made Lulu worry, and she asked him, but what if something bad happens to you? He replied that he himself had suffered from his fair share of nasty rumors in the past. So he told Lulu that from now on, if anything terrible happened, he would decide for himself what to do. Hearing this, Lulu couldn't help but tear up. As if this cat wasn't adorable enough on a normal day, now she looked even cuter with those teary eyes. He was still talking about how he would persuade the others when unexpectedly, Lulu got busy pulling out another giant orb from her magic pouch. Compared to the cat's eye gem from before, this new gift was exponentially more expensive. The kitty hastily tossed the item onto his bed and quickly scurried away out of sight. He was left with the blue orb and remembered this was one of the treasures Lulu had shown him earlier. Looking at the orb, he muttered, "Isn't this thing way too huge?" The next day, he proudly marched into his father's office and announced he would participate in the subjugation expedition. Baron Pereira immediately asked, "Are you sure?" Because family politics were far more complex than just killing monsters. Yet our hero remained determined to shoulder the responsibilities of a Pereira family member. A week went by in a flash, and the first guests to arrive were the obnoxious ones, Viscount Phil Garin and his sons. He broke a sweat, but the Viscount acted incredibly friendly like they were close family. Baron Pereira escorted them inside, where the dining room was already packed with people from other prestigious families. He sat there quietly and recalled even more things. Marcus's warning that they actually had no allies, but merely families that hadn't yet started hostilities with each other. Among them were Baron Bauer, Baron Fried, Baron Lester along with his two sons, and Baron Russell with his child. Those last two? That's right, they hated the Pereira family just as much as the Garins did. Marcus had specifically warned him about this Viscount Garin, as the two families had been at odds since their grandfather's generation. Back to the present, this bastard kept putting on an act of being incredibly friendly. Then Baron Pereira proposed a toast to peace and prosperity. Everyone raised their glasses, and our hero could only mimic the others because he had never attended parties like this before. He took a sip of wine and thought he had done a great job, when suddenly everyone fixed their gaze on him. Viscount Garin broke the silence with a fake laugh, then told him he was holding the glass wrong. Old Viscount Garin broke the silence with a fake laugh and says he was holding his glass incorrectly. The old man started lecturing about how white wine is highly sensitive to temperature, and you must hold it by the stem. Otherwise, the warmth from your hand would ruin the wine's flavor. Garin's eldest son also chimed in to teach another lesson on etiquette, such as how to hold condiments using the thumb and pinky. He acted as if this was common knowledge every noble should know. Baron Lester and Baron Russell also joined in on the mockery, while he could only sit there in silence and endure it. His father remained quiet, and when the Viscount tried to play the trick of offering an empty apology, Baron Pereira coldly replied that he didn't mind, even though he knew full well this old snake was deliberately playing tricks. And this smug bastard replied as if he was genuinely being respectful, so fake it's despicable. Then another obnoxious guy, Baron Lester, chimed in to praise how well-raised the Garin son was. And that arrogant bastard replied that he loved doing it, truly shameless in its fakeness. After seeing the other obnoxious guy, Baron Lester, jump in to flatter the Garin son's noble knowledge. Then this scumbag turned to ask what genre of music he usually listened to. Our hero awkwardly admitted that he absolutely didn't listen to music at all. Baron Lester immediately sneered, "Oh, it must be because you were so busy studying at Kronos Academy." But then followed up with a jab that he should at least have some cultural knowledge, unless he wanted to keep embarrassing himself and others in conversations. Hearing those words, Ryan sat there grinning like an idiot, thinking he must be feeling utterly useless when he didn't even know the most basic knowledge. He thought all of this was his own fault after years of just lying in bed doing nothing, but he wasn't the only one being ridiculed right now. The night was late. Our male lead was testing the antibiotics infused with Dragon's power, but every attempt ended in failure. Meanwhile, Selena warned him to stop before his abuse of the dragon's energy overloaded his heart. He blamed it on the instability of magic and even considered studying alternative medicine. Selena pointed out that he hadn't slept for the past 3 days. Before knocking him out, she forced him to get some rest. 5 hours later, Ojin woke up in daisies and was being fed fresh food by Tear. He realized that egg belonged to Pop, a healthy chicken completely uninfected by the plague. Tear mentioned that both Pop and Sunjaw were fine despite being exposed to the source of the infection. Suddenly, our hero connected the clues, reviewing every possible common trait from diet and blood type to temperament, until his eyes locked onto Sunjaw, the cat that Mandrake had spit on, just like how Mandrake had spit on Pop. That was why Sunjaw and Pop didn't get infected. By mixing Mandrake's saliva sample with the saliva of an infected animal, Ojin observed the gray test leaves, turning green, confirming a cure existed. The clinic erupted in relief as our male lead and the group praised Mandrake for saving countless lives. Now came the issue of mass production. The group debated methods like pressing and diluting. But Selena prepared a sweet nutritional drink mixed with diuretics. Mandrake eagerly gulped it down, the saliva from its leaves flowing out profusely. Ojin marveled at the speed of essence collection and began synthesizing the medicine. By morning, the plague had subsided. Max's coughing eased and his strength was restored. Our boy felt a profound sense of relief while injecting the final doses of the vaccine. As he finished the last prescription, urgent knocking slammed repeatedly outside the clinic. Voices from outside announced the arrival of Baron Doyle and demanded the arrest of our hero. He arrived at the clinic with his subordinates, drawing a bewildered crowd buzzing with gossip about the scene. Ojin calmly opened the door facing Baron Doyle's glare, as the noble declared his arrest for spreading the animal plague and profiteering from treatment fees. Our hero's expression hardened. Recalling the lie he once fabricated to protect Sunjaw, he pointed at Sunjaw's fading M-shaped birthmark as proof of his success, realizing that the accusation was merely an excuse. Baron Doyle's true goal was to seize Sunjaw. P.O. stepped forward defending Ojin's innocence, but Baron Doyle angrily dismissed those words. Our male lead put an end to the argument. He agreed to go along quietly, but firmly demanded anesthesia for Sunjaw first. Baron Doyle hesitated, then ultimately agreed. Ojin secretly signaled Selena to prepare to use magic to escape. Selena misunderstood, adopting an attack stance instead. Once Sunjaw was anesthetized and placed in the cage, a faint light flashed from our male lead's ring finger. It was the signal. Selena took action, but not with magic, but with a surprise punch that knocked one of Baron Doyle's subordinates to the ground. She snatched Sunjaw and fled into the crowd. Baron Doyle ordered his men to give chase, prioritizing catching the cat over Ojin. Our hero realized their intentions, confirming his suspicions. Baron Doyle grabbed Ojin by the collar, threatening to ruin him. But he intervened, preventing the clinic from being vandalized. Adrian stepped up to shield Pio, forcing Baron Doyle to retreat under the watchful eyes of the bystanders. The guards escorted Ojin away. Our teenage boy entrusted the clinic to Pio and Adrian, hoping that Selena could keep Sunjaw safe. Rumors quickly spread throughout the city that Ojin, the hero once fought Monoshoros, was the one responsible for the plague. Baron Doyle announced a public trial, drawing attention from everywhere. In the cell, our male lead rested for a moment after days of exhaustion, till Baron Doyle arrived with his pack of wolves. Baron Doyle demanded to know the whereabouts of the cat and the elf. Ojin remained silent, feeling relieved inside knowing Selena and Sunjaw had escaped. Baron Doyle threatened to use violence, pointing at his snarling wolves. Our hero observed Magma, trembling, having an unsteady posture and showing clear signs of pain. He examined the wolf for a moment, noticing blood in its urine and lethargy. The diagnosis revealed it suffered from a severe hernia, having been neglected for far too long. Ojin concluded that immediate surgery was required to save the animal's life. Outside the mansion, Selena was hiding with Sunjaw, the cat growing increasingly restless. Selena clenched her fists, whispering reassurances with quiet determination that our hero was still safe and sound. Ojin diagnosed Magma with a hernia and immediately requested the wolf be moved to a clean room for emergency surgery. He directed the preparation of tools, medicine, and anesthesia, maintaining calm authority as the procedure began. After the anesthesia took effect and the surgical area was sterilized, our hero commenced the operation with precision and steadiness. Baron Doyle stood nearby, watching anxiously, while a servant offered a protective apron and gloves to minimize infection risks. Throughout the surgery, our male lead maintained strict control, demanding temperature checks, timing the next dose of anesthesia, and insisting on proper sterilization for each instrument. Baron Doyle grew tense, unsure whether he should trust Ojin's judgment. And outside the room, he realized he was doubting that diagnosis. Until memories of Magma's mother surfaced. She too had passed away with similar symptoms. Staring intently at her portrait, he suddenly realized that she had also suffered from the exact same illness. Meanwhile, at Baron Doyle's office, petitions demanding Ojin's release began to pile up. Among them was a letter from Lady Marianne Astrid's family, threatening to report Baron Doyle's false accusations to the king unless our hero was set free. The servants spoke up to express their outrage, alarmed by the growing wave of opposition. The surgery concluded with resounding success. Baron Doyle rushed over to check on his companion. The animal was breathing steadily, while Ojin calmly explained the treatment regimen: 1 week of medication and a future appointment for stitch removal. Finally, exhaustion took down our hero. He collapsed onto a nearby sofa, falling asleep after days of relentless work. Baron Doyle noticed the red marks left by the handcuffs on Ojin's wrists, and quietly gave the order not to use them anymore. Back in his cell, the male lead drifted into a dream. He found himself enveloped in the warmth of his family, his parents' voices echoing faintly. His mother worried that his clinic must be struggling again. while his father lamented his stubbornness, recalling how Ojin had dropped out of medical school to become a veterinarian and wondering what was so noble about caring for animals. However, our hero in the dream felt only peace. An animal appeared. It snuggled closely against him, a creature that was a mix between a cat and a lion, so warm and comforting. Elsewhere, Theo confronted Baron Doyle about the disappearance of the Monoceros. Baron Doyle reported that it had been snatched by the Ethereum Society, revealing that Selena was their agent. Reports confirmed her involvement with suspicious elf groups. Theo's anger flared, condemning Baron Doyle's incompetence. Baron Doyle apologized and hesitated, asking whether they should release Ojin now, mentioning the growing complaints from both nobles and commoners. Theo, exhausted by this issue, left the decision to him. At the mansion, our hero was set free. Before leaving, he instructed the servants to bring Magma back in 3 days to remove the stitches and handed them a list of precautions. A servant mentioned another patient, a hound with a sore knee, and our male lead agreed to examine it soon. Stepping outside, Ojin saw his friends waiting at the gate. Astonishment and relief surged in his heart. As they revealed they had been ready to storm the castle if his release was delayed any longer, he sent his thanks to them. And shortly after, Sunjaw, Mandel, and Pop rushed forward, embracing him in bursting joy. Selena stood nearby, safe and smiling. Hugging Sunjaw tightly, our hero recalled his dream and the silhouette so similar to hers, reaffirming his belief that becoming a veterinarian was the right choice. From a window inside the mansion, Baron Doyle quietly observed. His servant anxiously asked if they were really letting Ojin go. Baron Doyle's eyes remained fixed on the scene as the servant insisted that something strange had happened in the cell. The Monoceros was seen licking the doctor's face before vanishing. Baron Doyle abruptly dismissed that claim, although inwardly his thoughts revealed utter confusion, declaring Ojin the victor in their conflict. Days later, a sealed envelope arrived at Baron Doyle's desk, which was a detailed surgical bill from our hero. Reading it, Baron Doyle gripped the paper until his knuckles turned white, vowing never to forgive him. In the morning, Adrian arrived at the clinic, greeting Selena as he handed over the herbs she had requested earlier. Ojin observed from afar, wondering why Adrian had returned once again. Selena examined the bundle of herbs, surprised that such rare herbs were found out of season. Adrian confidently declared that nothing was beyond his reach. She handed him another list, which he eagerly accepted. As Selena checked the supplies, Adrian commented on their excellent quality, specifically praising a sprig of Spinchia, only to realize it had vanished from his hand. The culprit was Bloop, the tiny bubble-like creature now happily munching on the herb sprig. Adrian scolded it and reached out to take the branch back, but Bloop bit his finger, split into 3 clones, and slapped him right in the face. Glaring, Adrian muttered that the creatures truly resembled their owner, and any animal raised by our hero had a terrible temper. Selena corrected him, declaring Bloop was her child, which made Adrian remark that no wonder it had such a refined taste in herbs. Bloop smirked mischievously, and Adrian stood dumbfounded, realizing the creature had just smiled at him. The head of the swordsmanship department and the instructors at the academy. The friends who had always wholeheartedly supported him throughout his time studying here. And then there was Lulu, who always believed in him even when he himself found it crazy. As our boy closed his eyes and thought of them all, a deep blue energy suddenly enveloped his entire body, and he drifted into sleep, wondering if he would ever become someone who motivated others. And then his whole body was swallowed by a deep blue force field. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the castle, Kirill was casually flipping through a book when she suddenly sensed this powerful magical surge. She immediately ran to his room and found Lulu desperately trying to reach him, who was now floating inside a blue sphere. She asked Lulu what had happened to him. Lulu replied that he had delved deep into his mind in search of his own aspiration. It was a space that no one but him could enter, absolutely perfect for cultivation and exploring the mental world. And once inside, he would continue to train until he achieved a result that satisfied him. He would be trapped in that blue sphere, and no one knew how long it would last, maybe a day, maybe a few months, or even years. Lulu explained all this while secretly worrying, wondering if she had brought bad luck to everyone around her again. Meanwhile, deep within his mind, he was brought back to the dream that had haunted him for years. That very dream, the image of a long-haired swordsman endlessly training and swinging his sword. He looked at him and was about to say something. He smiled, thinking he finally got to meet the man from his dream. Then the old swordsman swung his sword and turned his blade into... turned to look at him, and holy smokes, he looked surprisingly like him. So he startled, wondering what on earth was going on. The swordsman was staring right at him. He was falling into a mild mental crisis when suddenly the swordsman moved. The swordsman's body began to emit a blue light. Then it turned golden, as if he were transforming into a Super Saiyan. But notice his aura radiated up to 3 meters away and then grabbed his forearm, jerking him forcefully towards the swordsman. At this moment, he completely didn't understand what was happening. When he opened his eyes, he found himself lying on the ground, thinking he had just experienced the weirdest dream on the hardest bed imaginable. He looked closely and realized he was still lying on the dirt and now wearing completely different clothes. Looking back, the swordsman's house was still sitting right there. He panicked immensely at this point, but then wondered if this was the situation Lulu had mentioned, something that couldn't be explained by normal logic. He wondered if he had awakened his magic, as he was still absorbed in thinking about that. He noticed a giant sword firmly planted in the ground, and if this place was created by his own aspiration, then it was definitely a training ground. Realizing that, he immediately picked up the sword. and took a deep breath. This space was for him alone, his personal training dojo. No one else, he owned this entire place to himself. He began to swing the sword continuously and was determined to find his own swordsmanship path here at all costs. And in just the blink of an eye, it seemed, he realized he had spent the whole day training. Night had fallen, and he felt quite disappointed. He secretly wished it were still bright, and right then he noticed a light shining from behind. As soon as he turned around, the sun had risen once again. The power of magic, everyone. To test it further, he wished for the weather to turn into spring and have a refreshing breeze. Then he ran into the tent and wished to be changed into a new set of clothes, and it happened instantly. Not only that, there was food already waiting for him on the table. I mean, this is literally the dream system of every gamer. After having dinner, he lay on the bed thinking this was the most ideal training place for him, and the magical power was truly astonishing. Passed, and this was his 5th day in this place. He discovered that no matter how many times he slept, he would always wake up at this stream. So did that mean he couldn't leave here unless he reached his goal? It seemed so. While training, he couldn't stop thinking about the swordsman in the dream and the connection between them. But he brushed that thought aside and just focused on training. He told himself he would swing his sword 3,000 times today because yesterday he managed 2,000 times. With each passing day, he continued to increase his sword swings. By the 201st day, he had performed over 5,000 swings, but felt depressed because he couldn't break the 6,000 mark. This made him feel frustrated, but he quickly shook it off and tried to stay calm, telling himself just to keep swinging, and incredibly, it actually worked. Now he could easily swing 6,500 times a day, but then he hit another wall. Then he reached the 7,000 mark. But by the 350th day, the pent-up frustration made him unable to even do 6,000 swings a day. But then he realized something important. He hadn't rested at all for the entire past year, so he decided to drop his sword and walk toward the tent to get some real rest. Time flew by quickly, and we transitioned to a year later. It was the 624th day since he stepped into this other world, and oh my god. Loneliness began to devastate his mind. 96 days had passed since he last held a sword. Now he was back to his old self, lounging on the bed, feeling depressed and tired of everything. He thought he wasn't even surprised that he ended up like this. He recalled how he had lived more than half his life as a useless bum, doing nothing but slacking off. And whatever he achieved at the academy wasn't due to his own will. It was all thanks to the swordsman in the dream carrying him. He wallowed in self-pity, especially since everything had gone down the drain since the old man disappeared. With every negative thought swirling deep in his head, he continued to stay huddled under the cozy blanket on his bed. He thought about how he had only been hardworking for exactly 1 year, and then fell back to sleep. The last thing that crossed his mind was wondering how long he had been here. But honestly, that didn't even matter anymore. The scene changes and we hear someone calling out to him. So Aaron jolted awake in utter surprise. Ilya was there, confident as usual. She told him to get ready for training. Because of this shocking wake-up call, our hero hastily leaped out of bed. Too fast, actually, and face planted straight onto the floor. Ilya burst out laughing behind him as he realized the sun had just risen, and now they were going for a morning jog. While running, he thought there was never a path like this before, but before he could wonder further, Ilya urged him to speed up, just as he was trying to catch his breath. But Ilya was already at the breakfast table and told him to eat up quickly because they would start training right after. As he sat down to eat, he kept glancing curiously at Ilya. So he gathered his courage to ask her how she managed to reach this place. Ilya simply told him to stop asking useless questions after dinner. They immediately started training, and oh boy, 96 days of laziness had left a clear toll on him as his posture was incredibly sloppy, and Ilya was absolutely not happy about it. She was a bit disappointed to see him completely let himself go over the past few months. But what shocked our male lead the most was when Ilya said his mind was completely empty and he needed to fill it with sincerity, just like Lulu had instructed. Just as he was about to ask how she knew about Lulu, Ilya went into rage mode, yelling at him not to ask useless questions. Because of that outburst, she made him swing his sword an extra 2,000 times. When night fell, Ilya praised him for doing a great job in training today. And as quickly as she appeared, she just vanished like mist into the night. Seeing her disappear like that, he felt a bit of sadness. But as he went to sleep that night, he wondered how Ilya could exist in this world. Could it be that he had subconsciously summoned her? Despite all the questions spinning in his head, our hero still fell asleep with a smile, thinking having a companion wasn't bad at all. The moment he woke up, he was grabbed by the collar by someone. And Judith was screaming in his face. She even threatened to beat him up if he planned to keep sleeping in. And just like the usual Judith, she unhesitatingly dragged him outside while talking to someone. That person was none other than Brat, and look who's back. Ilya was here too. True to her usual self, Judith immediately challenged him to a duel, and Brat started teasing her. The two of them bickered while Ilya pulled him aside, telling him to ignore them and go for a run with her. As he continued to train, self-doubt started creeping into his mind again due to his poor posture. But before he could sink deeper into that negative spiral, Ilya called out to him with sincere words of encouragement. She told him he was actually improving and his posture was just unstable, not hopeless. With a warm smile, she said he could definitely do it. As our hero looked over to the other side, he saw Brat and Judith also flashing encouraging smiles at him. Now all four of them were waking up early in the morning to sprint together, and each of them took turns guiding him in swordsmanship. This made him wonder why they would help a loser like him. who was both weak and lazy. Why do you guys believe in me so much? He asked himself, truly bewildered why these people believed in him when he couldn't even believe in himself. Then the scene shifts as he was in the middle of a jog, and at this point he could feel the exhaustion down to his bones. He could barely breathe. His legs felt heavy and he was approaching his absolute limit. But despite all those feelings, somehow he still found himself able to run a little further when he saw Judith running faster than him, acting as if she were the Flash, and told him she wouldn't lose to him. After this jogging session, he faced off against Brat, and oh man, we really missed the speed skills of this blue-haired boy. Their swords clashed as Brat took a step back and braced himself for another attack. He parried it, but the opponent didn't stop. He unleashed a flurry of attacks, leaving him with no choice but to raise his sword in complete defense. Brat nodded in approval and remarked that he was much sturdier today. And then the two of them resumed their duel. He swung an incredibly powerful diagonal slash, but Brat dodged that strike. But just as Brat took a step back, he appeared right behind him. Seeing this, Judith cheered for our hero while Ilya remarked that this was the first time Brat had to keep his distance from him. Brat seemed extremely impressed, but he simply said humbly, "It's all thanks to you guys." Just like that, time flew by quickly and the sun had begun to set. He thought to himself that he had been wrong. He didn't have to fight alone. He recalled the words the fortune teller had said years ago, as long as he had people who believed in and supported him, he could overcome anything. While thinking like that, he had just broken his own record with 10,000 sword swings. His arms must definitely be made of steel right now. Hearing that milestone, Judith gave a thumbs up and declared their mission accomplished. Before disappearing, Judith told our hero to not only stop throwing pity parties for himself, but also stop doubting himself. Ilya also cheered him on one last time before fading away. With a smile, he picked up his sword and continued training, but this time with far greater determination. The timeline fast-forwards incredibly far. It was the 1,237th day since he entered this world. Today he was still jogging hard and the training went on. Time zipped by as if the 1,755th day had already arrived. We are witnessing a tremendously satisfying training montage here, everyone. The first flower to bloom was the rising sun, appearing alongside our boy standing quietly in the field. His physique looked much more muscular compared to before, when Aaron wasn't this tall and broad. He was radiating a golden aura. Sword still in hand, he took a deep breath and realized this was the exact same feeling as back at the academy. He smiled, wondering how much he had grown. It had been a while since he summoned the golden trio, so he immediately did so. They appeared, and Judith was quite shocked by our boy's tremendous growth. She was about to scold him if he dared to summon them for some nonsense, but our boy picked up his sword and proposed a duel. Thinking it was a one-on-one, Judith readily agreed. However, our boy just chuckled and made his intentions clear. He was requesting a 1 versus 3 battle. To prove his point, he swung his sword, creating an immensely powerful gust of wind. Hearing his challenge, the trio drew their swords while he stood there with an utterly confident smile. He thought this match wouldn't be easy, but he had the protagonist's aura feeling that he definitely wouldn't lose. So he closed his eyes to concentrate. Basically, he had unlocked Ultra Instinct. He could hear every footstep of Ilya, Brat tightening his grip on his sword, and even Judith's glistening sweat. So he smiled, and in just the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of Judith, greeting her with a deadly slash. Brat was right behind, ready to pierce him with his trademark thrust, but our boy dodged it as easily as flipping his hand. Ilya charged at him with a horizontal sweep that he ducked under. He was giving both Ilya and Brat an incredibly hard time, even managing to push Ilya back. Then Judith leaped to the air with a murderous glare. She landed so hard that she cracked the ground, but our boy simply glided away smoothly as if saying, "Not today." But the redhead wasn't stopping there. She immediately chased after him with a powerful slash that actually broke his defense. While Judith tried to provoke him, our boy parried her attacks one after another. Brat and Ilya also dashed toward them, with Brat spearheading the assault. Judith stood her ground, locking blades with our boy's slash. Brat jumped in, sweeping away his attacks. Our boy swung a wide and powerful slash. Brat and Judith exploited that opening to launch a pincer attack. It was a barrage of rapid clashes, faster than the naked eye could follow. The battle now felt like Dragon Ball, missing only the 5-episode-long power-up screams. Our boy managed to break free, but had no time to breathe as Ilya was right beside him, unleashing a sword strong enough to crack the earth wide open. Naturally, Hero casually deflected Ilya's attack. The moment he did, Judith leaped into the air again, as if holding a personal grudge against gravity, ready to swing her sword straight at him with full force. The clash created a massive boom and such terrifying pressure that the ground where he stood instantly crumbled and exploded. When the dust settled, Judith, she was about to ask how he managed to copy her swordsmanship, but our hero just responded with a smirk. Ilya also asked if the attack he used to block her strike was Brat's technique, and our boy admitted it was indeed. Brat then asked how he was able to pull that off. And before answering, our boy felt a deep sense of nostalgia looking back at all the grueling training sessions that he had gone through with them at the academy. He said the only thing he knew was giving it his absolute best with all his might. However, he added that he hadn't fully mastered everything yet, but he wanted to learn their swordsmanship while seeking his own path. He shared that he wanted to make his will and swordplay even stronger, which was why he wanted to ask for their guidance. Naturally, Judith was the first to speak up, saying what he was doing was cheating and stealing sword techniques. But our boy simply shot back that she could learn magic to make up for it. This remark earned him a straight throw from her. Soon enough, all three of them took turns, instructing our boy in their own respective swordsmanship. Then the scene cuts to some time later as they resume their sparring. This time our boy successfully disarmed Judith. Lying flat on the ground, she admitted he won, while grumbling that she shouldn't have taught him in the first place. Right after that, she vanished along with the other two. Now, our boy genuinely believed he had grown stronger, and to be honest, he really had. Lying in bed that night, he thought to himself that he was ready to leave this place and hoped tomorrow would come quickly. Meanwhile, out in the real world, a massive gust of wind began to blow across the front yard. Rumbling sounds echoed as something emerged from the ground. A large metal gate appeared with an array of glowing gemstones, looking incredibly mystical and ominous. The next morning, our boy stepped outside and stared intently at this bizarre metal door, wondering if it was the exit. He approached the door, touched its freezing surface, and realized it had no keyhole or doorknob, leaving him wondering how on earth he was supposed to open it. Then he turned to look at the old man's sword from his dream and thought about how it was planted right in front of the door. So he gripped the hilt, pulled it out of the ground, and said this could only mean one thing. This sword is the key. Now that he was actually holding it, the sword fit perfectly in his hands, or maybe it was just because he had grown taller and broader than before. Holding the sword with both hands, our boy began to meditate, and during that his body started emitting a golden aura. It reminded him of all the exhausting efforts he had endured in this place. Swinging his sword, even running until completely drained. He did all of that just because he wanted to be like that old swordsman. All this time he thought he did it out of the old man's dying wish, but after all these years here, he now knew it was entirely driven by his own will. So without wasting a single second, our boy unleashed 4 consecutive slashes at the metal door, shattering it completely. Our boy was finally free, and this sword now belonged to him, no longer the old man's. Our boy opened his eyes and found himself looking down at his toes in an incredibly familiar space. He realized nothing had changed. The blue sphere was still resting peacefully on his nightstand. Did nothing really change? He couldn't have slept heavily for that long, so he sprang up to find his parents. He noticed nothing unusual. The blue sphere was still on the nightstand. But wait, this was a white kitten, not Lulu. Just then, Marcus shooed the cat away, and our boy called out to their beloved butler. The old man could only gape in utter shock. Our boy casually asked where his family was and remarked that Marcus seemed to have gotten more wrinkles lately. Then suddenly the old man hugged him tightly and sobbed uncontrollably. This confused him greatly, but Marcus kept rambling about how relieved he was and how he thought he would never wake up from that sphere again. It was then he finally realized something. Our boy grabbed Marcus's shoulders and asked him how long he had been asleep. In sheer disbelief, Marcus told him he had been asleep for the past 5 years. He started trembling. It turned out the entire time in the dream world was real, causing him to start panicking. What about his promise to the principal and Ilya? What about the subjugation expedition? But all he could ask right now was about his parents. Then the scene cuts to a moment later when he was in his father's office. Both of them rushed to hug their only son with tears streaming down their cheeks. Our boy dropped to his knees to apologize for letting them down. But the father reassured him that he was just incredibly happy to have him back safe and sound. When the heartwarming reunion ended, he asked them about Kirill's whereabouts, and his mother explained that Kirill was currently in the Caesar Duchy as the disciple of a powerful mage named Skina. Hearing his sister was doing fine, our boy finally breathed a sigh of relief. But then reality hit as his overly long absence had once again become a burden to his family. So he turned to his parents and told them everything that had happened to him in the dream world. He shared that he had trained exceptionally hard over the past 5 years and achieved incredibly satisfying results. Now, with far more determination and confidence in his own strength, he promised to become a son they could be proud of, and since it was already April, he stated that he would definitely join the subjugation expedition this time. That's right, we really need him to go crush the Garen scumbags. But before his parents could process what was going on, Krill walked in and asked him if he had lost his mind. He had just woken up after 5 years, and the first thing he said was joining the expedition, so she asked who gave him the right to do that. He turned to the door and realized how much Carol had grown. She had become a stunningly beautiful young woman. Our boy smiled and walked toward her, but Kirill didn't seem friendly at all. In fact, she was being extremely hostile. Meanwhile, their mother wondered why Kirill was even here when she was supposed to be in the Sorona Duchy. But that question was completely ignored as Kirill turned to their father and stated that she would be the one joining the expedition in his place. Everyone was shocked, but Kirill just said this wasn't strange at all. There was no rule stating only Aaron was allowed to join this expedition. Furthermore, she argued that he had been stuck for 5 straight years, so who knew what would happen? But little did she know he had gone through the training of the century in there. Our hero tried to explain that he wasn't just stuck, but had undergone rigorous training and was now much stronger. But Kirill still bluntly refused. She added that this expedition was to bring glory to the family, and between the two of them, she believed she was the better candidate both in strength and current circumstances. But if he still insisted on joining and was that confident in his skills, then let's just settle this with a duel. To prove she wasn't joking, she immediately summoned her swords. Outside, but our boy remained silent. After a moment of silence, he agreed to her request and told her to follow him to the training ground to prove the strength he had attained. As they stepped into the training dojo, All the guards couldn't help but gossip endlessly. They whispered among themselves that they thought he had actually passed away and the Lord had just made up the magic story to cover up the truth. Meanwhile, Krill took her stance and asked what he was doing, standing barehanded in front of everyone like that. But Aaron simply stood still, his hands resting in a position as if he were holding a sword. This completely infuriated Kirill, and just as she was about to charge in, our boy materialized a sword right out of thin air. Witnessing this, everyone dropped their jaws in absolute shock as they saw him pull a sword out of the void. Marcus gasped in astonishment, asking if the young master had just used magic. But deep down, he just thought creating a sword wasn't that big of a deal anyway. On the opposite side, Kirill could only grit her teeth in anger, at the same time pulling 3 small swords from her pocket. Then activating her mana, she threw them into the air, where they instantly transformed into great swords as if they had a mind of their own, darting straight toward our boy. All 3 swords flew incredibly fast, but our boy still managed to swat the first one away, however. After just that one clash, he felt as if his arm was about to break just from parrying it. The second sword rushed in from below and he managed to deflect it at the very last second. But before he could even celebrate that, another sword was aimed squarely at his back. An ant's sound loudly warned him of the danger. Yet thanks to his sharp reflexes, our boy also swatted away the third sword with just a flick of his wrist. However, Kirill wasn't stopping yet. She continued launching even more swords toward our boy. The kid easily parried them one by one, and so their duel continued. Kirill tried again, and this time all 3 swords shot toward the kid simultaneously. The guards panicked, asking each other if they should stop the siblings' duel. Marcus was also worried, but he had another question in mind. Why hadn't our boy counterattacked his sister yet? Enraged, Kirill raised her sword again. Krill raised her sword again, ready to unleash another attack. But in the end she didn't, and instead burst into tears. The kid smiled and started walking toward her. And right as he stood in front of Kirill, the boy told her there was nothing to worry about. He told her he had gotten much stronger and more confident. He also apologized for taking so long to come back. Hearing that, Kirill burst out crying, hugging her brother tightly. The Sundari sister finally showed her true feelings. Then the scene shifts to a while later. They had returned to the castle. Kirill warned the boy to be extremely careful on this expedition, because it was much more dangerous now that a demon had appeared in. The boy was shocked to hear that. He asked what had happened over the past 5 years. Kirill shared that just a month ago, traces of a demon were discovered in the southern part of the Garan territory. In their world, demons are malevolent beings who gain power through a pact with the devil and can sometimes match mages. Their strength stems from hearts overflowing with evil intentions, and they are nothing like ordinary monsters. Then she turned to the boy and said she would join the expedition, but the boy reassured her he would be fine, as she was about to scold him. Another figure walked into the room, telling Kirill she absolutely couldn't do that because she had an important task in the next 2 weeks. That figure was none other than Krill's master, Mage Skina. Kirill was very surprised to see her master. But Skina was busy introducing herself as the most beautiful female mage and emperor to our boy, and she indeed was stunning. The boy greeted her and secretly thought she looked way too young for a 50-year-old. Did she use magic to make herself young again? As if reading his mind, Skina said the boy had guessed right, but she saw right through it just from his eyes. Turns out Skina was also very proud of her beauty, but Kirill told him to ignore her. Hearing that, Skina took it as a compliment and got ready to express Kirill, babbling about how much his sister had talked about her brother over the past 5 years. Panic, Kirill covered her mouth with her hand and told her to shut up. So Skina said she would only do so if Kirill promised to sit still and behave. Seeing his sister handled so easily by Skina left the boy extremely impressed. As soon as the two of them were alone, Skina explained she had to show Kirill who was boss to take her in as a disciple. Then she pulled out a necklace and tossed it to the boy, and said it was a special artifact that could detect not only demonic energy but also dangerous elements around him. Furthermore, it was enchanted with detoxification magic. The boy didn't dare accept such an expensive gift, but Skina insisted on forcing it onto him. She explained that she and Kirill had crafted this pendant over the past 5 years. She poured all her heart into it, hoping to give it to the boy when he woke up one day after knowing the boy told her to say no when her job was done. Skina sent her best wishes to the boy and left. But before leaving, Skina told the boy he was far more exceptional than she had imagined. And then she vanished. Seeing everyone doing quite well after all these years, the boy walked over to the blue sphere Lulu had given him. He thought to himself he had met almost everyone already, so where in the world was that cat? The scene cuts to the Garan base camp. The boy was sitting alone. He was thinking about his last conversation with Kirill. Apparently, Lulu had stayed at the Pereira mansion to relax for a few months, but then one day suddenly vanished. And because of what happened, Kirill still had a bit of a prejudice against the cat. But the boy thought it wasn't her fault and told her not to blame Lulu or anyone else for his situation. He even told her to treat the cat well. Our boy is truly a super kind-hearted guy, completely on par with Tanjiro. Back to the present, the boy's appearance in the expedition completely irritated a bunch of people, especially those greenhorn brats Lester and Martin. These two had started gossiping. They were whispering rumors to each other about what the boy had been up to. One said the Pereira family used magic as an excuse to cover up for him lazing in bed all day. Meanwhile, Ryan was silently wiping his sword in the corner, listening to all this gossip. In his mind, he was actually quite thrilled to see our boy join the expedition, because now he could finally avenge his past humiliation. Martin then turned to Kevin, expressing his surprise that he actually joined the expedition. Kevin explained that due to the recent appearance of demons, the Twilight Knights, along with mages and priests, had been dispatched from the capital. Furthermore, Hill Barrett, the vice commander of this Knight Order, would be the overall commander, so to sum it up, this brat was only here for fame, wanting to grab that glory so he could return home and boast to everyone. And right on cue, Hill Barrett appeared right behind Kevin, while Martin was frantically trying to tell him to shut up. Hearing what Kevin said, he dropped the most intimidating line ever, stating that they shouldn't have joined this expedition. And let me tell you, this guy's physique was absolutely insane, looking like a fierce lynx combined with a buff Rob Lucci in armor. That alone was enough to terrify all the surrounding nobles. Hill added that he was determined to wipe out the demons using only the forces he brought along. Viscount Phil Guerin was the first to complain about this sudden decision, but just as he was about to whine further, Hill stepped forward and unleashed a powerful killing intent that hit everyone like a truck, making the air so heavy that they could barely breathe. And while doing this, he lectured them about how demons were on a completely different level compared to monsters, while these southern nobles treated this information as if it were no big deal. Turning his back on Phil Guerin, Hill added that only he and the forces he commanded were equipped with strong religious faith and a burning loyalty to the nation, which alone was reason enough to eradicate the demons. But when forced to complete this mission alongside nobles who only cared about honor, placing it above the kingdom's peace and prosperity, he bluntly stated how reluctant he was to cooperate with them. And while saying this, the vice commander briefly half-transformed into a beast state before retracting his killing intent. Everyone was gasping for air in shock. Everyone except for our boy, who remained quite unfazed by the whole ordeal. That's right, guys, it's official, our MC is totally OP now. But he was surprised to see Ryan suddenly kneel down in front of Hill. Hill admitted that his killing intent had pressured Ryan, yet the guy was still determined to leave a good impression on this honorable knight. Ryan started putting on this act until telling him that he was sorry, and that he initially joined this expedition purely for the glory. But Hill's earlier speech made him realize how wrong he was, and now he was ready to change and obey all the vice commander's orders throughout this journey. Hearing this vow, Hill smirked and released Ryan from the pressure, laughing out loud and telling everyone he was just joking and wouldn't be the kind to reject their desire to join the expedition. Nevertheless, he warned everyone once more about the danger, reminding them to always stay on guard before walking away. Then, shifting scenes a few hours later, Hill was relaxing in his tent, reviewing the list of nobles who had joined the expedition. Among all of them, the only one he deemed strong enough was that bastard Ryan, so it seemed his deep acting act had paid off. Not long after, a guest knocked on the door, pulling him out of his thoughts. It was none other than the wandering knight of the Gava Kingdom, Sir Tom Miller, and as the two men caught up, laughed and shared stories. Hill couldn't help but point out that his guest might have been a bit too harsh on his disciple. After all, his disciple was a member of the 27th generation of the Chrono Swordsmanship Academy, also known as the Golden Generation, the equivalent of a 5-star rookie. But Sir Tom Miller told him that his disciple never even made it onto the official student list and was far behind the talent of Ilya Lindsay. Ilya? Hill recalled how, after leaving the academy, Ilya had become an honorary knight of the Moonlight Knights, the greatest knight order of the Aiden Kingdom. He told Sir Tom how jealous he was of the Aiden Kingdom, wishing they also had a genius like that. Sir Tom looked at him with a curious gaze, saying the Hale Kingdom actually did have a swordsmanship genius on par with Ilya, which made Hill think he was joking because, realistically speaking, it sounded too incredible to be true. But Sir Tom insisted it was real. According to what his disciple had said, this genius narrowly ranked second right behind Ilya in the final evaluation. Furthermore, this disciple mentioned that what he witnessed, the display of power in the training session of the final test, was truly shocking. This was the first time Hill had heard of this, and just as he grew excited, wondering if this genius was currently training at Chrono, Sir Tom mentioned that the boy had left the academy right after. But since he hailed from the Hale Kingdom, Wandering Knight guessed the genius must have joined the expedition. Hearing this, Hill couldn't help but feel shaken. He needed to know who this mysterious genius was, and finally Sir Tom revealed it. His name was Aaron Pereira. Just like that, the next morning arrived and the expedition officially began. Since these people had been marching since dawn, Hill decided they would take a short break, ordering the knights to set up camp. While the other knights were resting, Ryan and Kevin were over here practicing their swordsmanship. One of the knights commented that Ryan was quite skilled, but another dismissed it, claiming he was just showing off. Seeing his son receive attention thanks to his swordsmanship skills, Phil Guerin couldn't help but feel delighted. He was thinking about how their family had fallen so far behind the Pereira family over the years, so he was harboring a plan for Ryan to impress Hill. Their family's honor and status would skyrocket back to power. As he was immersed in his own delusions, he saw Hill walking toward Ryan. Phil Guerin almost trembled with excitement, thinking the vice commander surely wanted to train his son. Even Ryan noticed Hill approaching, feeling confident and preparing to unleash some flashier moves to truly show off. Hill just brushed right past him. The vice commander headed straight for our boy Pereira, who was just sitting there minding his own business. Seeing his superior approach, our boy stood up and addressed him as vice commander, even though he was a whole head shorter than this black-haired knight. For a moment, the vice commander just stared at him, lost in thought. He was recalling last night's conversation about who this boy was and how he had been trapped somewhere due to magic for the past 5 years. But what was wrong with him? Hill wondered. Why did the boy leave the Chrono Academy? And what was all this magic stuff he kept hearing about? Did it have anything to do with his little sister? Dozens of questions popped up, but none of that mattered right now. Hill stood face to face with the boy and told him to call him commander from now on since he was leading the expedition. Then he bluntly asked why the boy wasn't practicing his swordsmanship like the others during the break. Our MC simply stated casually that in his current state, he didn't think training right now would count as genuine effort. Confused by this answer, Hill asked him to clarify. Meanwhile, those bastards were gossiping among themselves, calling our boy a show-off, but Ryan quickly shut them up. Meanwhile, Hill was waiting for our boy's explanation. Our boy looked Hill straight in the eye, telling him that the reason he joined the expedition was to eliminate demons and elevate the honor of the Pereira family. He realized there were other areas to focus on, instead of just blindly swinging a sword around. He wrapped it up with a critical hit of a line: "Effort is only truly made when you put your whole heart into it." So now the vice commander could only stare at the boy, thinking about how completely different he was from the rest. But there was no time to delve deeper because another knight signaled that it was time to move out. Hill ordered everyone to get back into formation, but he specifically asked our boy to stay by his side, wanting to talk more. Seeing our boy receive so much attention again, Ryan, over here, gritted his teeth so hard it felt like they were going to shatter. But his father quickly reminded him to be patient and wait for his chance. Or even better, to create the opportunity for himself. These two schemers were plotting something, and it felt like this was not going to end well. Hill was astonished to discover that our boy had already equipped his sword thanks to his awakening magic. Quite convenient, isn't it? Aaron then explained the things he was prioritizing over swordsmanship training right now. First, he had never killed anyone or anything before, so he was mentally preparing for the shock and confusion that would hit after his first kill. Second, he always kept in mind that he needed to stay in line and not act unpredictably, as that was one of the most dangerous things you could do on an expedition like this. Lastly, Alfredo staying vigilant, concentrating on detecting demonic energy to warn the others as early as possible. Hill couldn't hold back a laugh after hearing our boy's priorities. This kid was way more practical than he thought. Hill reassured him not to stress too much, telling him to leave that to veterans like himself. Furthermore, they already had priests who could detect demonic energy, so the boy didn't need to be so tense. But before Hill could finish speaking, our boy looked in another direction, intensely focused. Just as he was about to ask what the boy was doing, he felt it too. A giant demon, tall as a damn mountain, suddenly appeared. And then they heard the stomping sounds of other monsters approaching. The commander immediately sprang into action, telling everyone what they should do, but as he was doing that, more and more monsters surrounded them from the other side. He ordered the knights to deal with the monsters, intending to finish off the demonic beast himself. Just as he was thinking he was the only one who could do it, before he could even move, he saw our boy dash right past him. Without a moment of hesitation, our boy charged straight at the beast and cleanly sliced the beast right in half. Black blood splattered everywhere while Hill stood rooted to the spot in awe, and guys, that's how another aura farming peasant was born. Seeing our boy neatly dispatch the giant demon, his father was utterly stunned. He knew the boy had gotten stronger, but he never dreamed his son could go toe-to-toe with a demon. But that bastard had already started regenerating the wounds caused by his slash. He wasn't done yet. While still midair, his attack caught the demon's attention, and it immediately slammed its fist into the ground right where he was about to land. With its fist buried deep in the dirt, it huffed furiously, looking around to see if it had crushed the boy like a bug. But once again, he pulled off a Levi tier move, running up the giant's arm and leaping high into the air before swinging his sword to slash. He sliced its arm clean off. The demon tried to attack from behind while his back was turned, but our hero was already 3 steps ahead of it. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed a flurry of continuous sword strikes, and one powerful, decisive slash. The slash sent the giant crashing down to the ground. But no, it wasn't over just yet. This creature was stubbornly refusing to give up. The demon let out another roar, attempting to swallow him whole in a single bite. Hill shouted from behind, telling him to quickly get out of the way, but he moved with such agility it was as if he were possessed by a god. He swiftly changed his stance in the blink of an eye. He unleashed a wind skill similar to the sky swordsmanship. Once again, everyone was left dumbfounded as the wind blew fiercely. All eyes were locked onto the spectacle unfolding before them. The ground shook, trees swayed, and dust filled the air everywhere. When the dust settled, they saw that he had blown the giant into 100 pieces, leaving behind a massive trail of destruction. As he stood silently there, mission accomplished. And Hill finally realized it while staring intensely at him. He thought to himself that Sir Tom's words were absolutely right. The miracle of the Hale Kingdom was standing right in front of him. But before he could admire the boy's feat any longer, he quickly snapped back to reality, ordering the others to wipe out the remaining enemies to secure their victory. Not long after, everyone managed to take down the remaining creatures. Luckily for them, there were no injuries or casualties, and seeing that everyone was fine, the vice commander told them to rest for a bit before continuing the expedition. Meanwhile, he was deep in thought, trying to figure out why he had acted like that. This was the first time he had felt so angry that he acted purely on emotion. But why did he feel such deep hatred for the demon in the first place? At that moment, he was like a completely different person. Did the demon trigger something? Or was there some underlying trauma? Who knows? But there was definitely something off. However, his train of thought was interrupted as the vice commander approached, questioning his actions. Realizing he had gone against his promise to stay in position, he apologized. "Commander, I'm sorry. I said I wouldn't act on my own, but in the end, that's exactly what I did." But Hill just laughed out loud, and seeing that he could joke around, he reminded the boy that they were on an expedition. After all, the most important thing was still wiping out the monsters and demons. And thanks to his actions, they had avoided casualties. The vice commander congratulated him for brilliantly completing his first battle. Moreover, he told him that he was really looking forward to seeing what else he could show them next. Right then, Baron Pereira rushed over to Aaron asking if he was all right. Unexpectedly, he pulled him into a tight hug, saying he was incredibly proud of him, and our boy could only hug his father back, genuinely happy to hear those words from him once again. While everyone was celebrating their first victory, Ryan had begun trembling with pure rage. He called Jake over, asking if he had prepared that thing yet. Jake nodded, replying that everything was ready. He was just awaiting his orders. Then the scene shifted to a bit later as he was casually chatting with the vice commander, showing off the exquisite pendant that Kirill had made for him. He told Hill that this thing could detect demonic energy, and Hill looked at it, thinking how crazy it was that a piece of jewelry worked better than the priest's holy devices. Right at that moment, as if the universe loved perfect timing, the pendant started glowing and pointed to the left. He realized bizarre creatures were approaching from that direction. Hill didn't waste a single second, immediately ordering the spearmen into position. The demons appeared, and these monsters were utterly decimated. After that fight, Hill told him that he had officially become the squad's demon detector. Whenever that pendant lit up, he should report it immediately. Seeing him get so close with the vice commander, those bastards were absolutely fuming. Their anger was practically smoking as the march continued for a while. But soon enough, night fell and everyone started setting up camp. A few knights were gossiping about him, saying it was unbelievable that he possessed such incredible combat skills at only 21 years old. He must have reached the expert level by now, especially after watching him wipe out that giant demon earlier. Then they started wondering where the hell he had been hiding all this time. Meanwhile, our hero was sitting alone, about to have dinner, when the pendant started acting weird again. Its tip was slowly turning black. According to Kirill's instructions, this meant the food had been poisoned. He just sat there, waiting for the artifact to do its detoxifying job, casually glancing at Ryan, Martin, and Kevin's group, thinking to himself that someone definitely wanted him dead, and it was highly likely someone from the Garen family. But he decided to keep this a secret, not wanting to worry his father when he could handle it himself, as the pendant finished purifying the food. But he suddenly noticed a sticky note plastered to the bottom of the bowl. The note said that his food had been poisoned. The handwriting looked as scribbled as chicken scratch. He was incredibly surprised that someone actually wanted to help him. It was Jake, who was hiding in the bushes, praying that our boy had seen that note. After making sure he was okay, Jake walked away, thinking he couldn't keep doing this anymore. After dinner, Hill approached him and proposed a sparring match. He was a bit surprised, but the vice commander explained that since they were about to face a major archdemon, he needed to see just how capable our boy truly was. They stood facing each other while all the knights in the camp gathered around like they were about to watch a ring fight. Hill drew his sword and told him to do the same. Aaron just casually summoned his dragon-slaying-looking sword out of thin air, scaring the souls out of half the knights, but everyone's focus was now on the vice commander. Hill's killing's intent radiated a freezing chill as he suggested they settle this with a single move, putting everything into one slash. He agreed instantly without a hint of hesitation. The vice commander was secretly impressed, wondering where this kid got such composure. But it really didn't matter. He was simply built different. Hill took a step forward and half transformed into his beast state, unleashing an overwhelmingly powerful aura, making most of the knights tremble in fear. But our boy's aura shone brightly and stood as solid as steel, and it kept on rising. In his mind, he was seeing the image of the old swordsman from his dreams about to deliver a vertical slash. Hill decided to ramp up his power even more to counter him. The knights could barely breathe in this heavy atmosphere as they watched their commander go all out, and then an accident happened at the most perfect timing. A clumsy knight who had just run over to watch tripped and spilled his food right between the two of them. This guy was definitely going to get the beating of a lifetime in his tent later. Just like that, Hill's aura vanished in an instant. He looked at the fallen knight, then turned back to look at our boy and said, "All right, I think that's enough." Everyone was stunned. Before they could react, Hill announced that from now on he was allowed to act independently. With that kind of skill, he absolutely deserved it. Then he smiled, adding that our boy had essentially reached the expert level. After that, everyone dispersed to go to sleep. He lay there pondering the day's events. Something kept bothering him. The feeling he got during the sparring match was exactly the same as when he fought the giant demon. With that thought, he slowly drifted into a peaceful sleep. And just as expected, that swordsman appeared in his dream again, still practicing his vertical slash in the rain. He thought he had escaped these dreams, but he hadn't. It was just that something was different this time. The old man's face remained impassive, yet it clearly showed genuine rage. In previous dreams, this man had never shown any emotion, just calmly repeating his sword strikes, but now he was incredibly furious, and our boy couldn't understand why. Before he could figure out why the old man was flashing into such a rage, he woke up. It was already morning. Still shaken by the dream, he thought to himself that whenever his dreams changed, reality would shift along with them. As he stepped out of his tent, Ryan crept out of hiding and asked Jake if he had poisoned his food. Jake confirmed, saying he had watched him eat it all with his own eyes. Now the two of them stood there utterly baffled, wondering why this guy was still alive and kicking. Ryan's solution: double the dose tonight. Jake warned him that doing so wouldn't just make the boy sick, it would kill him. But Ryan was already too deep into his hatred at this point. He got pissed off seeing Jake show pity, reminding him that the honor of the Garen family had been tarnished last night. Before walking away, Ryan dropped a reminder for him to remember exactly why he was in this position, leaving Jake with no choice but to obey. The squad prepared to head out after breakfast, and surprise, surprise, his food was poisoned once again. The artifact continued doing its job, while he sat there wondering if every single meal throughout this entire expedition was going to be like this. But at least there was one silver lining in this whole mess, which was that the mysterious helper kept leaving notes. There was another sticky note plastered to his bowl, warning him about the poison. They continued the expedition, and Hill noticed he seemed lost in thought. But suddenly our hero perked up, snapping his gaze to the left. He sensed the demonic energy even before the pendant could light up. Without a word of warning, he bolted toward the demons like a flash of lightning. He summoned his sword mid-sprint and sliced 3 monsters in half with just a single swing. The last monster, which was noticeably larger than the rest, swung its giant fist to crush him, but our hero blocked it with his sword. The two were locked in a struggling standoff for a moment before he decisively slashed it clean in half. However, a dark shadow lunged at him from behind, but Hill dashed in just time to clear safe. The other knights started praising him, saying things like, "At this rate, we'll finish the expedition with ease. After all, how could he be worthy of being the main character if he couldn't handle some small fry, right?" He felt it too, as his senses were becoming increasingly sharper. He wondered if this had anything to do with the angry old man in his dream. While everyone was singing his praises, Ryan was absolutely furious and interrogated Jake. Why was that bastard not only fine but even stronger than yesterday? Jake explained that he noticed the glowing artifact when the demons approached, realizing it had detoxifying effects. Ryan went ballistic, punching a tree trunk hard, thinking the only way to surpass our boy was to personally slay the demon. Finally, they arrived at a cave that looked man-made, so it was undoubtedly the demon's lair. Hill said that he and our boy should lead the vanguard. But Ryan stepped up, requesting to be on the frontline defense. The vice commander agreed and told him to be careful. They stepped into the cave and immediately heard intense piano music echoing throughout. A few knights started acting strange, saying they had entered a wonderful place and telling the others to come closer. He quickly realized they were hallucinating due to the music. Our boy quickly realized that they were suffering from hallucinations caused by the music. Hill immediately transformed into his beast state and let out a resounding roar that snapped everyone awake. He returned to his human form and told his men to shake awake anyone who was still dazed. Then they spotted a tall, dark figure standing next to a piano. At that moment, a voice echoed throughout the cave, welcoming them. Hill was already breaking a sweat, thinking this demon was much stronger than he had anticipated. And things got even weirder when they saw a hot demoness sitting at the piano, casually twisting her head 180 degrees to ask the group if they wanted to hear more of her music. The demoness stood up and suddenly skeletal musicians spawned right beside her. Hill thought to himself that if it weren't for those blood-red eyes, people might actually mistake her for a human. The demoness was clearly trying to maintain her ego by keeping a woman's form, and honestly she looked quite beautiful, making the situation even more ominous. Meanwhile, Ryan was hyping himself up in his mind, thinking about how he would slay this demon and finally surpass our boy. Back to the demoness, she offered to play a piece of music for her guests. But Phil Garen started causing a scene. Hill had to tell him to calm down and hold formation, but the bastard wouldn't listen. So the demoness Hates played another tune, and this time it was completely different from the first one. It was sweet and soothing, like a lullaby that made you want to curl up and take a nap. The weaker members of the group started succumbing to it, including Phil Garen. Hill warned everyone once again not to fall into her trap and not to look into her eyes, otherwise they would be hypnotized. Suddenly someone darted past him, charging straight at the demoness. It was, of course, Ryan. He thought he had to stand out and slay the demon to surpass that Pereira bastard. Seeing him charge, the demoness shot out her hair like a weapon to attack the Garen boy. He tried to block it, and succeeded at first, but quickly realized her hair wasn't easily sliced. While he was stuck on the defensive, the demoness morphed her hair into a hand and lunged it straight at Ryan's face. Luckily for him, Jake jumped in to block the attack, telling the idiot to step back. The demoness wrapped her hair around Jake and hoisted him high into the air. She got face to face with him and greeted him very politely, reassuring everyone that she wouldn't kill him, at least not yet. She called herself a pacifist. This made Hill furious, and seeing his reaction, the demoness proposed a deal: Jake's life or her own. Hill and Viscount Garen fell silent for a moment, until he told them not to answer. He shouted at the demon that they wouldn't negotiate with her. Hearing that, she started strangling Jake while them for trying to save Ryan, who was now terrified and frozen in place. Unsatisfied with their response, she changed the terms by hypnotizing Ryan. Viscount Garen called out for his son to snap out of it, while Hill warned the squad to brace for battle. Then the demoness shot her hair out again and grabbed Ryan as well. Now both of them were dangling in midair. Hill's knights started charging forward, but the head of the Garen family ordered them to stop. Furious, Hill told the old man to step aside. The Viscount made a split-second decision and ordered his men to protect Ryan and block the knights' attacks. Hill was about to lose his damn mind, but the Viscount screamed that he needed to save his son, turning to ask the demoness if the deal was still on the table. She confirmed, even swearing it in the name of her master. As if the Garin family interfering with the mission wasn't bad enough, the Viscount dragged the Lester and Russell families into this mess, threatening them if they refused. Hill had had enough, so he ordered his knights to strike down anyone obstructing the expedition, regardless of their status. The Viscount screamed in fury while the demoness watched all this unfold with immense amusement. She smirked, mocking Jake about how differently they reacted when Ryan's life was on the line. She laughed out loud, eager to watch these two forces tear each other apart. Then she noticed our boy standing apart from everyone else, radiating a golden aura. While the others were busy with their petty civil war, our boy remained focused, meditating with his eyes closed and his sword in hand. The demoness just found him boring, thinking he wasn't worth her time, but right at that moment, our boy opened his eyes. And before the demoness could even process what was happening, her body was split in half, sending her flying straight into the piano. So, while the demoness was staring at the ground, trying to figure out what had just happened, our boy was laser-focused on her, watching the demoness kneel on the ground. She had just looked down a second earlier, waiting for her body to regenerate. She wondered why her body wasn't regenerating. A wound like this should have healed much faster. Her torso had almost pieced itself back together when our boy simply charged straight at her. Now, like every villain getting absolutely destroyed, she pulled the cheapest trick in the book and tried to take a hostage, grabbing Jake, thinking they would stop our boy from attacking. But right now, our boy couldn't care less. Our boy just adjusted his attack angle and sliced off the demoness's left arm, along with the hair holding Jake hostage in a single decisive strike. The demoness stood there, realizing this kid didn't care about hostages at all. He was purely focused on killing her. Our boy then lunged at her once more and unleashed another slash at her, but this time she actually blocked his attack, sending Ryan flying backward. The demoness then erupted with her aura, wrapping herself in her own hair like some demonic cocoon. She thought this was a smart move. She could heal her wounds while staying protected. Except that when she tried to gather demonic energy, nothing happened. Absolutely nothing. She was like, wait, is it because of this brat? There was no way this kid possessed that kind of power. It was impossible. Meanwhile, our boy stood over and started hacking away at the cocoon. He delivered a vertical slash onto the demonic cocoon, but it didn't budge. So he just kept slashing at it over and over again. The demon inside began seeing light peek through the cracks in her protective shield, and she started panicking. By now, she realized she couldn't beat this guy. One wrong move, and she was genuinely going to die. Meanwhile, our boy relentlessly slashed at the cocoon until his final strike exploded with a blinding light that caved in the ground. Hill and the others could only stare in shock, peering through the dust, waiting to see what was left. Suddenly, a dark figure darted out of the area, but Hill, now fully in his beast state, chased the demoness down to finish her off. But wait, this was only her left leg. Where was the rest of her? The demoness had actually been torn in two, sacrificing half her body to distract the others and make her escape. But today wasn't your lucky day, sister, because she suddenly sensed a presence, and when she... There stood our boy, staring her down as if he were the Grim Reaper himself or something. She turned around and got struck by our boy's vertical slash, which cleaved the ground and sliced right through her. And this time, there was no more regeneration. Her body began to crack, and she thought, how could this even happen? How humiliating that I was defeated by a mere human. Before she vaporized into ash. The crack in the ground looked exactly like the one our boy had made during the final evaluation at the night order. Everyone was still shell-shocked by what had just happened. But they were just relieved that the demoness was gone. Our boy's father looked at him with immense pride and teary eyes, and the vice commander just stood there. The man had no idea what to say at this point. He was completely speechless. With the expedition finally drawing to a close, everyone returned to camp. The knights couldn't believe things had gone so smoothly, without a single knight getting injured despite fighting a demon with psychic powers. And it was all thanks to our boy. One knight mentioned that Iron Pereira was far different from what the rumors claimed, and another chimed in, saying the Hail Kingdom finally had its own hero. Cutting to a closed-door meeting, the Viscount explained that he hadn't been in his right mind. Hill didn't buy it for a second, but this thick-skinned bastard Phil Garin just kept pushing it, claiming he had fallen prey to hallucinations and the demon's mind control. He even had the audacity to say that although he loved Ryan, he would never jeopardize the expedition. Hill knew full well this bastard was lying, but couldn't do anything without solid proof. Meanwhile, our boy was lying in bed, thinking about how the sword he used in the cave wasn't his family's. Damn it, he wasn't even himself when he did it. He wondered if it was because of the old man in his dream again. As he was pondering that, he heard a knock on the door. It was Jake Stewart. Our boy was surprised, but Jake said he had something important to tell him about the expedition. However, first, he expressed his gratitude for our boy saving him back then, when no one else cared whether he lived or died. Deep down, our boy thought he didn't really care either. His body had just moved on instinct to slay the demon. Our boy was about to wave it off. Then Jake told our boy that he had poisoned the food under Ryan Garin's orders, but he knew it was wrong and would accept any punishment. But our boy didn't say anything. He just quietly looked out the window. Finally, our boy spoke up, saying he had his own suspicions, but finding out the truth was still quite surprising. He asked Jake to leave because he wasn't in the mood to talk anymore. Jake was very surprised, but our boy made it clear that he had no intention of letting things slide. He just didn't want to talk about it right now. Once Jake left, our boy was left all alone. While alone, he once again looked out the window, and a voice told our boy that nothing would change no matter how much he overthought things. Our boy turned around and saw it was Lulu. He acted incredibly guarded and asked how he had been lately. But our hero just smiled and asked where Lulu had been all this time, saying he had been looking for him. Hearing this, Lulu felt unworthy, turned away, and started rambling about how if he had just forced himself to teach Eren magic, our boy would have had different abilities and wouldn't have had to be separated from his family for 5 whole years. Our boy listened as the cat kept talking about how Kirill wouldn't have had to grieve, constantly blaming himself for everything. When our boy tried to pet Lulu, but Lulu argued back, saying that in this world even superstitions hold power. The cat explained that as long as enough people believe in something, it would become reality. Moreover, even the weakest creature could become extraordinary if enough people believed in them. While Lulu continued lecturing, our boy was slowly tiptoeing closer to him. Suddenly, Lulu opened a teleportation portal and was about to step through, saying that our hero's life would only be miserable if tied to him. He acted very sad, mentioning that he was glad to have met him and would never appear in front of the boy again. Then our boy managed to catch him right in time, just as he was about to go through. Lulu struggled to break free, claiming that black cats bring bad luck. But our hero pulled him close and said that from now on he would stay by his side, and his belief in Lulu would be stronger than anyone else's. He said that the cat would now be a symbol of good luck. In the end, Lulu had to give up and burst into tears in the protagonist's arms. Cutting to some time later, our protagonist told Lulu about his training and how he managed to summon his friends during practice. Lulu was completely amazed by what the protagonist could do with magic, saying that even knowing his potential, this level was truly insane. Then Lulu's tone changed, asking the protagonist about his confrontation with the demon, as he acted very strangely back then, so he recounted the whole story. Lulu raised her paws to her face, pondering for a moment, telling the protagonist that the man in his dream sounded exactly like someone from 150 years ago who also harbored a deep hatred for demons. The protagonist didn't expect the man in his dreams to be a real historical figure, let alone from 150 years ago, so he immediately asked Lulu if she knew who it was. Lulu replied that it didn't matter, and the real concern was that the deceased's will could affect Eren's mind. But honestly, those things were no longer important now. Lulu advised the protagonist that everyone stumbles sometimes, and it would be best to temporarily lay down his sword and pick it up again when he was ready. On top of that, Lulu offered to help him carry his burdens, boasting that she had been working out for the past 5 years and had really toned muscles. The protagonist laughed at the joke, as at least he still had Lulu by his side, and it was truly reassuring to have such a reliable companion. Speaking of trust, he suddenly remembered his friends from 5 years ago, the ones he made a promise with, wondering how they were doing now, if they were still training, if they had gotten stronger, or if they had grown lazy. While the protagonist was lost in thought, the scene shifted back to the vice commander pacing in his office, absolutely furious that the other families dared to side with the Garen household. He growled that this illegal act could not go unpunished, questioning how that bastard dared to insult the royal knights to such an extent. However, Hill was pulled from his thoughts when a knight's messenger entered to report that someone was looking for him. Meanwhile, at that bastard's mansion, he found another reason to hate the protagonist's family. Right as he finished his ranting, a knock on the door rang out. He told the servant that he didn't want to see any guests, but Hill walked right in and mocked that he looked like he was constipated. The bastard told the vice commander that they had already discussed everything, and there was nothing left to say. Hill declared that he came because he found out the Garen family had ordered someone to poison the protagonist's food. The Viscount was shocked by what he just heard and immediately yelled at Hill, accusing Hill of slandering him with a heinous crime without a shred of evidence. But no, this bastard's time was really up, because as soon as he finished speaking, Hill fired back, asking what he would do if there actually was evidence, since this fool would deny everything. The vice commander directly summoned Jack, the one tasked with the poisoning, who confessed that Ryan ordered him to drug the protagonist's food, and due to his cooperative attitude, he would be considered for a reduced sentence. But in true cheap villain fashion, Phil Garen tried to turn the tables and pin all the blame on Jack, claiming he was making false accusations. Hearing that, Jack flew into a rage, cursing Phil for being an absolute scumbag right to the bitter end. And facing this pathetic charade, Hill announced that he would formally request an investigation into this entire mess. If Jack's testimony was true, the Viscount had better confess right now. Especially if he didn't want to lose everything he had worked so hard to build, and once everything was settled, Hill returned to the barracks, handed command over to his deputy, and rushed straight to the Pereira estate. He was determined to recruit the protagonist into the Twilight Knights, but when he arrived at the protagonist's house, his father informed him that Eren had already set off for the Chrono Academy, which completely shocked Hill, wondering why he would return there if he hadn't been accepted yet. So Baron Pereira explained that his son had business to take care of, and technically, he was considered to undergoing official academy trainings since 5 years ago. So before he left, Hill told the protagonist's father that Eren was not only a treasure of the kingdom but of the entire continent, a highly valuable compliment coming from the vice commander of the Royal Knights, while Baron Pereira stood there beaming with pride, thinking to himself, "That's right, that's my boy." Meanwhile, the protagonist was on his way to the Chrono Academy, chatting with Lulu as they walked, mentioning that the headmaster was one of the greatest swordsmen on the continent and also his highly respected first mentor. Then he told Lulu that if he explained his condition, the old man would definitely help, though the protagonist was still a bit skeptical since the old man might not know anything about his dream either. But Lulu said that the old man might actually know something, then began explaining that those bearing the title of the continent's greatest were in no way inferior to mages. The protagonist smiled, saying that if that was true, the headmaster might really be able to help him. Lulu excitedly jumped onto his shoulder, asking if the headmaster was his first mentor. Did that make her the second? The protagonist nodded, and oh boy, this cat was absolutely overjoyed. So they both hopped down to the ground, put on their boots, and got into position, standing up and telling the protagonist that she was ready for the trip. Afterwards, the scene shifted to the Alcaram Metropolis, the city where the Chrono Swordsmanship Academy was located. The place was as crowded as usual, and Lulu was completely mesmerized by all sorts of wondrous magic happening on the streets. They decided to find a place to rest and chose an inn named the Origin Sword. Lulu jumped off the protagonist's shoulder, saying she wanted to stroll around town for a bit, then waved at him to go inside first, promising to look for him later after she finished exploring. The protagonist let Lulu go, then walked into the inn alone. The moment he stepped inside, he was overwhelmed by the vast space packed with swordsmen, who all simultaneously turned to stare at him. Suddenly, a hulking bald guy approached, asking if he was a visitor to the Chrono Academy. The protagonist nodded, and then, inexplicably, everyone burst out laughing. These bastards started mocking that the standards had dropped significantly since anyone could show up for the test. The bald guy deliberately acted intimidating, warning the protagonist not to get cocky about his skills, and as soon as he finished speaking, everyone started throwing insults at each other. But before things got any worse, the bartender called the protagonist over and asked if he was new in town. The bartender explained that everyone coming to take the Chrono entrance exam stayed at this place. Seeing that the protagonist didn't know such a basic fact, he asked him if this was his first time attending the open visitor reception, and our protagonist could only awkwardly nod in response. He explained that the Chrono Swordsmanship Academy was the dream of countless swordsmen, so multitudes of people had flocked to this academy. Initially, they just chased the crowds away, but there were stubborn folks who absolutely refused to leave until they got a fight. Then there were those who started calling the Chrono Academy cowards for not daring to accept challenges, so the academy decided, fine, if you want to fight, you'll get one. They opened this visitor reception system where once every 2 weeks on a designated day, anyone who wanted to talk with their swords could challenge someone else. While telling the story, he led the protagonist down to the basement to get a warrior's card. When they arrived at the bottom, there was someone else waiting with a force measuring machine. The rule was simple: land your strongest blow on it, and the square above would display the score. At first, the protagonist thought he had to punch it, which would be ridiculously funny, but the old man explained that he had to use a sword, and told him to go all out because this magic artifact was very durable and wouldn't break easily. Despite hearing that, the protagonist was still a bit hesitant due to his monstrous strength, but ultimately he decided not to hold back. While the protagonist was getting into his stance, the two old men started gossiping about him, with one commenting that he looked a bit fragile, and they decided to make a little bet for fun. The white-haired old man wagered the protagonist would hit 300 points, but the bartender guessed 500. So the white-haired old man immediately changed his bet to 501. They told the protagonist to pick a sword from their collection, upon noticing he didn't bring a weapon. The protagonist told them not to worry, then gently unsheathed his Dragon Slayer sword from thin air. Seeing that, the two old men jumped in surprise, asking if he had just used magic to summon that sword. While they were still panicking, the protagonist got fully in the zone, closed his eyes to concentrate, and unleashed a flawless vertical slash, pouring all of his strength into the force measuring machine. Seeing the machine still intact, the protagonist breathed a sigh of relief, because he was genuinely worried he might break it. The bartender asked in awe how he even summoned the sword in the first place. The protagonist casually replied, oh, it was just some simple magic, but before they could even process their shock over that, they saw the protagonist score and nearly had a heart attack because he hit a staggering 10,772 points, a number astronomically higher than what they had just bet on. The protagonist turned to ask if he had passed the test, and with that performance, he naturally received the Silver Warrior card. A few hours later, in the protagonist's room, he recounted the whole incident to Lulu, and after hearing it, Lulu immediately exclaimed, wow, that's insane, then asked if the protagonist was excited for tomorrow. And of course he was, how could he not be excited? He eagerly thought about finally seeing Judith again tomorrow, wondering how much stronger she had become. And so the next day arrived. The protagonist headed straight to the academy bright and early. Upon arrival, he joined the line of participants, looking at the surrounding crowd and thinking to himself, the rumors were true, this place was packed. Lulu was also thrilled and begged him to let her watch for a bit, and honestly, who could say no to those big sparkling eyes? Since there was still time anyway, the protagonist decided to stick around and watch for a while. Just as he sat down in the stands, he happened to overhear two swordsmen pointing at a teenager and saying this academy was really out of its mind to send a kid to fight them. The protagonist curiously glanced in the direction they pointed and was incredibly surprised to see a familiar face. Seeing him smile, Lulu immediately asked if he knew that person. Aaron replied that he was an old classmate of his. Running into an old classmate made the protagonist unable to hide his joy. Lulu even commented that Lance looked pretty strong. Looking at Lance now, he was in his growth spurt with a physique far superior to years ago, truly a massive level up compared to his days as Brat's underling. Lance greeted the swordsman, introducing himself as a 27th term trainee and stating that he would be their opponent for the day. Hearing that, many swordsmen started complaining about the academy sending an undergraduate trainee to receive them. Hearing those murmurs, Lance admitted they were right. The one receiving challengers today was supposed to be a graduate, but this time he pulled some strings to take the field because he wanted to spar with outsiders, as many in the academy were still hesitant to face him, and to reassure everyone, he declared that if anyone defeated him today or felt disappointed with the match, he would immediately call a senior to take his place, which sounded like a pretty good deal. And very quickly, someone took the bait. The bald guy from earlier stepped onto the ring to challenge Lance, both getting ready to clash as the bald man drew his sword. Lance smiled because seeing the guy wield a sword reminded him of our protagonist, then offered the bald guy the first strike, which obviously made the man furious. So the bastard charged in, launching a thunderous slash straight down at Lance. Too bad for him, Lance effortlessly blocked that attack without breaking a sweat. The bald guy stared at Lance with a look of sheer terror. This bastard had zero clue about what just happened to him, but while he was still confused, Lance dashed forward, and with just a single strike, the bald guy's sword flew out of his hands. Seeing him fight, Lulu was thrilled, praising to the protagonist that Lance was truly badass and highly formidable. Meanwhile, on the ring, Lance asked who wanted to step up for the next challenge, and you know what? There were still a few idiots who wanted to test their luck against him. So, after countless one-sided beatdowns, Lance had practically knocked out everyone. Then he cast his eyes back toward the stands and suddenly noticed something that left him astounded. He started walking towards someone in the stands. The surrounding nobodies randomly panicked, thinking Lance was heading for them. But no, he walked right past them and asked the protagonist if it was really him. The protagonist smiled and replied with the classic long time no see. Lance couldn't be bothered with small talk, immediately telling the protagonist that had he arrived a few days earlier, he would have met Brat and Judith. The protagonist was surprised to learn that Brat was at the academy, and Lance quickly explained that Brat returned almost right after the day he left. However, Lance mentioned that Brat had just gone on a personal mission with Judith and only left a few days ago. Although he was overjoyed that Brat had returned to the academy, he still felt a bit let down since he couldn't meet them right now. But Lance didn't want to waste time gossiping anymore, so he bluntly challenged the protagonist to a duel, wanting to see just how much he had improved. And the protagonist, of course, did not let him down. He quickly jumped down and stood opposite Lance, ready for the match. Seeing this scene, the crowd couldn't help but be curious about the protagonist's identity, while the earlier idiots whispered that he looked familiar, making wild guesses about whether he was the guy who failed the academy entrance exam. While they were busy overthinking, Lulu started cheering for the protagonist, telling him not to go easy on Lance just because they knew each other. Seeing that, Lance asked if Lulu was his pet, making the protagonist awkwardly reply that she was actually his master. And it was thanks to Lulu that he could do cool things like this, saying that he gently drew his sword from thin air. Lance laughed, saying the protagonist was truly outstanding, and confessed that every time they met, he was amazed by what he could do. Then Lance stated that the protagonist wasn't the only one who got stronger over the past 5 years, as he himself had been relentlessly training too. And to prove it, he raised his sword and told the protagonist to bring it on, and just like that, the match began. Without a second of hesitation, Lance instantly charged in, and the protagonist effortlessly parried the strike. Then the two engaged in a relentless back-and-forth exchange. A moment later, Lance realized that the moves the protagonist was using felt very familiar, and then a crazy thought flashed through his mind. For a moment, although Lance thought it couldn't possibly be true, just to confirm, he dashed straight at the protagonist. Once more, and yes, his intuition was spot on. The protagonist was using Brat's sword techniques, which completely stunned him, prompting him to loudly ask the protagonist why he could use Brat's skills. Lance was absolutely certain that what he just saw was Brat's exact swordsmanship. And right as he was about to press for more details, our main boy closed his eyes and assumed his stance. Oh my god, no way, this move again? Lance already knew what was coming, so before our boy could unleash the attack, he charged straight at him, swinging his sword relentlessly over and over, giving our protagonist zero chance to launch such a terrifying strike. Aaron kept blocking his attacks until our boy successfully broke through Lance's guard. Lance quickly leaped back to create some distance between the two of them. Lance was utterly shocked that our boy could learn his friend's move, even though the last time he saw it was at the final evaluation 5 years ago. There was no way he learned it just by seeing it once, right? But before he could think any further, our boy snapped him back to reality. With a few leaps, he suddenly vaulted into the air and appeared right in front of Lance. Our boy swung his sword with extreme force, generating an impact so powerful that it caved in the ground Lance was standing on. Then with a signature spinning acrobatic flip, our boy used that momentum to deliver an even stronger strike, driving Lance even crazier because the move our protagonist just used belonged to Judith, and thanks to her skill, our boy knocked Lance back, creating distance between the two of them. Lance thought to himself that he was quite confident in his defensive skills, and with neither Judith nor Brat present at the academy right now, he was certain he could beat anyone, but was he mistaken? Could he really not defeat our main guy? But bro, you're just a side character. Of course you can't, but that didn't mean he was going to give up. Lance abruptly dashed toward our protagonist, delivered a powerful slash at our boy, but he didn't stop there. He unleashed a relentless flurry of swings and sweeping slashes, forcing the protagonist back. Seeing Lance's aggressive assault, our boy threw out a vertical slash to cut off his opponent's momentum, but Lance quickly dodged it. He then leaped back and powerfully swung his sword at the protagonist once more. But of course, our main boy wasn't about to back down here either. During the fight, Lance admitted to himself that he couldn't defeat our protagonist as things stood right now. He knew all three of them had worked incredibly hard to become stronger, but that didn't matter to Lance because he wasn't going to back down without putting up a fight. At that moment, Lance prepared to deliver a devastating thrust toward our boy, but our main guy managed to duck and dodge it, leaving Lance's opening completely exposed, so he stepped in to deliver the final blow. Our boy dashed toward Lance, and with a clean swing of his sword, he disarmed his friend. Lance's sword flew high into the air and landed far off on the ring, still vibrating intensely. Lance just smiled, acknowledging his defeat. The match ended, so the two shook hands amicably. Our boy told Lance it was a good fight, while Lance started bombarding him with all the burning questions he had been holding back, asking what the hell he did over the past 5 years to improve so much. Meanwhile, as Lulu listened to other swordsmen gossiping about how they never expected Lance to lose, the cat suddenly sensed a presence. Lulu quickly hopped onto the ring and told our boy that he had arrived. Our boy asked who it was, and Lulu told him that the master he had mentioned was here. Right then, Ian walked in. The old man asked him how he had been doing lately. Our protagonist replied that he was doing fine. Although Ian wanted to talk about the talking cat, those matters could be put on hold for later. He then turned to Lance and asked who the winner of the match was. Lance looked a bit embarrassed before replying that he had lost to our boy. Hearing that, the headmaster remarked that it seemed our protagonist hadn't been slacking off at all. But suddenly, our main guy got serious and began apologizing for returning late. However, before our boy could say anything else, Ian stopped him, saying that when two swordsmen cross paths, it is only natural to converse with their swords. Our boy was incredibly surprised. He totally didn't see that coming. But Lulu was absolutely loving the situation. And so was the audience. I mean, think about it. Who wouldn't want to witness the continent's greatest swordsman in action with their own eyes? As the two stood facing each other, our boy told Ian that he wouldn't hold back and immediately took the initiative to attack. Of course, the old man casually blocked the strike with one hand behind his back. Our boy followed up with an upward slash aimed high, but that attack was blocked as well, and just like that, Ian shattered his defense as easily as flipping a hand. Being a good mentor, Ian started criticizing our boy's skills. Then he decided to give a hands-on demonstration. Using the exact same move the boy had just shown, Ian charged straight at our main guy, forcing him into a defensive posture. Ian quickly realized our boy was trying to copy Brat's skills earlier, and he actually praised him for executing it quite well. However, the flow of his moves was still very disjointed and fragmented. Just as our boy managed to block the attack, the headmaster suddenly launched a sneak attack from the flank. And once again, Ian pointed out another flaw. Our boy's transition from offense to defense was way too slow. Then this 95-year-old man ruthlessly punched our boy in the gut. Even though he looked ancient, don't forget he was the most overpowered grandpa in this series, so that punch hurt like hell. Boy instantly dropped to his knees. It had been a long time since he took such an agonizing blow. The headmaster shifted into lecture mode, telling our boy that in an actual battle, there was no such thing as now I attack, now I defend. Everything must merge into one fluid motion. But our boy was incredibly stubborn. He forced himself up and charged straight at Ian, unleashing the sky sword technique toward him. Up in the stands, Lance was having a literal existential crisis watching this scene. He couldn't believe what he was seeing, wondering if he was dreaming. But Ian wasn't impressed in the slightest. To him, the move our boy just pulled off could at best be considered passable. Then he suddenly launched a blindingly fast strike, so powerful that it blasted our boy backward. And to rub salt in the wound, the old man stated that his attack just now was too weak, even if it was slightly better than his previous attempts. So our boy stood there gasping for air, completely exhausted. As the headmaster mentioned that there was still one more thing Aaron hadn't shown him yet. And just like that, our boy got into his stance once again. He closed his eyes, held his sword in front of him, and began to center his mind. The audience was completely baffled at this point because both of them were just standing still with their eyes closed, not moving an inch. But Lance already knew what was coming. Our boy was about to unleash the vertical slash he performed during the final evaluation. A moment later, our boy opened his eyes and unleashed the vertical slash, but unlike last time where it was a spectacular sight, this time people could only feel the swirling gusts of wind. Meanwhile, Ian, who had been standing perfectly still to gather his energy, suddenly realized what had just happened. He quickly coated his sword in sword aura to deflect our protagonist's attack, and oh boy, the sheer destruction was insane. Nearly half the arena was wiped out. As the dust settled, everyone in the crowd went wild because the old man had just used sword aura, something only a handful of people in the world could achieve. He then gave our boy his signature sly smile, saying he actually never intended to use his sword aura, and praised the protagonist for finding his own sword. Our protagonist nodded, but you could see in his eyes that something was bothering him, and Ian noticed it immediately. So he turned to the crowd and declared that was enough for today. Ian told our boy that he was sure they had a lot to discuss, and now that they had finished conversing with their swords, it was time for an actual conversation with words. The scene shifted to Ian's office a little while later. And oh my god, Lulu was acting adorably again. The cat just sat on Ian's desk, introduced herself, and told Ian she was our boy's second mentor. Ian was clearly quite surprised to see a talking cat, but asked if he needed to use honorifics with her. Lulu said there was no need as they were both teachers, so they could just be friendly with each other. Ian introduced the white-haired woman beside him as Kirill Finn, the Academy's head swordmaster. Now that introductions were out of the way, the old man was ready to hear what had happened. He told our boy to explain exactly what went down over the past 5 years and what was troubling him, so our protagonist recounted the entire story. Ian let out a long, heavy sigh before saying that he couldn't give him a real solution for the dream issue, and immediately told him to leave. But then he quickly clarified that he didn't mean to chase him away like last time. Our boy was always welcome to stay and train as long as he wanted. He added that if he couldn't suppress the old swordsman's will, he just needed to avoid the triggers, but then he asked if that was truly what he wanted to do. He told our boy that there were countless different paths a swordsman could take, and running from the old swordsman's will couldn't be the only option. Then, dropping a bit of philosophy, he told the protagonist that the world he knew right now was still very small. If he changed his environment, his perspective would change along with it, and once that happened, it might very well lead to a change in his mindset. Maybe, just maybe, our boy would find something to further strengthen his resolve, or perhaps he would choose an entirely different path with his sword. The possibilities were endless, but to truly see them, our protagonist had to set off and experience things. He needed to see the world for himself, search for his own answers, and learn more about the old swordsman haunting his dreams. After hearing all of that, our boy just sat in silence. The old man told him he knew this wasn't an easy decision and to take his time thinking it over, but our protagonist didn't hesitate for even a second, telling Ian that he would do it. The white-haired woman was shocked by how quickly he answered. Our old boy explained that he had always been running away from things, avoiding what scared him or what he didn't want to face, but not anymore. So the scene transitioned to Ian and Kirill casually chatting about our boy after he had left. Ian asked Kirill what she thought about our boy, and she replied that he was indeed remarkable, but she still couldn't call him a true swordsman. However, Ian seemed much more relaxed, telling her to give the kid some more time. The next day, our protagonist was about to leave the academy to start his new adventure when Lance stopped him. He told him about heading west, mentioning that the 5 Western kingdoms were packed with famous swordsmanship academies and arenas. Oh, and Judith had probably headed in that direction too. As they said their goodbyes, Lance sat there feeling a bit bummed about his loss to our protagonist. But before he could fall into a pit of self-pity, Krill walked up to him and told him to overcome his inferiority complex and grow up just like he always managed to do. So our boy and his mage cat master were heading toward the city with absolutely no plan or direction whatsoever, when suddenly, out of nowhere, an orc appeared, asking if they had any food. The orc also recognized our protagonist and told them he was the one whose fortune he had read 5 years ago. Our boy's brain finally caught up, and he remembered this orc who gave him the letter back then. They stopped at a diner, where the orc was utterly demolishing everything on the table. Lulu shot our boy a sideways glance, saying this orc looked mad sketchy, but our protagonist, being a pure-hearted main character, sensed that the orc wasn't actually dangerous. After all, the guy did return that important letter to him, so he couldn't be bad. Although the orc asking about his age back then was a bit weird, maybe this fortune teller knew something about his mysterious dream condition. After the orc inhaled his own body weight in food, Lulu walked up to him, still not trusting him one bit. So the orc simply pulled out a wooden ball and showed it to Lulu. And bro, Lulu's entire attitude changed into solid 0.5 seconds the moment the cat snatched that ball. The orc explained that it contained powder from a plant called Tio, which only grew in the northwest, and apparently cats absolutely loved it. Just like that, Lulu figured this orc might actually be pretty cool. The orc said he would pay our boy back for the meal, but his method of payment was a fortune-telling session. So he slipped into his fortune-teller mode and told our boy that there was a person tree where he lived. Our boy was like, oh no, there isn't. The orc immediately backpedaled, saying maybe he was too young to remember it, but our boy firmly maintained there was definitely no such tree. So the orc tried again, suggesting maybe it was planted recently while he was heading home, but our protagonist said he highly doubted. Lulu told our boy this orc was just a fake scammer, which was probably why he was dead broke and had to beg for food. The cat instantly insisted to our boy that this orc was 100% a fraud, a total con artist, and that was probably why he was miserably poor and begging for food. But right before they could completely brush him off, the orc took a deep breath and his entire aura shifted. His eyes turned ice cold as if staring straight into our boy's soul. He told him, the burden in your heart is growing heavier. Our boy froze up. The orc went on to explain that there was something as heavy as an iron stake lodged in his chest and someone had driven it in there. Both our protagonist and Lulu were absolutely stunned hearing this because how the hell did he know about that? The orc explained that he wasn't even using fortune-telling skills right now. He was using the abilities of a spirit summoner. He broke it down in detail. Life is composed of 5 types of energy: earth, metal, fire, wood, and water. He pulled out a small pouch of sand, poured it on the table, and said that was how he sensed the metal energy, messing up everything inside our boy. The iron stake was throwing all his energy out of balance, but he couldn't just yank it out. He needed to achieve harmony. Especially since one of our boy's energies was ridiculously overpowered compared to the rest, the orc said what he needed to do was borrow the power of an opposing energy to control it. While he was explaining, a block of alloy rose up from the sand. Then the orc snapped his fingers and that thing burst into fierce flames. He told our protagonist that he needed to harness his fire energy to control the metal. If he could suppress that metal energy, he could turn this whole burdensome situation into an incredible opportunity. Right now, our boy saw it as a curse, but with fire he could forge a legendary sword so incredible that everyone would covet it. After that, the orc crushed the burning alloy block between his palms and opened them, revealing a tiny little sword. Our boy was completely sold now and asked what he needed to do. The orc told him to make the fire in his heart burn even fiercer. Right now, there was only a small flame inside him, something that hadn't even existed when they first met years ago. The orc told him to keep moving forward, train hard, and eventually the fire would be strong enough to control that iron stake. Then it was time to say goodbye, but as our boy and Lulu were about to leave, the orc suddenly called out after them and asked if he could tag along with them. He mentioned that he had been wandering all over the continent for the past decade, so he could act as their guide as long as our boy paid him a little salary. And this totally wasn't about the money, by the way. It only took our boy about 2 seconds to make his decision. And he agreed right away, saying why not. The fortune teller instantly screamed with joy because he finally had a steady source of income. Both our protagonist and Lulu just stared at him in speechless silence. And the orc quickly tried to save face by saying it was rare to witness a promising young talent grow up, so it was totally worth it. Lulu, with her brutal honesty, told him he wouldn't get paid if his work sucked, so the orc immediately promised to do his best. Then Kuvera asked our boy if there was anywhere he wanted to go, and since he currently had absolutely no plan or direction, Kuvera suggested they head to Durenku, the hub of everything regarding dwarves, blacksmiths, and all the classic fantasy world tropes. Additionally, Kuvera mentioned that stopping by Durenku before heading to the 5 Western Kingdoms would be highly beneficial for him, specifically bringing up the blacksmiths there. Lulu told him that our protagonist didn't need a blacksmith since he already had a pretty solid sword. But Kuvera told them they weren't going there just to buy gear. Meeting those who were true masters at crafting metal and controlling flames would be an incredible learning experience for him. Witnessing melting metal being shaped and forged into a sword, observing that entire process up close could help him figure out how to control the fire energy within his heart. When the orc explained it like that, Lulu actually agreed. She mentioned that they also used the same visualization trick in magic training, and told Aaron that it would be way more effective if he had a clear image in his mind of what he wanted to happen. Once our boy memorized the sword forging process, Lulu suggested using it to train his mind, and since this wasn't his first time dealing with magic, it would be a piece of cake. Convinced, our boy decided to head for Durenku and Kuvera eagerly led them down a shortcut. Little did they know they were about to witness Kuvera's true power. It turned out this fortune-telling orc was an incredibly overpowered haggler. Our protagonist and Lulu could only stare with their jaws dropped in shock as they watched Kuvera go head-to-head with an innkeeper, threatening to throw a fit until the poor guy had no choice but to surrender. Once the innkeeper retreated inside, Kuvera casually told our boy to put his luggage in the room and tell him he knew a really good place to eat. At the restaurant, this guy even used psychological tricks to get the waiter to give them free beer. There was no denying it, Kuvera really had some skills. That night, while all three were lying in bed, Lulu asked Kuvera to tell a funny story. Anyway, back to the present, Kuvera asked our protagonist if he knew who the top 10 strongest people on the continent were. Aaron said the only ones he knew were the old man at Kronos and the head of the Linde family, while he was completely clueless about the rest. Hearing those names, the orc sighed in sheer exasperation and asked how he could know so little about the world, especially when he wanted to become a swordsman. So he began explaining that the continent's strongest warriors hailed from the 5 Western Kingdoms and the Holy Kingdom, a fact that had held true for generations, but there was one person who stood above them all. That was head swordmaster Ian of the Kronos Swordsmanship Academy. He was the top figure among these powerhouses. The list also included Captain Julius of the Holy Kingdom's White Knights, Captain Clark of the Red Knights, the heads of the 5 great swordsman families including Joshua Linde, and finally Karakum, the mighty orc warrior. That made the top 10 strongest swordsmen on the continent, but Kuvera also mentioned that Ignat deserved a spot on this list, bumping the total up to 11. Our boy was a bit surprised to hear Ignat's name mentioned, but before he could think on it any further, Lulu immediately asked Kuvera if he was going senile because he was still missing one person. Kuvera admitted there was actually one more person considered the strongest, but he wasn't too familiar due to that old man's meteoric rise. Even though most people picked the other guy as the strongest as swordsman, Kuvera had a different opinion. He thought that Count was the strongest, and get this, that man became a swordmaster at the age of 70. Can you imagine becoming an overpowered beast at 70? Our protagonist suddenly bolted upright in bed, and Lulu said that person must have been incredibly perseverant to achieve that. Kuvera continued, saying this old man had faced endless criticism and mockery for his foolishness. I mean, it's understandable what normal person tries to become a swordmaster at 70. But he remained determined to achieve his dream, and now at 90, he was hailed by some as the strongest swordsman on the continent. His story sounds like countless people, not just swordsmen. Hearing all this, our boy couldn't help but admire him, but then he added something interesting. He said this legendary swordmaster must have been impressive even at 50, back when he was still an ordinary swordsman being mocked everywhere. Our protagonist added that there were definitely many more people out there just like him, unacknowledged yet continuously moving forward. They hadn't bloomed yet, but one day they would surely shine. Kuvera smiled at his attitude and agreed that there were many people in this world whose time simply hadn't come yet. But deep down, he thought it was fascinating how his perspective wasn't just limited to the edge of his blade. He could view things from a much broader angle, which was truly exceptionally rare. Kuvera pointed out that they just needed to cross the Alded Mountains to reach Durenku, but they couldn't just stroll right through since bandits ran rampant in that area. Our boy looked surprised, but the orc reassured him that they just needed to join a merchant caravan, and since he had a warrior's card, there was nothing to worry about. True to his word, our protagonist just had to flash his warrior's card to easily get accepted into a merchant caravan. Kuvera also joined another caravan super smoothly because many people considered a fortune-telling orc a symbol of good luck. While Lulu was busy teasing Kuvera, they heard a little girl offering to repair shoes, armor, or whatever they needed in exchange for some pay. And oh my god, she looked so cute and cheerful, and just lacked she got the job. After collecting the gear, she turned toward their group and excitedly skipped over to them. The girl stopped right in front of them. She was absolutely thrilled to see a talking cat. And then she introduced herself as Anya. She told their group that she could fix shoes, armor, or whatever they wanted as long as they paid her. Our boy politely declined, and Anya happily skipped away. Right as she left, the master and disciple duo immediately sensed that she was actually a mage. The scene shifted to a bit later. The group had traveled deep into a forest. Noticing that Aaron was clearly worried about something, they asked if something was bothering him, so he immediately asked them, "Can I use my sword against humans?" Kuvera looked bewildered. So Aaron clarified that he had never killed anyone before, and today he felt the need might arise. He knew there would come a time when he had to do it, even if he didn't want to. But what if he hesitated when that moment came? Could he really still be fellow human? Bandits were still people after, so scaring them off and chasing them away was the right thing to do. But on the other hand, if he let them go, they might go on to harm others again. So could it really be said that he did the right thing by sparing their lives? But Kuvera just laughed and told our boy that he was overthinking something he didn't need to worry about right now. But our boy couldn't help but worry, especially after hearing this bandit gang was led by a terrifying guy named Kazur. Kuvera explained that Kazur wanted to keep the peace, and his gang had been here for 5 years. As long as you paid up, they would let you pass. The merchant caravans hired guards to scare off the bandits, not to fight them. So essentially, these bandits were more like businessmen, and the merchants didn't really see them as bad guys. The best way Kuvera could describe it was that it was like paying taxes in the city. But our boy asked Kuvera, didn't extorting money from merchants still make them bad guys? And why did the surrounding kingdoms put up with this? Surprisingly, the orc answered that the merchants had bribed the surrounding territories, and they had established an unspoken mutual understanding. All of this gave Lulu a headache, and our boy said this whole thing was pretty messed up, but Kuvera interrupted him and said, "Well, kid, that's just how the world works." Right as he finished speaking, the bandit gang showed up. So the merchants immediately pulled out a bag full of gold, saying they had their toll ready and didn't want any trouble. But nope, these bastards told them to leave all their belongings and scram before they massacred them all. Lulu immediately asked Kuvera, where the hell was that so-called unspoken mutual understanding? The merchants told the bandit leader that they would still pay the toll as usual, maybe even a little extra, so what more did he want? But the bandit raged and said he wouldn't repeat himself. From now on, they were doing things the old-fashioned way. Lulu smacked Kuvera on the head while the orc looked at Kazur in confusion, muttering that he had never been like this before. But our boy sensed something was off about this bandit. He took a step forward, prompting Lulu to ask what was wrong. Aaron told the cat that he could sense demonic energy radiating from the bandit. Lulu asked if he felt himself changing like what happened during the expedition. Our hero replied that this demonic energy was quite weak, which was why he could still maintain control over himself. Kuvera asked what they were talking about, and he explained that it involved the iron stake in his heart. His emotions would intensify, but the moment he sensed demonic energy, it made him lose control and get overwhelmed by rage. However, Kazur didn't seem to have turned into a demon yet, which confused our hero even more. Right then, the guy wolfing walked up to Kazur and told him not to cause unnecessary trouble. He unsheathed his sword, and for some reason, the merchant started whispering. It seemed this arrogant bastard had quite a reputation. He approached Kazur and warned that they would suffer losses if a fight broke out here, so the bandits had better let the caravan pass. Wolfing confidently unsheathed his sword, but Kazur only stared intently at the blade and exclaimed, "Oh, nice sword, hand it over." Although this arrogant bastard only heard the first half and was feeling proud, saying that these lowly bandits should know their place, so he didn't see the giant hammer hurtling straight toward his face. This bastard got smashed so hard he flew backward and instantly passed out the moment he crashed into a tree. The other merchants begged the remaining knights to do something, but the knights basically replied, "Are you crazy? Did you see Wolfing get absolutely deleted like that? There's no way we're fighting that monster." So now the merchants started panicking, saying they couldn't hand over their goods because their livelihoods depended on them. If they gave them up, they were as good as dead. Seeing them bickering, Kazur told them not to bother with it anymore because he had changed his mind. He was going to wipe them all out for pissing him off. And our boy immediately stepped up and started walking toward him, telling him to stop what he was doing because he clearly wasn't in his right mind. But Kazur asked him who the hell he was. Our boy introduced himself as Aaron Pereira, an official 27th term trainee of the Kronos Swordsmanship Academy. Hearing that, the merchants broke into an uproar. Wait, the Kronos Swordsmanship Academy? He said he's a 27th term trainee? Isn't that their golden generation? But this bastard didn't believe our boy and asked if he thought he was a fool, questioning what kind of trainee wouldn't even carry a sword before charging. Charging straight at our boy. But our boy was way too overpowered for this side character and decided to flex his badass aura, casually stopping his giant hammer with a single hand. The bandit leader was completely astounded. But our boy just looked him dead in the eye and asked where he got that necklace. simultaneously snatching the weapon right out of his hands like it was nothing. Then we got a flashback scene. When our boy first woke up, we saw Krill telling him that he was no longer weak, telling him to wipe that clueless look off his face. He thanked Sister for worrying about him. But being a tsundere, she immediately shot back, "Don't misunderstand, idiot. I'm not worried about you, I'm worried about others." According to the female mage, when you are strong, you have to show it on the outside. If you let others misjudge you based on your face, you'll end up having to teach them the same lesson over and over again. Back to the present, Kazor hadn't learned his lesson from last time and was charging straight at our boy. He casually drew his sword thinking he'd deal enough damage to scare him away. So he unleashed his signature vertical slash. Just a second later, Kazor was lying flat on the ground begging for his life. Our boy stepped closer and snatched the necklace from his neck. The moment he did, our hero could feel the demonic energy radiating from it. It wasn't overwhelmingly strong, but still intense enough for something that made Kazor act like that. Our hero asked Kazor where he got this thing. But nope, this bastard knew absolutely nothing. But the merchants didn't buy it for a second and wanted to rush in and beat him up. Our boy just said it's fine, I believe him. With that, the chapter about the Alded Mountains came to an end. The scene cut to a while later. The merchants were saying goodbye to our boy, thanking him for saving their lives and their goods, and offering to help if he ever needed anything. Right after they left, Lulu immediately jumped onto Kuvera's head and said they shouldn't have let those bandits off so easily, but our boy tried to explain that they weren't originally that kind of people, and besides he already took the necklace so there wouldn't be any more problems. Lulu wasn't convinced and said if they ever tried a stunt like that again, she would break their bones. Changing the subject, our boy said he needed to get back to his sword training because it had been a while, and Kuvera commented that he looked pretty strong earlier. Our hero replied that if he hadn't been strong enough to take down Kazur, a lot of people would have gotten hurt, so the stronger he became, the more options he'd have in situations like this. Then he asked Kuvera didn't he mention before that there were a lot of strong swordsmen in Durenku. Kuvera nodded, saying that once he got there, he'd be able to spar with plenty of swordsmen and even get a custom-made sword crafted by master blacksmiths. Hearing this, our boy smiled, saying he was really looking forward to it. Kuvera noticed the fire in his heart had just burned brighter. Right then, our boy pulled out the necklace and prepared to destroy it. Kuvera stopped him, saying he couldn't just go around destroying things like this. He pulled out his magic pouch and stored the necklace away while they were busy chatting. Anya walked up to them looking absolutely adorable, telling our boy that his sword was so cool and she wanted to trade her secret treasure for it. Anya said she wanted to give his sword to her captain as a gift. Aaron told her he didn't want to trade his sword, and besides it wouldn't be of any use to her since he was the only one who could wield it. Anya happily told him not to worry about that, and said she could use it too, which confused our boy even more. Seeing that our boy still wouldn't budge, she literally pulled out her so-called treasure out of thin air. It was a giant golden piggy bank, bigger than her own head. Both Lulu and Kuvera were impressed, especially the orc whose eyes lit up when he saw this thing, but our boy. He became wary because there was an intense amount of magical energy radiating from the object. Just as he was about to ask her what she used it for, Lulu chimed in and asked how she made it. Anya happily explained she could make it from the money she had saved over the past year. Then she offered to trade his sword for her golden piggy bank, but the answer was still no. Not willing to give up, she took out a pouch from her belongings and pulled out a gold coin and shoved it into the golden piggy. The moment she did, the piggy instantly inflated larger. Now both Lulu and Kuvera were genuinely leaning toward trading his sword for this golden piggy bank. Our boy told them to stop dreaming, then turned to Anya and said she couldn't have the sword, even when she adorably pouted her lips to try to convince him. That rejection didn't discourage her at all. She remained as cheerful as before, and right before leaving, she told our boy that she would try to make more money on the way to Durenku. Maybe next time he would change his mind. Late that night, as our boy was getting ready for bed, Kuvera called him over, inviting him to share a table with the orc. He told him to go ahead because he didn't drink. But Kuvera pointed to another man sitting at the table who seemed to have some incredibly fascinating information to share about Durenku. Curious about what the guy was saying, our boy sat down, and the moment he did, the man dropped a massive scoop. Durenku's greatest blacksmith, a dwarf named Vulcan, had come out of seclusion. The guy told our boy that the swords forged by Vulcan were so impressive that swordsmen all over the continent yearned to possess his work. One of the standout features of his creations was that he would engrave numbers on the swords he was satisfied with, and they were known as the numbered swords. And only a few people on the continent owned them because there were only two ways to get one. First is you're already a sword master, second is you're destined to become one. Our boy was incredibly amazed by this. But the man continued his story, saying that 10 years ago, 3 swordsmen managed to obtain numbered swords, and as time passed, all 3 of them quickly became swordmasters. And not only them, everyone else who owned a numbered sword eventually became swordmasters too. And here's the most important part: in 2 days, Durenku would host a tournament to decide who would be the owner of the 10th numbered sword. When the man said that, everyone went crazy and grew curious about the competition. Hearing all this, our boy thought to himself that this would be a good experience for him, regardless of whether it had anything to do with his sword. Realizing that there would probably be a lot of swordsmen participating, he decided he would compete as well. When Kuvera heard this, he said that participating in the tournament would be meaningless if our boy was also joining. Who could blame the guy though? I mean, we're talking about our boy here. With that said, our hero stood up and wished Kuvera and the others a good night. Kuvera asked him to stay a bit longer, saying he still had plenty of interesting stories left to share. Our boy just said he was tired and felt a bit pressured, so Kuvera let him go. After our boy left, Kuvera thought to himself that our boy was truly different from the rest. Usually swordsmen would jump at the chance to hear more stories, but our hero was completely uninterested in that. Sure, it could just be his personality, but our boy was definitely different from all the swordsmen Kuvera had met so far. It was as if he was the furthest from the typical swordsman archetype among the people he knew. Meanwhile, back in his room, our boy reflected on what had happened today, and how he almost lost control again after sensing the demonic energy. Fortunately, that demonic energy was only a small amount, so he was able to restrain himself. Thinking that things like this might happen again in the future, our boy decided to do some mental training exercises. As soon as he started, he visualized the image of a dark figure standing in front of a large metal block. Then the scene cut to the next day, and our group had arrived in Durango. Kuvera wasn't joking when he said there would be a lot of swordsmen, because the city was currently completely flooded with them. Kuvera looked at the crowd and said they must have come to the city after hearing the news about the tournament. While walking around, they saw Anya talking to some guy and asking him where the captain was. The other guy just laughed at her. The moment Lulu saw this guy, her tail suddenly stood straight up and said the man Anya was talking to was actually a master. Kuvera was extremely shocked. He thought to himself the man looked very strong, but a swordmaster. Was it possible a new swordmaster had been born on the continent without anyone knowing? But his train of thought was cut off when Anya and George approached them. Afraid that they might misunderstand him, he quickly explained that he meant no harm. Then George asked our boy if he could see his sword. He explained he was curious because Anya kept talking about it non-stop. Our boy agreed and drew his sword. While he was doing that, George stared intently at our boy. He had some weird abilities so he could see the old man that appeared in our boy's dream. Looking at the sword, George said he now understood why Anya coveted it so much. Anya looked at George happily, asking him if he now understood why she wanted to get it to offer to the captain. George told her that while he understood her intentions, she couldn't just go around robbing people of their belongings like that. With that said, they bid the group farewell and continued on their way. After they left, our boy said George looked really strong, and now he was even more curious about what kind of person their captain was. That person must be incredibly exceptional to have taken in these two as subordinates under their command. While they were busy discussing this mysterious captain, the crowd suddenly went wild because the twin swordsmen Charlotte and Victor had appeared. As usual, our boy had no idea, so he had to ask Kuvera if those two were famous. Kuvera nodded, saying they were very famous, and when combined they were extremely strong, capable of even fighting against a master. Seeing some pretty big names show up at the tournament, Kuvera told our hero that things wouldn't be as easy as he initially thought. But our boy was actually very excited to know George was also participating. He said this would be a great opportunity for him to learn, and explained he would use this chance as an experience to gain more knowledge. Kuvera paused for a moment and told our boy he shouldn't just spar with others for the sake of learning from them. He asked him if he thought that when Khan faced the old man, he only saw it as a learning experience. Of course not. He had made up his mind to defeat Ian, and that was why one day he was able to reach the same realm as Ian. Then Kuvera told our boy that if he wanted to become a swordsman, it was best he competed with the determination to win. So our boy just stood there, completely shell-shocked after hearing Kuvera impart his true life philosophy. It was like someone dropped something so profound on him that his brain had to freeze for a few seconds. Kuvera immediately thought, oh crap, did I speak too harshly to him? Then he started to backpedal by apologizing, but our hero just thanked him and said he finally realized what he was lacking. Back at the inn, our boy was sitting on his bed and meditating. Thinking about this concept of the desire to win, and this was when he faced reality, he admitted he actually never thought about it before. Even back at the Kron Swordsmanship Academy, he was only trying to mimic the old man's figure instead of genuinely wanting to beat others. Meanwhile, his friends Brat and Judith out there had that killer instinct, truly trying to crush their opponents. Then, he remembered the whole lecture on magic that the purest form of desire came from blending it with the will to fight, and everything instantly clicked. That was why Kuvera said those words. But then our boy wondered if he had ever felt that before he even wanted to surpass Ilya during the midterm evaluation. The next morning, Kuvera blamed himself, thinking he spoke too harshly and should have been more careful with our hero's feelings. But Lulu told him to calm down. And right then our boy stepped out. Lulu noticed something different, even though the cat couldn't exactly point out what it was. On the other hand, Kuvera could actually see the fire in our boy's heart burning fiercely right now, as if he just chugged 5 cans of energy drink. Everything was ready, so the three of them headed straight to the Durinkyu arena. At the arena, this place was basically like a Comic-Con for swordsmen. You could see twin sword Kushu walking around one-strike Randall, looking intimidating along with a bunch of other talents. They found seats and Kuvera started commentating, saying Charlotte and Victor might not necessarily win since there was so much competition. Then the massive dwarf Vulcan walked in along with his 2 fellow dwarves. Wasting no time, he introduced himself and explained the tournament rules. 2 people step into the ring and fight until there's a winner. The winner stays, the loser leaves. If the winner withdraws, 2 new fighters will step up. Pretty straightforward, except the crowd was confused about how they would decide the ultimate winner. But Vulcan told everyone that there is no ultimate champion. The whole point isn't to crown a winner, it's to find someone who will inspire him enough to forge the 10th numbering sword. The other 2 dwarves nodded in agreement. Exactly, that's the plan. The tournament began, and guess who stepped up first? Victor and Randall. The crowd went absolutely wild with excitement because these two were considered among the strongest. But Randall didn't come here to socialize. He straight up told Victor he despised fakes like him and could see through all the dark things he was hiding behind that smile. Yet Victor still appeared extremely relaxed and completely unbothered, even calling Randall his hot-headed junior. Meanwhile, Lulu watched this drama intently and asked what the grudge between them was. Kuvera explained that Victor and Charlotte were basically famous mercenaries. They wiped out demon nests, helped rural villagers for cheap, and saved merchants from monsters. However, fame always comes with trouble. The more famous you are, the more people want to take you down. That's why Randall had a grudge against them. Back in the ring, Randall asked Vulcan, "Can I kill my opponent?" Vulcan just said, "Sure thing, as long as your opponent agrees." And Victor said he didn't mind, as long as he overpowered Randall. Vulcan signaled the start, and the two of them instantly clashed swords. A deafening sound of metal clashing rang out. Something flew through the air and hit the ground. Randall's sword was shattered to pieces. Victor claimed victory. The blink of an eye, the crowd went wild with excitement. Meanwhile, up in the stands, our boy silently marveled at Victor's strength. At the same time, Anya and George were watching from afar. George praised Victor's strength, and when Anya asked how strong, he casually revealed that Victor was probably one of the top 200 swordsmen on the entire continent. But then George asks the important question, did Anya confirm it's those two? She replied, "That's right, Victor and Charlotte were the targets." The golden threads turned red, which clearly carried some significant meaning. George told her to leave a mark on them. But Anya's out here complaining about not wanting to waste 2 days' worth of whatever currencies they're using. She pulled out these golden piggy banks and smashed them. Golden light shot out and flew straight into Charlotte and Victor's foreheads, leaving golden symbols behind, and transmitted that light to Lulu. When the golden light hit Lulu, she let out a surprised yelp and told our boy to scratch her forehead. Our hero must have been extremely confused, while Kuvatra was thoroughly enjoying watching the matches. George stood there wondering why she marked the cat instead of the actual main character. As for Anya, she just shrugged, saying it didn't matter because they always traveled together anyway. George asked if she could only mark one person, and Anya explained that marking a magician was much harder. George was rendered speechless at this point, wondering how such a stubborn little brat could become such a powerful magician. Turns out Anya possessed magical piggy banks that could materialize any wish, as long as its value didn't exceed the savings inside. So, swordsman after swordsman lined up to challenge Victor, thinking they had a chance to win, but these poor guys either had their weapons shattered like cheap glass or were beaten to their knees. While Victor stood in the ring, making the fight look easier than a tutorial level. So far, this man had defeated 17 opponents with just a single strike. The audience had already concluded the outcome. They assumed Victor was definitely going to win, and everyone else should just pack their bags and go home. Since there was no one brave or stupid enough to step up anymore, Charlotte finally entered the ring. Victor looked at him and was like, "Finally a worthy opponent. Our battle will go down in history." Alright, he didn't say exactly that, but the vibe was totally there. Charlotte glanced at Vulcan to try to guess the dwarf's thoughts. But Vulcan just stood there with his arms crossed over his chest. And that was when our boy stood up. He had seen enough and was ready for a match right now. So our hero walks to the stage and the announcer is hyping up the new challenger. Victor assessed him and thought to himself, this kid looked pretty strong. Our boy approached Charlotte and offered to yield if Charlotte wanted to fight first, but Charlotte told him to go ahead, then immediately made a sarcastic remark because he forgot to bring his sword. "Hey, can we just drop this joke already? He literally gets teased about his sword in every scene," but Aaron calmly stated he always carried it with him. And Charlotte was just like, "All right, looks like you're hiding some trick up your sleeve here." Our boy stepped into the ring, thinking about how he finally understood what the desire to win felt like. And the moment he did, and looked at him as if he had just seen a ghost. Our hero recalled the time Ilya surpassed him during the midterm evaluation, and that memory rekindled the burning desire to win within him. Even Charlotte noticed the shift in our boy's expression. While Vulcan sprang up from his seat and the other two dwarves immediately followed him, our boy hyped himself up, ready to defeat Victor, when suddenly Vulcan rushed into the ring and intervened right as they were about to start clashing. Then he announced he had made his decision. The owner of the 10th numbered sword was none other than our boy. Charlotte was the first to react like, "Hold up, what?" While the crowd completely lost their minds, everyone screamed protesting this injustice and claiming the tournament was rigged. They thought this whole thing was an elaborate scam. But Vulcan grabs his megaphone and tells everyone to shut up, reminding them that the competition was never about finding the strongest fighter. It was about finding someone who'd inspire him. The other two dwarves also spoke up to back him, saying they would normally choose someone else to avoid duplicate choices, but this time they couldn't pass up on our boy. With that said, Vulcan shooed everyone away and told our boy to follow him. Victor just glared daggers at the dwarf's back, probably visualizing revenge scenarios in his head. But you know what? Victor and Charlotte were actually very good sports. They congratulated our boy, and Charlotte said he knew he was someone special from the very beginning. Meanwhile, Randall was sitting in the stands, his looking like he was plotting a murder. And we cut to some time later and our boy is being to show off his swordsmanship skills, swinging left and right. Great. Once Vulcan was satisfied, he told our hero to put the sword down so the other two dwarves could inspect it. And these dwarves were absolutely mind-blown. One asked what metal was used to make it so sturdy. The other kept hammering away at it but didn't even leave a scratch, making him wonder why the sword had scratches in the first place. Indeed, our boy had been through so many life and death battles with this thing, while the dwarves worked. The trio just stood there awkwardly. Kuvera told our boy he had never heard of this method before. Our boy was equally surprised. Turns out he not only needed to show his swordsmanship but also had to show the blacksmiths his fighting spirit. But this was when our boy's insecurity kicked in. He asked Kuvera if the dwarves only chose him because they sensed the old man's energy and not his own. Kuvera reassured him that while it was a possibility, our boy was doing great on his own and would eventually overcome all of that. Even so, our hero still felt a bit discouraged. That was when Kuvera decided they couldn't just leave things like this. The orc looked at our boy's sad face and stepped forward. This absolute legend strode toward Vulcan while Lulu was screaming, demanding she got a sword too. Vulcan was not pleased with Kuvera's audacity at all. The dwarf couldn't believe this orc was asking him to just hand the sword over to our boy for free. But that wasn't all. Kuvera even had two additional conditions. First, he wanted Vulcan to provide a sword for Lulu and custom-made equipment for our boy. Second, they needed to be allowed to observe the entire forging process. Vulcan flipped out, asking why he should agree to this nonsense, but Kuvera was an excellent negotiator. He bluntly called out that Vulcan was actually using our boy to sharpen his rusting forging skills. The dwarf was utterly shocked, and before he could defend himself, Kuvera added that even Pablo and Dyson had been practicing for a while now. These three dwarves had been wandering everywhere looking for inspiration, and they hit the jackpot with our boy. They didn't want to miss this chance, so they were milking him like a fuel source for inspiration. Vulcan was flustered by this accusation and questioned Kuvera's qualifications to make such claims. Kuvera immediately declared that he was one of the greatest guides in this land. And just like that, our boy got some new gear that was way lighter than his old set, and Lulu finally got her own sword along with a set of armor. As the boy's spirits were lifted, Kuvera sat there grinning smugly for squeezing out extra benefits from this deal. Honestly, I need Kuvera to negotiate all my contracts from now on. That night, the dwarves worked crafting the sword for our boy. Dyson kept hammering away at the glowing red blade, shaping it with precision. After he finished hammering, he immediately tossed it into the furnace to reheat it. The flames roared stronger. Our boy watched the entire process intently. Then, our hero did what he did best, turning everything into a training opportunity. He created a mental image of himself standing in front of a block of metal with a wooden hammer. He told himself that now wasn't the time to use the hammer yet. Instead, he needed to ignite the fire in his heart to heat up the metal block first. After that, we skipped to a month later. The group was walking around, and as they walked, Kuvera asked how the training was going. And our hero was like, yeah, things are getting better. Then immediately changed the subject, saying the town was so empty now. This place used to be packed. Kuvera was like, hey buddy, they only came here for the numbered sword. Now that you have it, they left. Our boy was actually a bit disappointed by this because he wanted to spar with more people for practice. So Lulu tried to cheer him up, and then they went together to check if Vulcan had finished forging the sword. And this dwarf bastard shows up with the most sheepish grin ever, apologizing because it's going to take way longer than expected. Kuvera immediately asked, hey man, how long? Vulcan promised he would finish it within a year, swearing on his beard or whatever, and it would be his greatest masterpiece, even better than the sword our boy was currently using. Kuvera almost lost his mind, but our boy didn't really mind this time and casually accepted it. Kuvera pulled him aside and started whispering as if they were in a spy movie, suggesting they make a contract so the dwarf couldn't back out, but our boy brushed it off like, Lon, come on, we didn't come here for the sword in the first place. Plus, we already got the premium gear. Kuvera could only sigh in defeat because he really had no idea what to do with a guy like him. So the trio hit the road again and discussed their next destination together. Kuvera mentioned Laffin, a city that was apparently swarming with swordsmen. He was about to tell our boy how perfect this place was for his sparring addiction, when suddenly Lulu told everyone to stop, saying she smelled blood up ahead, and right then, a strong gust of wind blew past. And two hooded figures stepped out from the bushes. It was Charlotte and Victor, and these two were completely drenched in blood. Kuvera, quite spooked, asked them what the hell had happened. They nonchalantly said they had been waiting for the group. Waiting for them, and then Kuvera noticed one of them was holding something. Before he could even ask, Charlotte threw this thing right at them, and it was Randall's head. Kuvera screamed, asking how they could kill a person. And these psychopaths just laughed and said they just eliminated a thief. No big deal, right? They explained that our boy was the thief's target, so they had worked overtime to take care of all of them. And now they wanted payment for their services, the numbered sword. Our boy's face turned pale as the two brothers flashed sinister, wicked smiles. Lulu immediately jumped in, telling them they didn't even have the sword because it wasn't finished yet. But Victor just told the cat to shut up, convinced that our boy was hiding it with magic. Lulu kept insisting they didn't have it. And Kuvera also spoke up in support, warning the two brothers that they were about to become wanted criminals across the entire continent for this. But Charlotte merely thanked the orc for his concern, then said they had it all figured out. No one would suspect them thanks to their stellar reputation. They even prepared a fake story. A gang of thieves attacked our boys' group, stealing the sword, and the heroic brothers Victor and Charlotte arrived one step too late to save them. Our boy asked him why they were doing all of this. He told them he had heard all the stories about them, about how they earned respect from other swordsmen, all their glorious achievements. So why would they do this? He even said if they didn't give him a satisfactory answer, they would never get that sword, even if it cost him his life. Victor just replied, "What are you talking about, kid? The numbered sword is more important than everything else." Our boy saw school asking them how they could kill people just for a sword. At this point, the psychopath yelled at our boy saying the numbered sword wasn't an ordinary sword, and then started recounting their tragic backstory about how they had been swordsmen for the past 30 years and hit their limit 20 years ago. And for the past 20 years, they did everything necessary to improve, but nothing worked. Year after year passed by, without a single bit of progress. They thought they were trapped in hell. He said our boy knew nothing, saying they weren't the only ones facing this. There were thousands of people just like them, but no, our boy wasn't interested in their story. All he was thinking about was how such a powerful demonic energy could emit from a human, so now he drew his sword. Because these two no longer looked human, sensing the demonic energy. The old man from his dream appeared. Then the scene shifted to Anya and George. Anya was casting her spells. She had used her 2 gold coins and P-banks to open a portal. From the portal, someone stepped onto the battlefield. These two bastards looked at the portal and they were absolutely terrified. Because from the portal, the captain of the Black Knights, Ignat Crescencia, stepped in. "We're supposed to hate her for beating up Ilya's brother, but I'm changing my mind. Ignat looks like a total badass beauty. It's highly likely Ilya's brother wanted her to step on him and deliberately threw that match. He might even be into that. I'm starting to think Ilya's brother might be the smartest guy in this whole story." The man saw his opportunity and took it. So our boy stood there completely stunned because the person Ilya mentioned just showed up and it was Ignat. But she didn't even spare him a glance right now. She was hyper-focused on the two brothers, calling them out by name. She told them straight to their faces that they had gone too far this time, and these two bastards just glared at her and asked what the hell she was doing in a place like this. But instead of answering, she just took off her cloak and reached for her sword. She told them she was being generous, giving them one chance to explain themselves before things got ugly, saying it was the last favor she would grant them. But instead of answering, these two bastards drew their swords and pointed them at her. So in response, she unleashed her aura, and wow, it hits totally different. Even our boy was shocked. Instead of running away, these two bastards released their demonic energy to counter her aura. Ignat let her sword drop down, and in the blink of an eye, she launched herself off the cliff and appeared right in front of Victor. Everyone was stunned by her speed. Victor tried to swing his sword to slash her, but she just used her bare hand to parry his attack, and then Ignat delivered a brutal kick to him, sending him flying like a rag doll in the opposite direction. Charlotte vaguely saw what happened next, and by the time he realized it, Ignat had caught up to his airborne brother and delivered another blow, slamming Victor hard into the stone wall. Charlotte ran over as fast as he could. But by the time he got there, all he heard was the smooth sound of crushed rocks and snapping bones. He was completely speechless because Ignat was just standing there next to the limp body of Victor, whose head she had just smashed right into the stone wall. Ignat looked at Charlotte and told him to take a good look at the most pathetic death of a sword master, but instead of using his brain, this bastard charged straight at her. Ignat casually sliced off his arm. And while this bastard was standing there processing the fact that his hand was no longer attached to his body, Ignat was already right behind him. When Charlotte turned around to look at her, Ignat asked what was wrong with him and how a human could turn into something like this. Then she told Charlotte it was time for him to go and used her foot to crush his head. I mean, she stepped on him, but not in a fun way. Meanwhile, our boy just looked at her in amazement, wondering how even as a sword master she could kill two people so ruthlessly. The scene cut back to Ignat and Anya skipping happily toward her, joyfully hugging Ignat's sword, asking if she could wipe Ignat's hands and boots. Ignat looked at her bloodstained clothes and nodded. She told Anya she would reward her for being a good maid. When they got back, Anya moved at lightning speed, wiping Ignat's boots until they sparkled, while Anya was busy with her task. George walked over to Ignat and greeted her formally. Ignat instantly switched into a playful mode, asking what he thought of her formal and old-fashioned way of speaking, and if he thought she could pass as one of those snobby nobles from the Holy Kingdom. George chuckled lightly, saying she had indeed improved a lot. But their short conversation was interrupted when our boy angrily walked up to her, asking her, "How could you do that?" Ignat turned around and our boy continued asking how she could have such unshakable conviction when killing someone. He said he wasn't being sarcastic. He was just curious because killing another human is something people naturally hesitate to do. So how could she do it without a hint of hesitation? Meanwhile, George just stood there with a smile on his face, probably very amused by this whole situation. Ignat then looked straight at our boy, called him by his full name, and stepped closer to him. Our boy asked in confusion how she knew him, but nope, she didn't care. She stopped right in front of him and announced that she was appointing him as a member of the Black Knights by order of the Holy Kingdom of Arvalis. Well, that's hilarious. He wanted answers, but instead got drafted into the military. Meanwhile, Kuvera stood there wondering how the hell Ignat knew our boy's name, and more importantly, why she wanted to recruit him. Ignat stared intently at our boy, waiting for an answer, but before she could even blink, our boy rejected her flat out. Lulu and Kuvera both whipped their heads around in shock. But Ignat, she just smiled, commenting on that swift rejection. She asked him which part of her offer he didn't like, but before our hero could explain, Ignat tried to sell him on the Holy Kingdom, saying it was actually a pretty great place. She tried to list a few perks, but, well, she couldn't come up with a single one. She asked him to give her a moment because she wasn't good with words. Our boy flatly rejected her again, telling her she could pluck the moon out of the sky for him, but he wouldn't join the Night Order. Ignat glared at him and our boy. felt this peculiar power radiating from her. Lulu quickly pointed out that Ignat was doing the exact same thing George did. She was looking inside our hero. It ended in a flash, and Ignat just let out a heavy sigh and said, "Turns out the rumors were true about the young boy with a block of iron in his heart. And this wasn't just any ordinary scrap iron, but the kind of refined iron that even volcanists would covet." Ignat admitted she wanted to leave right now after getting a close look at our boy. It seemed he still couldn't become its master. Our boy knew what she said was true, and he felt insulted by it, but what could he do? Before he could reply, Ignat appointed him as a knight of the Black Knight's Order once again, except this time it was mandatory. Our boy felt even more forced but still refused. Ignat told him he had no other choice but to join unless he accepted the risk of being swept away by this power, which would cause chaos across the continent. That was when our mascot magician leaped to his rescue. Lulu was now fully in her cat form, protecting our boy, telling Ignat to back the hell off and telling her our boy was getting stronger and wouldn't be swept away by such power. Ignat's mood suddenly changed and she told Lulu she liked him, which made Lulu immediately hide behind our boy's leg very fast. Seeing Ignat had no intention of backing down, he told her he's trying his best and said he could prove it to her. Ignat smiled and asked how he planned to prove it. So our boy brought up what happened with Vice Captain Hilburnett at the Hale Kingdom. Our boy told her everything that happened back then, saying that even though he wasn't conscious of it at the time, the iron in his heart began to manifest when Hilburnett unleashed a fierce fighting spirit identical to a demon's. So our hero told Ignat that if she could unleash a similar fighting spirit, he would prove to her that he wouldn't be easily swept away by the power within him. Then he casually skipped his entire introduction and challenged Ignat to a duel. When he did, Kuvera started thinking to himself about how Ignat had killed so many demons, so surely she would have a fighting spirit on par with a demon. So he was very worried about how our boy would hold up against her. He wondered if our hero had any hidden tricks up his sleeve. Meanwhile, Erin was standing on guard, feeling anxious and thinking he had been feeling weird for a long time now. He couldn't explain why he was so angry. Maybe because he knew Ignat's past with Ilya, but that wasn't quite it either. It made him even more frustrated because he couldn't understand his own feelings and could only grip his sword tighter. And Ignat's chilling vibe remained unchanged. Then she told our boy that once she unleashed her fighting spirit, that would be the signal for the battle to begin. Our boy nodded. And the moment he nodded, Ignat unleashed this massive aura and drew her sword. Her aura was even stronger than before and very similar to how she thought that the old man had taken control over our boy. Now Auntie Ignat thought that ordinary kid could control that power. But suddenly our boy remembered he was the main character, so he could easily handle this. He calmed himself down, thinking he should channel this emotion into something else. In his mind, he was busy holding on to the block of iron in his heart while manipulating the fire inside him. He realized that the angrier he got, the stronger the fire burned, and as he continued to forge the iron, the fire flared up incredibly. The same fire now enveloped our boy's entire body, but he was too busy looking at the object right in front of him. There were drastic changes in the iron block, so our hero thought this time he could change it. He gripped the hilt and felt a surge of power throughout his whole body. In the real world, our hero was glowing radiantly with power. He gripped his sword tightly, ready to execute a vertical slash, but then he charged straight at Ignat. This kid swung his sword as if his life depended on it, slashing left and right, and Ignat dodged everything effortlessly. Our boy even admitted she was very fast. She stood there completely unfazed. Then things got serious. Our hero jumped around, unleashing slash after slash, and Ignat merely stepped back without breaking a sweat. George was watching with this slight smile because it seemed the captain was starting to fight back. Meanwhile, Kuvera and Lulu stood there in awe because Ignat literally blew our boy's sword away with just one hand. But wait, it got worse. Ignat swung her sword again, and the impact was so intense that the ground literally started caving in. Our boy managed to block it, but there was too much power behind it, sending him flying across the battlefield after that strike. So now Erin was struggling to find his footing when he heard a voice behind him. And of course it was Ignat. She asked him if he had the free time to look away during a duel, then proceeded to disarm him with just one slash. Our boy desperately gripped the hilt at the last second, swung his sword to slash her with one hand. But Ignat simply raised her sword to block it, telling him not to get too cocky, and punched him in the stomach. Our boy literally flew straight in the opposite directions. Now that the duel was over, Lulu and Kuvera ran toward our boy. While George asked Ignat if she was taking our boy with them, Ignat smiled, asking George if he wanted her to become a promise breaker. Erin had proven himself and even impressed her, because during the duel, he truly gave it his all. He fought to defeat her, which earned him brownie points in Auntie Ignat's eyes. The scene cut to some time later. Erin woke Lulu up and Kuvera immediately came over to ask a few questions. Our hero was about to reply when he suddenly realized something and gasped in shock. Why? Because Auntie Ignat was sitting right next to his bed. Seeing he was awake, Ignat said they should finish their conversation. She leaned closer, making our boy flinch away. He was probably traumatized as she did something that made everyone panic. She lifted his shirt up. Both the boy and Lulu panicked. Lulu even scolded Ignat, calling her a perverted witch. But Ignat just told the little one to watch her words while she inspected the large bruise on his stomach, the bruise that she herself had inflicted. Lulu watched with curious eyes as Ignat using healing magic to heal the injury, and the bruise started to fade away. Kuvera was amazed because that was divine magic. He was stunned because it was bizarre that a woman who specialized in punching people into orbit also possessed healing abilities. After finishing the treatment, she told him he wouldn't have any trouble moving, but he just there in silence, trying to process everything. Then suddenly our boy asked her what kind of sword she used. Ignat smiled as she remembered Aaron was a student at the Kronos Swordsmanship Academy. She laughed and said this was definitely something that old man would ask. This was also when the story got deeper. Ignat told him that what she was about to say might be too complicated for him, but the sword she used was the blade that would help her become a king. Kuvera immediately panicked, asking if she was plotting treason, but Ignat told him not to jump the gun. However, first she needed Kuvera to take out the pendant from his pocket so she could purify it. While purifying the pendant, Ignat explained that they were currently in a time of peace, thanks to the Holy Kingdom ensuring war didn't break out. But centuries ago, or even long before that, wars happened simply because a great demon went on a rampage. She admitted this world actually wasn't as peaceful as it seemed. She didn't know how to save everyone from suffering, nor did she know how to control the evil artifacts creeping into their world. She handed the pendant back to Kuvera after purifying it, then continued speaking, saying she still remembered the first time she thought about how wonderful it would be to build a free country with her own hands. Before anyone could react, she firmly stated she had no intention of inciting rebellion and would achieve her goal peacefully. As she walked past Lulu, she told the little one that she needed to try harder to maintain the relationship she currently had, enjoying the happy times while they last is good, but never get complacent. Then she threw the window wide open. She asked our boy what he believed in, but before he could give a complete answer, she said she believed in herself and her conviction was unwavering, which was why she could walk her own path without any hesitation. The boy could only stare at her in awe. She hopped onto the windowsill, promising to make the same offer when they met again someday. But next time the offer wouldn't be for the iron in his heart, but for himself. With that said, she jumped out the window in Parker style, making Kuvera and Lulu panic and rush over to look down. Now that she was gone, our boy thought to himself, when Ignat eliminated Charlotte and Victor, he felt what she did was right. It seemed like the right thing to do, especially when he felt the ironclad conviction in her every action. Meanwhile, his own hesitation was what made him angry. Ignat acted decisively when needed, while he couldn't do the same. And it took a moment for our hero to realize he wasn't angry. He was envious of her conviction, certainty, and ability to act without a second thought. The scene shifted to the next day. The group had hit the road. This time they had their own carriage driven by Kuvera. Our boy continued his mental training under Lulu's observation. The cat stared at him so intently it made our boy sweat bullets even though he was sitting perfectly still. In his mind, he was still trying to forge that block of iron, in his heart to his will, but so far the iron block hadn't changed much. Even when he used fire to heat it, the iron block barely budged. Moreover, the flame wasn't as intense as before. But our hero refused to give up, still putting his all into forging the iron. And just like that, he spent the entire day doing mental training. The sun had set and Kuvera had finished preparing dinner. When the orc opened the carriage door, our boy greeted him without even realizing it was already dinner time. Kuvera asked him how his mental training progress was going. Aaron told him he still hadn't made any significant progress, but he believed his efforts would eventually pay off. He then looked over at Lulu. Since the little girl was sleeping in a very bizarre posture, he asked Aaron what was wrong with her. He told Kuvera that Lulu was focusing her mind so she wouldn't wake up anytime soon. Kuvera asked him if this was something every sorcerer did. Aaron replied that each sorcerer had their own method, and Lulu just happened to do it this way. Since Lulu couldn't wake up right away, the two men decided to enjoy a hearty meal together. Late that night, our hero picked up his sword again to practice his swordsmanship. Kuvera was incredibly impressed as he watched him. The young boy spent most of his time practicing without wasting a single second. As Kuvera watched him, he thought to himself that the boy was truly a righteous person. Seeing him working hard day and night made Kuvera feel incredibly lazy standing next to him. After many long days of traveling, the trio finally arrived at a new town. Kuvera explained that tomorrow they would reach Laffen. They checked into a nearby inn. Lulu and Kuvera raced against each other to see who could get to the bathroom first. Meanwhile, the young boy sat down at an empty table to relax. Just then, he heard a voice ordering a bottle of whiskey while another voice was nagging continuously, asking what was so good about that drink anyway. Hearing that, our young boy was absolutely astonished because he knew these voices all too well, so without wasting a single second, he turned his head and yes, it was them, his iconic duo of Sonic and Knuckles. These two were busy arguing and throwing shade at each other. Right at that moment, Judith sensed some idiot staring at her. She looked up and was completely stunned, so surprised that she immediately grabbed Brat's shoulder. Then she began to question herself, wondering if she was dreaming or not. Seeing her acting weirdly, Brat also turned around and was incredibly surprised mixed with joy when he saw the young boy. Good heavens, the friend group was finally reunited. Brat was just about to ask what he was doing here when Kuvera and Lulu appeared out of nowhere. They immediately took a defensive stance and asked who these people were and what they were planning to do with the boy. Judith didn't show any fear. She was just amazed to see that Lulu was a talking cat. Kuvera remained on high alert as he looked at Brat and Judith cautiously, secretly assessing that they were very strong, phenomenally strong even. But before things could get any worse, Aaron told them to calm down and then introduced Lulu and Kuvera to his friends, introducing Kuvera's master, an orc fortune teller, and Lulu as his magic master. Knowing they were his friends, Kuvera's attitude changed rapidly. He apologized for jumping to conclusions. Now it was their turn to introduce themselves. While Brat was making friends with Kuvera, Judith approached our young boy, remarking that he had grown stronger than before and then put him in a headlock. She asked where he had been and why he hadn't contacted them all this time, saying they thought he was dead. Seeing this violent display of affection, Lulu asked Aaron if he was sure they were friends, but he was busy explaining the current messy situation, saying it was a long story. Judith released the young boy from her grip and said they could talk later. But first they had to have a sparring match. The whole group went outside and picked an old abandoned training ground. The first match was Judith and the young boy. They stepped into the ring. Judith looked over and noticed he didn't have his sword on his back. She thought maybe after all these years he had changed his primary weapon. He told her that wasn't the case and casually pulled a sword out of thin air, but that still wasn't enough to impress Judith. After giving a slight nod of approval, she charged straight at him with her signature, fierce and aggressive swordsmanship style. But the young boy blocked it using her own technique. Yet before she could even be surprised, he took a step back, spun around, and launched one of Brat's attacks to push her back, and immediately followed up with one of her own moves. Witnessing that display, Brat was absolutely certain the boy was using their martial arts, but the big question was how that was possible. Judith couldn't hide her curiosity and asked what he had been doing these past few years. The young boy smiled in response, asking wasn't she the one who said they would talk later. Meanwhile, Brat ran over saying that after seeing this he couldn't wait another second, so now they were going to have a three-way sparring match. Just look at the smile on our young boy's face. Then all three of them rushed into combat as if this was the best day of their lives. After exchanging blows for a while, Brat started asking us how he managed to copy everything after seeing it just once. But our hero merely replied they would talk later. Before Brat could press further, Judith dashed in asking how these two idiots dared to gossip right in the middle of a fight. The young boy jumped back to dodge the attack and immediately brought down a vertical slash as he landed, but even while off balance, Judith still managed to counterattack blow after blow. Brat tried to join the fray once more, but had to dodge a tremendously powerful slash from our hero. And as he regained his footing, he realized the boy had spun around and unleashed another slash towards him. Brat dodged that strike, but the ground didn't. A loud crack echoed as the arena began to split open under the sheer power of the boy's attack. Brat couldn't help but exclaim that the kid had gotten insanely strong. While Kuvera stood by watching the three battle maniacs fight continuously without anyone seemingly knowing when to quit. What surprised him even more was how much they were all enjoying this match. They kept fighting for a long time until Judith said he was much stronger than she expected. He said the same thing to them, remarking that the two of them had grown far beyond his imagination. Brat finally suggested stopping the match for today before these two lunatics kept going. Judith was about to protest, but Brat pointed at the sky showing the sun had completely set. Only then did she realize they had been fighting for quite a while, but before heading back, she asked the young boy to demonstrate the vertical slash he used back during their final evaluation again. With a gentle smile, the young boy began to prepare himself, entering a state of absolute stillness, and in just a single second left them both in awe, as he unleashed that iconic slash and almost split the arena in half. The two of them stood dumbfounded at the immense power of the slash that looked vastly superior to the past. On their way back to the inn, Brat started telling him about everything he had missed, saying he had returned to the academy, but the boy said he already knew because Lance and the old man Ian had told him. Hearing that, Brat asked if he had gone back there himself. Meanwhile, Lulu walked right beside Judith, complimenting her on being very strong, and then took out some sparkling red gems that perfectly matched Judith's hair to give to her. But Judith refused, saying she didn't need them. Brat asked if she had a problem since she never turned down things like this. Judith then whispered that black cats were bad luck and she didn't want to be cursed. Unfortunately, Lulu heard everything. Her eyes started welling up with tears, and she ran straight into the young boy's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. The scene changed and they had arrived back at the inn. Judith and Brat asked the young boy if Kuvera and Lulu were joining them. Aaron told them both of them wanted to give them some private space to catch up. Brat broke the ice by saying Kuvera and Lulu were good people. An orc and a cat. Judith immediately cut in, asking the young boy what happened after he returned from the academy. The young boy pondered for a moment and then started telling everything from the beginning, ever since the time he constantly dreamed about the old man even before joining the academy. It took a while, but he explained everything right up to the part where the old master told him to leave the academy and start his journey. Judith fell silent for a moment, and our boy was worried that his story sounded absolutely ridiculous. But Judith merely said that he must have had a really tough time. He was surprised, yet she continued, saying that honestly at first she was very angry hearing his story, because she always thought she was the strongest in the academy. Now looking back, it felt so foolish when someone like Aaron had always been right there. She admitted she felt it was unfair because he had a guide, someone to help him, but she also realized he had put in twice the effort just to overcome the man in his dreams. It was truly unexpected for Judith to have such great empathy. But she cheered him on and acknowledged his relentless efforts all this time. However, before the atmosphere got too emotional, Brat interrupted their conversation with a proud look on his face and remarked that he had finally become a decent person. The two of them started bickering again while our protagonist looked at them fondly, even realizing Brat looked more radiant than before. Speaking of Brat, he asked our protagonist if he wanted to travel together since he was on a training journey, and Judith agreed immediately. That suggestion caught him a bit off guard, but he didn't mind at all. Yet deep down, he was still secretly worried if these two would get along with Kuvera and Lulu. After a few drinks, Kuvera had now become best buddies with Brat since both were massive alcohol enthusiasts. Brat was extremely excited to finally have a drinking buddy because Judith had a terrible alcohol tolerance. She got annoyed and tried to pick a fight, but Brat just brushed her off. The scene shifted and we saw drunk Judith clinging onto Lulu, continuously apologizing for calling her bad luck. She babbled towards Lulu saying she was a lucky cat, while Lulu, not expecting to receive so much affection, could only look at our boy with hopeful eyes, begging him to pull her out of there. Aaron looked at this peaceful scene and thought to himself that his worries were completely unfounded. The next day passed and the group hit the road again without any specific plan on where to go. When Brat and Judith heard Aaron was planning to head to Luffen, they immediately told him to forget about it, because that place was awful, or at least that's how those two described it. He asked why they were overreacting, and Judith said it was because back then nobody wanted to spar with them at all. Even the swordsmanship academies didn't welcome them, while the famous swordsmen were too arrogant to even bat an eye. Kuvera asked if they really showed off their Chronos 27th batch certification tags. And Judith replied, of course they did. Well, that explained everything. Kuvera told them that everyone called their batch the Golden Batch, so anyone losing to them would have their pride shattered instantly. Judith looked frustrated, but Lulu hopped onto our boy's head and asked where they wanted to go next. Brat then suggested Partisan, a new city where swordsmen and all kinds of free spirits gathered, and the group agreed instantly. The group spent the next week traveling together and grew closer. Kuvera kept cooking for everyone, and Brat became a massive fan of his food. Judith remained her usual self, dragging our protagonist into training sessions after lunch. The more they fought, the more our boy got used to her moves, but she didn't mind at all. Instead, her sword suddenly emitted a brilliant red glow, leaving Kuvera completely astonished. He thought it was an aura blade. Brat quickly explained she was just emitting a bit of aura. It wasn't the same thing. As Judith and the boy sparred, Brat added that she was still practicing that ability, which was why it hadn't taken a definite shape yet, but there was no denying it added more pressure on anyone fighting her. As the two continued their match, Brat realized she had probably grasped the true nature of aura. Meanwhile, our boy had also mastered two applications of aura, which were materialization and concentration. That made Brat think our protagonist was the most likely among the three of them to become a sword master. Their fight ended with our boy admitting defeat. This made Judith extremely happy. The score was now 9-1, giving her a solid 90% win rate. While trying to catch his breath, our boy couldn't help but think he was the weakest of the three. He had anticipated it, but it still stung a bit. His thoughts were cut short when Brat abruptly suggested stopping the practical sparring and told him to duel with words instead. Our boy didn't understand what he meant. But Brat immediately started talking about his second sparring day with Judith, explaining how she always dodged to the side whenever he changed his attack first. A similar habit appeared whenever she got flustered. Judith admitted it and said she would pay more attention from now on. Meanwhile, Aaron listened in surprise as Brat turned to him and asked what he thought about analyzing their swordsmanship, but since it was his first time seeing these two dissect a match like this, our protagonist said he would just stand back and learn. Once again, our boy thought about how amazing his friends were and said he couldn't wait to get stronger so he could properly join the discussion next time. Later that night, Kuvera noticed our boy hadn't eaten dinner and asked what happened. He replied that he was going to train all night and would be back tomorrow morning. Hearing that, Judith instantly decided not to let him get ahead, so she went out to train as well. Seeing her leave, Brat followed after them, too, leaving Kuvera standing there dumbfounded, asking what was wrong with them. Brat explained that whenever our boy showed serious determination, his growth would be absolutely astounding, and Judith knew this, so she had to give it her all to not get left behind. Brat even asked Kuvera if this happened during their journey, and the orc smiled, replying that it was indeed true. Outside, our boy was practicing his vertical slash, recalling what Ian had told him that there was no use in just endlessly copying others. He continued swinging his sword, thinking about the two things that had molded him. The vertical slashes of the old master and the swordsmanship lessons he learned from the great sword at the academy. With those two as his foundation, combined with Brat and Judith's moves, he decided to forge his very own combat style. Then the scene shifted to the next morning and they resumed their sparring. But now Judith was genuinely struggling and frustrated by his rapid pace of improvement. Brat was also kneeling on the ground trying to catch his breath, but unlike Judith, he accepted it and said he felt the same way watching Ilya fight 5 years ago. Speaking of Ilya, hopefully we will see her again soon so the whole group can be fully reunited. Back to the present, Kuvera once again thought about how terrifying our boy was to close the gap so quickly. Then he noticed Judith flaring up in anger at our boy's rapid progress. Using his precognition, Kuvera saw an intense fiery energy surrounding Judith and figured her next task would probably be controlling that flow of aura. 2 days later, somehow Judith became even stronger and now she fought much more aggressively, to the point where our boy couldn't hold his ground against her. Judith was incredibly thrilled to defeat him. While Kuvera pointed out that she even managed to copy a move from our boy's style, what amazed the orc more was that Judith could only execute that move if she possessed natural talent and a stubbornness far exceeding others. These three were truly helping each other grow stronger. As Judith celebrated her victory, our boy sincerely complimented her, making her even happier, and then she said the group's next stop would be Partisan to spar with stronger swordsmen. Meanwhile, Lulu watched everything from a nearby tree and muttered softly that this trio had absolutely no idea just how strong they had become. When they arrived at Partisan, Judith was completely amazed to see so many swordsmen walking around. Kuvera remarked that this place felt like a mercenary town. The Orc and Lulu headed to the inn while the trio went straight to the Haram Swordsmanship Academy to look for worthy opponents. Right before knocking, Brat told them to hide their identities as Kronos trainees. The door opened and a young man stepped out. Brat told him they were here for a sparring match. He was about to ask which sect they were from. When someone inside called out asking what was going on, Kent quickly answered that guests had come asking for a spar. That voice told him to come in, and the trio entered Principal Haram's office. After the trio greeted him, he immediately realized they were no ordinary kids. He personally took over from Kent and gave them a tour, while confirming they came here to spar. When Brat asked who they would be fighting, the principal casually said he would personally entertain them. Kent was completely shocked, while Judith was insanely excited. In his office, the principal asked who wanted to go first. And to everyone's surprise, our boy stepped up. He even asked him for their permission first. Brat said it was quite unexpected coming from him, but they let him take the lead anyway. The principal suggested using wooden swords to prevent injuries, and our protagonist agreed. As the two faced each other, the principal gave the signal and charged straight at him. He was curious to see just how strong our boy was, and then instantly got smacked right in the head with just one clean swing of the sword. So Instructor Kent rushed over to help the principal, while our boy just stood there staring blankly like what the heck just happened. Judith panicked, screaming that he just killed the principal. Our protagonist was entirely freaked out, pleading, I didn't mean to, I swear, while Kent shook the old man's shoulders. Obviously nobody was murdered. So now all three of them were sitting in Principal Haram's office. Our boy apologized again, but Principal Haram, now wrapping a fresh bandage around his head, told him to take it easy. It was a fair fight, no hard feelings. With a smile, he asked if they were from the academy. The group fell silent for a moment. Before Brat said they were all from the Kronos Swordsmanship Academy, the principal's eyes lit up. Wait, you guys are from the 27th batch, the one everyone calls the Golden Batch, right? Suddenly, everything made sense to Principal Haram. He thought to himself, oh, so that's it. Kronos is the only place capable of producing monsters like these three. Then added he initially thought they came here to pick a fight with him. Our boy panicked immediately, explaining that wasn't their intention at all. But thankfully, the principal was a broad-minded person. He believed them when they said they were genuinely just looking for a proper spar. Now that the awkwardness was brushed aside, Principal Haram finally got straight to the main point. These three idiots had absolutely no idea how truly strong they were. To explain, he asked them what level most swords had been aimed for. A normal person would say swordmaster, but for true swordsmen, they would probably answer the expert level. Practically speaking, that was the highest tier someone with average talent, background, and effort could reach. But the expert level seemed to be too grand a title for some. In reality, all the top instructors at the academy were at the expert level. He told the trio that none of the instructors at the academy could match them. At best, only about 4 or 5 people in the entire academy could give them a good fight, and even then, our boy and his friends would eventually win. The principal told them they should be proud of this. But Judith felt the exact opposite. She just sighed, looking utterly disappointed. Seeing her reaction made the principal smile, and that was when he dropped the real scoop. There was someone in Partisan stronger than all three of them combined. Judith slammed her hands on his desk, nearly breaking it in half, while demanding to know how strong this person was and if they were a swordmaster. The principal actually stumbled back from her sheer intensity and replied, no, this person wasn't a swordmaster. However, he was even more famous than other swordmasters, and considering there were 100 publicly known swordmasters so far, this man was the strongest candidate to be the next one, truly a figure of massive caliber. And our favorite trio arrived at the perfect time because Jet Frost would be hosting sparring matches at his mansion in 2 days. Among the three, Judith was the most thrilled. She already wanted to challenge him immediately. 2 days later, the trio made their way to Jet Frost's manor, and they were completely blown away by the massive crowd waiting outside his gates. Our boy asked if there was any chance for them to join the training session today, while the principal, who clearly just popped up out of nowhere, sighed in disappointment. He explained that if Jet Frost just went out and fought everyone who challenged him, swordsmen wouldn't be swarming his house like this. Judith asked what he was doing here, and instead of giving a direct answer, the old man said Jet Frost was vastly superior to him in skill, and crossing swords with him would be incredibly beneficial. Brat asked if he knew Jet Frost personally. Haram told him Jet was an old friend of his, and Brat asked if he could put in a good word for them. Haram replied he already tried but got flat out rejected. Suddenly, an old butler with a kind-looking face named Glenn stepped out to greet the gathered swordsmen. Seeing the crowd, he announced that only those who passed the test would be allowed to spar with his master, then pointed to a magical scale, explaining that if they scored over 5,000 points, they would pass. Our boy was surprised to see that device again. The principal asked if he had tried it before, and our protagonist casually mentioned he once scored around 10,000 points. That was clearly an astronomically massive achievement, and obviously this idiot was completely clueless. Then one by one, the swordsmen began to test their strength. Some passed, others failed miserably. Next up was Principal Haram's turn. Glenn was delighted to see him, and the principal passed with ease, scoring 12,081 points. It seemed he had picked up a few skills after numerous attempts. Finally, it was our protagonist's turn. As he drew his sword, Glenn asked if it was a magic sword. Our boy explained it was just an extremely durable sword, nothing special at all. Glenn himself had no issue with it, but others might cause trouble, so he brought another sword for our boy to keep things fair. Well, that didn't change much because this monster still scored a whopping Inatuan's 817 points. Glenn couldn't believe his eyes, neither could Principal Haram. Our kid just casually doubled the score most experts achieved. Then Judith stepped up and scored 16,581 points. Brat followed with 16. Both of them obviously passed. Brat walked up to our boy and said even he wouldn't let the protagonist beat him in raw strength, but the boy just shrugged and said their scores weren't that far apart anyway. Meanwhile, Judith remained unusually quiet. Brat couldn't resist teasing her, saying she should have just let the redhead beat her. Clearly, Judith wanted to punch him but held back and made an excuse that her center was slightly off, which was why her score was a bit lower. Now that the test was over, it was time for action. Glenn announced that since too many swordsmen passed, they would conduct 3-on-1 matches. He asked everyone to form groups of 3. And since our trio was absurdly strong, they breezed through the other opponents like a walk in the park. Principal Haram also made it to the finals. Glenn told the principal that Jet would duel him 1-on-1. Haram was like, oh, so because we're friends, I get this special treatment now. This left our trio as the final challengers. But right before Haram walked in, Brat whispered something softly into his ear. The blue-haired noble told him not to worry, and the older man walked inside. Just exactly like his match with Aaron. His match with Jet ended swiftly. Haram looked at Jet and said he was absolutely no match for him. Jet essentially gave a matter-of-fact reply, but Haram still thanked him for teaching him so much. Jet mentioned he had been leading the match the whole time. Since they were friends, he basically went easy on his opponent. Now that it was done, Haram told his friend there was still one final team left to fight. Jet didn't really care, he just wanted to get it over with. Right then, Haram dropped the bombshell that the last group had proposed a bet. This immediately caught Jet's attention. Haram explained the trio was willing to do whatever Jet wanted for a whole month if he won even a single time. But if they won, he would have to train each of them personally for a month. Jet burst into laughter at the proposal and planned to make them clean his entire mansion. Meanwhile, Haram was secretly celebrating inside because his friend fell right into the trap. Then when Jet saw the 3 of them, he instantly realized something was off. These guys had clearly reached the expert level. He turned to Glenn and asked why that damn butler didn't inform him that the trio were experts. Glenn with a straight face said he did mention it, but Haram told him Jet was dead drunk, and looking at Haram's wide grin, it was spot on. This guy was definitely Jet's best friend, seeing how unbelievably happy he was after cornering his comrade. Jet had no time to argue because the 3 of them began introducing themselves and got into their fighting stances, while saying they were looking forward to his guidance. Hearing their introductions, Jet paused and thought, wait, did they just say they belonged to the 27th batch of the Chronos Swordsmanship Academy? The rumored Golden Batch. Before Jet Frost could even ponder if he made the right decision accepting this bet, all 3 of them launched their attack, and suddenly, Aaron was right in his face, ready to swing his sword. Jet only barely managed to raise his sword to block. Their blades clashed, and the immense impact left the old man astounded. How could this kid be this strong? Jet forcefully pushed him back, deflecting Aaron's attack and slashing back at him. But immediately after, another wave of attacks crashed in, forcing him to expose an opening. Brad unleashed a rapid slash, and Aaron had also managed to close in right behind his back. Just as Jet was about to counter, he sensed a figure right behind him. It was Judith slashing at him, nearly taking his life. The old man's reflexes instantly kicked in. He swiftly dashed away to create distance. He looked back and thought these 3 kids had insanely flawless coordination. He needed to turn this into one-on-one duels. But before he could finish his thought, someone's blade lunged straight for his face. He leaned backward just in time, or else he would have lost half his head. But as he was trying to regain his posture, Aaron was already preparing to bring down a heavy slash. Jet utilized his footwork to escape the attack zone just in time to avoid getting caught off balance by Brat. The old man spun around, dodging the noble's strike, thinking these brats weren't giving him a single second to breathe. Another deafening clash of blades rang out. Glenn watched in sheer disbelief as his master struggled. Haram was grinning from ear to ear, clearly enjoying the spectacle and saying this bet was absolutely worth it. Things were starting to get way too intense for what Jet signed up for. He gritted his teeth, thinking if this kept up, he really would have to teach these 3 kids. With that in mind, Jet found his second wind and unleashed a burst of power pressure that the trio instantly felt. The former Chronos Academy trainees froze as Jet continuously released even more power. He acknowledged their strength and decided to respond by fighting seriously. Just looking at his eyes told you things were about to get deadly serious. Brat was struggling against Jet's heavy aura. It made moving much more difficult, as if he was about to be cut down by the pressure itself. But Judith didn't let that stop her. She charged straight at him, but then Jet hurled his sword right at her. She blocked it, but that was merely a distraction. She was still looking at the old man's initial position, thinking he had mysteriously vanished, when suddenly, she realized at the very last second that Jet was right above her head, and that old geezer had another sword. Jet drew his second blade. Brat hesitated as he couldn't predict the old man's next move, a slash or a thrust. Brat thought he needed to block, but Jet took advantage of that hesitation to counter him and released a dark aura that paralyzed the noble with fear. Then Jet simply tapped the tip of his sword against Brat's chest. That was 1 down. As he raised his blade, Jet saw Aaron's reflection trying to sneak up behind him. The old man delivered a devastating kick to Aaron, sending him flying backward. Meanwhile, Judith rushed in to attack, but he was already 2 steps ahead. He leaped to dodge her strike and landed right behind her, holding his blade mere inches from her neck. So that was 2 down, leaving only Aaron. Before continuing, Jet called Brat over and began to praise him, commending that his swordsmanship and technique were quite advanced for his age. But he also quickly pointed out Brat lacked sharpness, probably because he was too cautious. Brat said there was no way he could have dodged that attack. Jet told him he only used just enough force for Brat to block. He was always dedicated to his role as a guide in these instructional matches. Furthermore, Brat stepped back because he lost his composure. Jet turned to Judith and said her attacks were too one-dimensional. She looked confused. He asked if she had perhaps forgotten how to thrust, pointing out she only used slashing techniques. By doing so, she wasn't bringing out the full potential of her sword. Now Jet turned to Aaron and said he would have much more fun with him since he was the last one left. So he told Aaron that he could attack first. He said his attacks were very heavy, so he wanted to see what he could do, and told him to come at him with full strength. Hearing that, Brat and Judith started laughing. Haram just looked at them weirdly, wondering what was so funny. Aaron nervously said he might ruin the place. The old man just smiled, saying that was a risk he had to accept in a duel, since Jet said it was fine. Aaron suddenly focused intensely and began meditating in his familiar posture. His aura flared up, and Jet was now standing there, completely astonished to see Aaron controlling it. Meanwhile, Aaron thought that Jet was truly too strong. He overpowered all 3 of them without even using his full strength, so he would use this opportunity to get trained by him. As he thought about this, the flames of his aura grew more and more intense. He wasn't going to let this chance slip by. Aaron raised his sword, the blazing golden aura crackling around him. He was about to unleash a vertical slash when Jet yelled loudly, "Stop!" He managed to pull back his strike right before the blade hit the floor. The old man conceded defeat and asked Aaron to put his sword down. Quite a smart move there, old man. Otherwise, you would have had to spend money rebuilding the mansion. Since Jet admitted defeat, all 3 quickly lined up with sparkling eyes, saying they were looking forward to his guidance. So Jet led them to the training room inside his mansion, and there was a fully drawn transformation magic circle on the floor, as if he was about to summon a demon. But no, he just activated a few spells on the wall, and the entire room instantly turned into a gravity chamber. The 3 of them stood there feeling like their bodies just gained an extra 50 pounds, and Jet was like, "Welcome to hell, brats." Jet then imparted the knowledge that a strong physical body would help optimize aura better. He also mentioned that overcoming trials like this could elevate their aura levels. So for their first task, he pointed to a pile of rocks on the right side of the room and told them to move all of them to the left side. He gave them until noon and warned them that if they couldn't even handle this basic task, they would be disqualified immediately. Our heroes got to work right away. And 3 hours passed before Jet decided to check up on them. He was probably thinking they were done and relaxing, or maybe even taking a nap already. But when he walked in, he saw the trio still carrying the rock back and forth like some kind of cursed punishment. Jet utterly confused until Glenn appeared and casually mentioned, "Oh yes, this is already their 3rd time moving that pile of rocks." Jet's brain nearly short-circuited. Glenn explained that the trio had finished before 11 a.m., but since they didn't like sitting idle, they just kept on working. Jet looked annoyed that these idiots were overdoing it, but he was like, "Fine, let's see how long you can last." Just like that, the 2nd day arrived, and Jet upped the difficulty. Now they had to do sit-ups with a log. Then they had to run laps while dragging heavy weights behind them. Among the 3, Judith started looking really miserable, truly miserable. Even Jet noticed she was struggling, but he didn't say anything yet. That night, while Aaron was lying in bed, Lulu spoke up asking why they just had to keep doing physical training forever. A week had already passed, and their guide still hadn't sparred with them once. Lulu was starting to lose patience, calling Jet a joke even though he was the 101st strongest swordsman in the world. But Aaron just said that being called the 101st strongest swordsman didn't sound very cool. Back at his mansion, Jet was sitting alone sipping wine and reflecting on his 3 new students. He realized they didn't just simply, but they had something much more than that. He saw the fire in their eyes, the exact same fire from his younger days. And honestly, that scared him a bit because he knew where a fire like that could lead. The next day, Jet told everyone he was going to change his approach. He was ready to instruct each of them based on their individual needs. He started with Aaron, and they sparred so Jet could get a better understanding of his combat style. After they finished exchanging blows, Jet said he was doing great but pointed out a major flaw, that was he was too passive. Aaron was still stuck in the mindset that he was slower than his opponents. Because of that, someone agile like Judith could easily spin him around like a pinwheel in a match. Aaron agreed that he was indeed slower than Judith, and Jet could only shake his head. The older man demonstrated a technique by releasing his aura, making it grow larger and more overwhelming as he approached Aaron. He explained that just because he was slower or had poorer coordination didn't mean he should act passively. What he needed to do was expand his range and occupy more space. He showed Aaron how to gradually expand his presence little by little until his opponent could no longer run away or counterattack effectively. Once he cornered them into his space, he had already won half the battle. Since Jet didn't just explain verbally but also physically demonstrated it, Aaron truly understood the advice much more clearly. Jet then moved on to teach the other 2, and the training continued. This time, Jet observed them much more closely. Especially when Aaron and Judith sparred, he noticed Judith was draining her stamina again, but when he tried to remind her about it, She immediately yelled at him to stop nagging like a weakling. She insisted she was just getting started and firmly believed she would win this time. But Jet had decided on something completely different. The older man intervened in the middle of the sparring session and told Judith to follow him because he had some specific advice for her. He told her to put her sword down and follow him back to his room. As for Aaron and Brat, he told them to go have lunch first, since his talk with Judith might take quite a while. So the two headed towards the dining room and were eating peacefully when suddenly they heard Judith's screams. Both of them stopped their chopsticks in shock and looked toward Jet's room, where Judith was storming out furiously. Brat asked where she was going, and that was a total mistake because she immediately yelled in his face too. Naturally curious, the two of them went to Jet's room to ask what on earth had just happened. Jet casually drank his wine during lunch and finally started talking about how all three of them reminded him of his younger days, the time when he felt happy just holding a sword in his hand. Jet opened up about his past. He became an expert when he was young, and people started calling him the future successor swordmaster. But reality poured cold water on him because the path to becoming a swordmaster was extremely cruel, and he had to face opponents across the continent who were much stronger than him, constantly being compared to others and eventually collapsing under all that pressure. The comparisons, the competitions, the burning desire to win it all became so overwhelming that he couldn't even focus on his swordsmanship anymore. Looking back now, Jet wished he could have better controlled those burning emotions, but in the world of swordsmanship, there was no such thing as moderation when it came to competition. In addition, things were even worse for her because she had these two geniuses to compare herself to. So he told Judith to snap out of that mindset and try to focus on the reason why she started training in the first place, but it seemed to have the opposite effect. At that moment, Judith walked in and apologized, telling Jet she knew he didn't mean to make her feel bad. She admitted her friends were way ahead of her and she was exhausting herself trying to catch up. Then she told Jet that she didn't pick up the sword for fun. She picked it up to survive. For her, competition wasn't just about pride, it was about her life, which meant that having to endure another day of pain was not something she couldn't overcome. As she spoke, the fire inside her burned bright. She could only watch in silence. Just like that, their 1-month training trip came to an end. A week later, our boy thanked for taking them in, and Jet just asked where they were heading next. Brad admitted they had no clue, so Jet suggested they head to the Land of Proof. He explained that recently the duels there had exploded in numbers thanks to a famous swordsman who was making huge waves. He then paused for a second and said, "Since you kids are from the golden generation, you probably know her." And then he told them the current champion of the Land of Proof was none other than Ilya Linde. Finally, the gang was about to be reunited. So now our heroes continued their journey. Our boy was completely serious as he thought about Ilya. Judith chimed in, saying she must have gotten a lot stronger by now. Brad agreed, but added that Ilya had probably gotten over what happened back then. Judith, confused, asked what the hell he was talking about, so Brat told her that when Ilya returned home from the academy, her older brother, the heir of the Linde family, had disappeared without a trace. Our boy's jaw dropped in shock. What was really weird was that there wasn't a single clue, as if he had been spirited away by magic or something similar. But even the family's mage couldn't find any trace of him. Ilya was obviously devastated, and the family continued the search for the next 3 months with no progress, and rumors started spreading that Kirill might be dead. All the rival families who were jealous of the Linde family started bad-mouthing their future. Our boy was speechless. He had no idea Ilya had gone through such a thing. But Brat told them she was probably fine now, since she had become the champion of the Land of Proof, a title she wouldn't have achieved if she kept dwelling on people's gossip. Moreover, he was super excited, thinking he might be able to beat her this time, to which Judith quickly agreed. Soon enough, they arrived in Asen, the dueling city of the Card Kingdom. Lulu was thrilled to see so many people. While our boy noticed this place seemed packed with rich folks, Lulu pointed out that there were also many beggars on the streets. Kuvera just shrugged, saying that was normal. Asen had numerous arenas besides the Land of Proof, making betting and gambling incredibly popular here. Right then, a merchant appeared in front of them. He noticed they seemed interested in the duels, and before our boy could explain anything, the guy interrupted. He had something a lot of people wanted: 4 tickets to the championship match. The Land of Proof happening at 4 p.m. today, so naturally our boy bought them. Together, they stepped inside a massive arena far larger than any place they had ever been to. Brat was quite pleased with the sheer scale and the massive crowd. The guy sitting next to Judith struck up a conversation asking who they bet on. He said he bet on Ilya for obvious reasons, not just because she was the youngest champion in history, but also because she became a swordmaster at the age of 18. Judith turned to look at the man upon hearing this, but her attention quickly shifted to the main stage as the announcer welcomed everyone. The challenger this time was Cedric Kuvera, ranked second among all king-tier swordsmen. He then enthusiastically introduced his opponent, the undefeated swordsman, the undeniable genius, the youngest champion ever, and a swordmaster, Ilya Linde. She stepped onto the stage and drew her sword. There was a certain power surrounding that sword, which Judith instantly recognized. Without a doubt, it was sword aura. Our boy was absolutely shocked but said nothing as Ilya walked out, driving the crowd completely wild. And good lord, she looked more beautiful than ever. Once both swordsmen were in position, Ilya took the initiative and struck first. In a split second, she appeared right in front of Cedric. This caught him completely off guard, but he had to move fast as Ilya unleashed a barrage of attacks that left him desperately defending. He thought to himself that he could barely dodge or counterattack when suddenly, she geared up for an even stronger slap, hitting Cedric squarely in the chest and sending him flying across the stage. Luckily for him, he managed to block with his sword just in time, but his blade was chipped and started cracking. He realized that taking one more hit from that aura-infused sword would completely obliterate his weapon. He couldn't let this duel end without landing a single strike, so he decided to go on the offensive. Just as he thrust his blade forward, Ilya spun out of range, then swung her sword, snapping his weapon in half. Just like that, it was all over in less than a minute. Ilya turned her back and walked away as she was once again declared the champion. Kuvera couldn't believe it because this didn't seem like a normal challenge. He asked the trio if she really trained the same way they did. All three of them froze, but Kuvera noticed our boy's expression didn't look right. Our boy just stood up and told Kuvera he needed to take a walk. Now that he had left the arena, our boy couldn't stop wondering what on earth just happened. Was he just imagining things? No, he definitely felt it very clearly. A dark demonic energy emanating from Ilya. So he knew he had to see her as soon as possible, but first he needed information. He remembered that Kuvera usually gathered intel from taverns. Thus he headed straight to the Eisen Tavern. As soon as he walked in, all eyes were on him. Our boy didn't care and walked straight to the bartender to ask for information. The bartender told him this wasn't an ordinary tavern and told him to leave if he didn't want trouble. Our boy said he would compensate for the trouble, even if it wasn't much, but the bartender just kept wiping a glass without even looking at him. He asked where he needed to go if he wanted to meet the champion of the Land of Proof, Ilya Linde. Some punk overheard him and said he'd tell him what he wanted to know first. But first he had to make a bet with him, so Aaron asked what kind of bet he wanted. The guy told him they would take turns punching each other, and whoever stayed standing the longest would win. If anyone gave up or passed out, they lost. Our boy found this really weird, but then thought that maybe this was just how things were done around here, so he nodded in agreement. The moment he did, the punk's punch landed squarely on our boy. And this idiot started laughing out loud, thinking our boy was down for the count. But absolutely nothing happened. Then the punk smirked, saying the match wouldn't be fun if our boy passed out after just one punch. And then our boy said it was his turn, and bam, he punched him right in his stupid face with an incredibly satisfying blow, sending him flying straight into the wall. And now, our boy just stood there and thought to himself, maybe I should add the title of One Punch Man to my name. So now the idiot's underlings started panicking. They ran straight to their boss, who was currently lying down measuring the ground's temperature. One of them aggressively stood up, ready to rush in and fight him for what he just did, when a voice rang out, cutting through the crowd. It was the appearance of Hinch, a pointy-eared reporter. One of the thugs tried to act tough, but Hinch just gave him a cold, piercing glare and casually threatened to put this entire tavern brawl on tomorrow's front page, causing the thug to back off immediately. Hinch pulled our boy outside and introduced himself as the editor-in-chief of a weekly arena magazine. He recognized Aaron's swordsman attire and asked for his name. He introduced himself, and Hinch immediately exclaimed, "Oh, you're not from the West, are you?" Aaron asked Hinch why he helped him, and Hinch couldn't just straight up say he needed the next sensational scoop for clickbait. So he just said, "Let's help each other out, bro." As they walked and talked, Hinch asked if Aaron was a diehard fan trying to meet Ilya. He replied no, they were actually friends. Hinch got genuinely intrigued because it seemed like Ilya was a mysterious champion who just arrived in town and instantly claimed the throne, like she just showed up and declared the title was hers now. Hinch then told him that if Ilya kept winning until May, she would break Ignet's record. And guess what? Queen Ignet had held that throne for 5 whole months. Our boy's face turned serious hearing this, while Hinch was talking about how people nowadays were comparing the two of them. Some preferred Ignet, and some argued that Ilya was the absolute best. And just like that, they arrived in front of Ilya's mansion, with Hinch hiding behind a tree. He thought there was no way the boy could get in, since even nobles and wealthy merchants were turned away. Our boy stepped up, introduced himself, and pulled out the platinum card he had received from Ilya before. The gatekeeper's eyes widened, and he said, "Let me verify this for a moment." Following that, a dark-skinned woman with orange hair walked out. It was Emma Garcia, Ilya's bodyguard. She stated very professionally that she was sorry, but her young miss would not see him. She was here as a swordsman, not as the lady of the Linde family, and wanted to focus on her training, so she wasn't taking any social visits. Aaron asked her if she had announced his name to Ilya yet. Emma replied, "Not yet, I was planning to do so after you left." And our boy said, "Right, maybe you should try announcing it first." She went back inside and announced his name, and boom, the gates immediately swung wide open. Hinch, hiding behind that tree, was absolutely thrilled. His journalistic mind was definitely blowing up right now. Our boy was escorted inside. He took a deep breath outside her door and walked in. Ilya was sitting there in actual dress. Guys, this is truly a rare sight. Take a picture of this moment, and then she spoke up, asking him, "What's your excuse for being late all these years?" Our boy just gave an awkward laugh, like, "Haha, it's actually a long story." He explained everything about the adventures, meeting Brat and Judith, and how the whole gang had gone to watch her match yesterday. He was really glad to see her getting stronger, but then his expression turned serious. He told her that she seemed unstable, and he thought she came here because of Ignet. The moment he uttered that name, Ilya's gentle expression instantly vanished. The aura around her turned dark and gloomy, and she coldly asked, "What are you trying to say?" with eyes full of murderous intent. But our boy didn't back down. He began sharing sincerely. recalling their time together at the Chrono Swordsmanship Academy and how special she was to him for helping him when he was struggling. Their relationship ran deeper than that, more precious than with anyone else. He reminded her of her own words that she wouldn't be swayed by others anymore, and begged her to stop chasing Ignat's shadow, but Ilya wasn't having any of it. She stood up and told him she couldn't escape how people perceived her, while starting to talk about how those bastards kept smearing her brother and her family's reputation. Her killing intent flared up fiercely as she gripped her sword, saying it was telling her that she was on the right path. She fell into a state of panic, asking if he had anything else to say, but Aaron just calmly stood up and asked if she chose to continue holding the champion title. No matter what happened, she affirmed it. He looked straight into her eyes and said it was only 120 days until she would break Ignat's record. And before that happened, he would take her down at all costs. Ilya was still stunned, while Aaron had never been more serious. He had just declared war on his best friend, making the atmosphere incredibly tense. Ilya stood frozen for a moment, and Aaron decided to take it a step further. He bluntly told her that in 4 months, when she had to defend that title, he would defeat her, leaving her almost unable to believe her ears. She asked if he was truly serious. He confirmed that he was absolutely serious. He even admitted that, with his current strength, he indeed couldn't defeat her. But that was exactly why he was going to train like crazy for the next 4 months. He apologized for making the atmosphere suffocating, especially when they hadn't seen each other in so long, and then delivered a critical blow to her psyche. To me, you are still my most precious friend, even if it feels a bit awkward to say this. Having said that, he immediately walked out. The scene shifted to the inn where Kuvera and Brat were relaxing at the table, while Judith lay on the bed with Lulu thinking about Ilya. She knew Ilya would keep getting stronger, but reaching the Sword King level was truly insane. Judith thought it would take her a few years to catch up, when she suddenly jumped up and shouted, "I will definitely beat Aaron within a day." Lulu almost had a heart attack from this jump scare. Right at that moment, Aaron walked into the room. Lulu asked where he had been, and he casually replied that he just went to see Ilya. Brat and Kuvera looked at him in sheer shock, but then he surprised them even more by saying he had challenged her to a duel, making Brat look at him as if to ask, "Do you have a death wish?" Judith's jaw dropped in shock, while Lulu, as a ride-or-die teammate, immediately declared her belief that Aaron would win. However, Kuvera sided with Brat and faced the reality that Sword Kings were on a completely different level. No matter how strong he was, the gap was just too big. But Aaron didn't mind. He stated this was something he had to do and he would win at all costs. The unwavering resolve in his voice was so strong that it silenced Judith. Feeling a dark emotion brewing in her chest, she had to grit her teeth in frustration. But then she quickly regained her usual cheerful demeanor, cheered for Aaron, and casually said she would challenge Ilya too, before stepping out to go train. Outside, she told herself she couldn't just sit still after hearing Aaron say those words. Back in the room, Brat remarked that he had really fired Judith up, then asked if he had a plan yet. The boy shamelessly replied no and turned the question back to Brat, asking how to defeat Ilya. For a second, Brat wondered if he had committed some heinous sin in his past life to be punished like this, but of course he would still help because that's what bras do. He explained that defeating a sword wasn't impossible. History had recorded 3 instances where high-level swordsmen managed to do it, and Kuvera also chimed in, confirming he had heard of these legends. However, 3 conditions had to be met. The first condition, Aaron needed a sword that could withstand sword aura. Brat asked how sturdy his weapon was. He immediately recalled Vulcanus and the dwarves, saying they couldn't even put a scratch on it, so he affirmed his sword wouldn't break, and Brat agreed. The second condition, he needed an unpredictable signature move, and according to Brat, for Aaron that was the vertical slash. He needed to refine it until he could unleash it freely in the middle of battle. Aaron promised to try his hardest to defeat Ilya. Brat pointed out that effort didn't always yield results, but this was Aaron, who knew what surprises might happen. The third and most important condition, his swordsmanship had to be on par with the Sword King. Brat emphasized that Ilya became a Sword King through pure dedication, not luck. She had perfected her swordsmanship before perfecting her sword aura, making her a true Sword King. If he couldn't narrow that skill gap, he was practically done for, but Aaron simply said he would do his best with the remaining time. Late that night, our hero picked up his sword again and practiced his swordsmanship. Aaron was equally surprised when Hinch smugly thought to himself that stalking Aaron was totally worth it, and as a reporter, he couldn't ignore such a juicy scoop. Lulu pointed out that Hinch was an elf. He introduced himself to the group, but Brat immediately glared at him, with a scrutinizing look while wiping beer off his face, asking if this pointy-eared guy had been eavesdropping. Hinch defended himself, claiming his sensitive elf ears just accidentally overheard the conversation. Then he casually mentioned that in his explanation, Brat had missed a crucial detail. There was actually a 4th condition, the stage. Hinch explained that challengers would start at a certain rank and climb the ladder through ranked matches. Only the top 10 swordsmen who reached the king tier could challenge the champion. Even if Aaron met all the conditions, the competition was still incredibly fierce. If he didn't grab the public's attention, he would never get that championship title match. The 4th condition was commercial value. Kuvera instantly understood the issue. They needed to turn Aaron into the talk of the town. Hinch's eyes lit up meaningfully as he begged Aaron to let him help, promising to make Aaron the biggest star the Land of Proof had ever seen. The next day, they entered the training grounds. A bald reporter was scribbling away because today 2 students from Chrono's golden generation were participating in matches. He identified Bratloid as a rising star along with Judith. as a commoner swordsman on the same level as him. He was super hyped because both of them easily breezed through their 3 matches and would likely advance to the bishop tier soon. He thought he had a much juicier scoop than Hinch. After their matches, reporters swarmed Brat and Judith to ask the reason they came to the Land of Proof, whether they were trying to prove the strength of the central region, but both of them just kept walking without answering. Then the bald guy's subordinate informed him about another match. The scene shifted to Aaron's match, and he had won effortlessly. Right after that, Hinch rushed in for an interview, calling out Aaron's name and confirming he was from Chrono's 27th batch. The other reporters, although confused about who he was, started writing because Hinch had no reason to lie. They started asking about Brat and Judith as well as why they were all here. Aaron recalled Hinch's instructions from last night, telling him to act very ambitious and confident. So he told them he couldn't speak for his friends, and then proceeded to drop a bombshell by declaring he would defeat all his opponents with just a single slash until he reached the Queen tier. But before the public could even process what was happening, Aaron further stated that he had no intentions of stopping there, because his goal here was to become the champion. Following that declaration, Aaron and his group of friends essentially became celebrities. 2 random guys were reading the morning paper and one exclaimed, "Wait, who the hell is this?" His friend explained that he was also from the golden generation, but somehow hadn't graduated for some mysterious reason. The other guy said, "Alright, but he claims he's going to become the champion. Isn't that just a pipe dream?" The friend just shrugged, saying every tournament needed at least one delusional guy to keep things dramatic. Meanwhile, back at the inn, Hinch was incredibly ecstatic because the interview he did with Aaron was taking the world by storm. So he immediately went back to work to write his next piece. As soon as he left, he asked Brat where Judith had gone, and it seemed like she went off to train on her own. Brat sat down and solemnly told Aaron that he had noticed something. Aaron had been acting incredibly restless lately, even during the interview. He wanted to know why he was so dead serious about defeating Ilya. Aaron stayed silent for a moment, then told Brat everything, saying he thought Ilya might be turning into a demon. Brat was totally shocked hearing him explain the whole situation, that when someone suppresses too many negative emotions like anger or hatred, they could turn into a demon. Remember the case of Victor and Charlotte, the story was similar. Some people could fight it off like Jet did, but with Ilya, Aaron felt a distinct demonic aura radiating from her. That was why he was obsessed with defeating her, before she completely lost herself. If he didn't stop her soon, she would be gone forever. After hearing this, Brat told him to keep this a secret between the two of them, because Judith would probably go crazy if she found out. But he also pointed out the obvious. Defeating Ilya with just 4 months of training was impossible. Aaron was like, "But I still have to try." Suddenly, Lulu popped out from the top bunk, scolding Aaron for not mentioning this sooner, then jumped down, asking him if he wanted to get much stronger in just a few months. When Aaron asked if there was a way, Lulu said magic could help. Then the cat excitedly declared it was time for a special lesson and told Aaron that from now on, every time he swung his sword, he had to do it with strength and intention in his heart because will was everything. Meanwhile, that very night, Ilya was sitting alone in her house, holding the bracelet Aaron had given her years ago. She was clearly in turmoil, thinking that out of everyone, he should have been the one to understand her the most. She reassured herself that they just had a misunderstanding and decided to go see a priest. A mentally unstable girl going to see a priest? Yeah, right, nothing bad ever happens in that scenario. The next day, Aaron and Lulu set out to find John Drew, one of the top swordsmanship instructors in town recommended by Hinch. They showed up at his mansion, and good lord, there was a whole crowd gathered at the gates, everyone hoping to be trained by this guy, so not wasting a single second. Aaron walked up to the guard, said Hinch sent him here, so the guard instantly recognized him and let him inside. And get this, the mansion was so massive that they had to take a carriage just to get from the gates to the reception room. In the carriage, the guard asked him why he came here. He told the whole story, and the guard revealed that John Drew was very wealthy and quite content with his current leisurely life. Therefore, convincing him to take a student was no easy task. He liked money, but he wasn't desperate for it. However, Aaron and Lulu were not discouraged. When they finally met Count John Drew, he immediately commented that Aaron looked younger than he expected. He introduced himself, confirmed Hinch sent him, and John cut straight to the chase, asking if Aaron was willing to pay a hefty sum for his services. That was when Lulu stepped in. The cat declared she would handle the payment, and John was astounded. Did that cat just speak? Lulu used magic to pull out a few golden mice, and John's eyes instantly lit up. But that wasn't enough. His greedy nature started showing. So Lulu casually summoned an entire mountain of gold, and how could this greedy guy resist? He instantly agreed to train Aaron, bowed, and promised to give his all. Lulu just sat there as if to say, that's right, this is the power of money. They moved to a larger training room, and John told Aaron to show him everything. His swordsmanship, techniques, everything. He explained that he needed to analyze his physique, combat vision, habits, and demeanor to figure out the best training method. Aaron glanced at Lulu, who nodded in agreement. A brief flashback ensued. Before they got here, Lulu had made him practice his swings with one rule. Every single slash had to carry the desperate desire to save Ilya. That intention needed to be woven into every movement. Back in the present, Aaron closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and began swinging his sword. Meanwhile, Ilya was kneeling before a hooded priest at some altar. She was praying, asking if everything she was doing had any meaning, or if it was all pointless. She admitted she wasn't sure if she was still on the right path. As Aaron continued to swing his sword with pure intention, the priest told Ilya not to be afraid. He gently tapped her head, telling her to extinguish all envy, jealousy, criticism, and mockery, and that she shouldn't be swayed by a passing breeze. At the same time, Eren unleashed a powerful slash, declaring he would become stronger, and suddenly an energy field formed around him. A blue sphere took shape. He had created his own training space using magic. John and Lulu were completely amazed. Meanwhile, that bastard priest did something. He flashed a sinister smile and told Ilya to keep dedicating herself until all the winds in the world disappeared. As for Eren, he was inside that glowing sphere swinging his sword, repeatedly telling himself that he would save Ilya. Now he was completely immersed in a state of focus, continuously swinging his sword, and Lulu told John not to disturb him until he stopped on his own. Finally, Eren lowered his sword and panted heavily. The training space began to fade, and Lulu walked up to ask if he was done. Our boy immediately replied, "How could I be done?" When Lulu told this idiot that he had been swinging his sword for a whole week straight, our boy's head spun like a top. He really had no idea that much time had passed. Lulu guessed he hadn't noticed, but that didn't matter, so she cut straight to the point. "Did you improve?" Eren thought for a second, punched his palm, and said that everything was a bit clearer now. His senses were sharper too. John walked up and told him they had a bigger problem. His next match was at 2 p.m. Our boy wasn't surprised in the slightest and casually accepted it. Honestly, Eren's level of chill is something we should all aspire to. He just time traveled through a week, and his reaction was just like, "Oh cool, what's next?" That afternoon, the arena was packed with people who came to watch this bishop tier match. It was a match between Dominican and our boy. The announcer introduced Eren as the ambitious swordsman from the Chrono Academy and asked if he would keep his one-strike promise, driving the crowd wild. They said there was no way he could do it, but these bastards were all curious enough to come watch. The match began and rushed forward to deliver the first blow on our boy. But our boy had other things on his mind. After his training, his senses had been heightened, and now everything looked so different. As Dominican raised his sword high, preparing to deliver a fatal strike, Eren raised his to block, and with just one slap, Dominican's sword was cleanly sliced in half. His jaw dropped in shock. The crowd went absolutely feral. Even the announcer couldn't believe it. Even the haters from before were left dumbfounded. Our boy stepped down from the ring and was immediately swarmed by reporters. They scrambled to ask, "How do you feel right now?" And our boy replied, "I kept my promise and I plan to keep doing so." Then he turned his back and walked away while the reporters were probably fighting over turning that quote into a sensational headline. Back at the tavern, everyone was going crazy talking about Eren. They recounted his previous matches, praising the time he defeated a demon, and now everyone wanted to know when his next match was happening. Meanwhile, Eren went back to John's place, and his instructor immediately offered some constructive feedback. He told our boy that his swordsmanship was textbook and he needed to add a bit of chaos into it. Then John did something incredibly funny when he spat at Eren, looking exactly like a cannonball spit. Our boy dodged it while John just stood there like, "Haha, just kidding, man." Then he reached out to shake Eren's hand, but that hand was covered in spit. But before Eren could even process the biological attack John was about to unleash, the old man already pointed a sword at him. John explained that true swordsmanship wasn't just about skill, it was also about psychological warfare, tricks, and intimidation. Basically, he was teaching our boy how to fight dirty. "Hey, you bastard, don't corrupt our boy." So for the next 10 days, John put Eren through a grueling training camp, teaching him every underhanded tactic in the book. Our boy absorbed it all and mastered everything in record time. John stood there amazed because Eren had learned everything in just 10 days, not to mention he had grown even stronger. That night, Eren had another strange dream featuring the mysterious old swordsman. Only this time, he looked even older than before, making our boy wonder if the old man in the dream was aging in real time. Eren got into a meditative stance and basically used telepathy to tell the old man, "Listen, I'll take your help if you offer it, but if you're planning to cause trouble, I'm out." Then he started glowing with that brilliant golden aura. And even Lulu was watching his sleepwalking steps. Is this kid training to sleep now? Does this guy ever rest? Even God rested on the 7th day. Then we cut to the next match, and surprise, our boy won again with just a single slash. But this time he also destroyed his opponent's sword just to flex a bit. This became a habit. 3 days, 3 matches, total victories, and just like that, Eren advanced to the Rook tier. The crowd went wild. He had fans now. People were probably making banners with his face on them. But amid all this celebration, there was Judith just standing there in silence. The announcer declared that there was absolutely no one left who could challenge Eren in this land of opportunity. So congratulations, he had officially reached the Queen tier, meaning our boy was moving on to the land of glory. Meanwhile, in the stands, Kuvera, Lulu, and Brat were basically having a proud parent moment, beaming as they watched their friend dominate the arena. It got to the point where Brat had to admit he couldn't believe how strong our boy had become. And he was about to ask Judith what she thought about all this when she suddenly raised her hand and walked away without saying a word. After watching our boys fight and seeing his progress, she was going through a severe existential crisis. This girl always thought she had the strongest will and the greatest perseverance, and that she would never lose to anyone in terms of determination. But witnessing what our boy had achieved lately, it made her doubt everything. She was so deep in her feelings that she wasn't even watching where she was going and crashed into some guy, making him drop his book. Judith picked up the book, apologized, and handed it back to this hooded guy. She turned to walk away when the guy called out to her. He pulled down his hood with a smile and asked if she had a minute. Good lord, it was the exact same bastard who approached Ilya. Run, Judith, run! Back to our boy, he had entered his next match. His opponent raised his sword and slashed straight down at the ground, where Aaron was just standing, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. His opponent followed up with a continuous barrage of attacks that our boy just casually dodged, which obviously drove the guy absolutely mad. So he decided to launch a surprise sneak attack from behind. But Aaron saw right through it from a mile away. This bastard thought he was so smart. So he unleashed a powerful slash, but right as his blade was about to touch our boy, he vanished. Now it was our boy's turn to sneak attack, appearing right behind the older man and thrusting his sword toward him. The older man could only scream in terror as Aaron stopped his attack, with the tip of the blade stopping just millimeters away from splitting his opponent in two. And with that, the match ended. The crowd lost their minds as the announcer basically declared our hero's victory. This undefeated winning streak showed no signs of stopping, stating that he only needed one more victory to be promoted to the king tier. Late that night, Kuvera and Brat were sitting together, quietly celebrating our boy's victories. They were discussing how he was starting to get famous, and then Kuvera casually mentioned that Judith was also about to reach the queen tier. Brat nodded and told him her next match was her promotion match. Noticing his friend didn't look excited at all, Kuvera asked why he wasn't obsessed with duels like their two friends, especially when they literally ate and slept swordsmanship. Brat just smiled and drifted off into a bunch of memories from graduation day, back when our boy walked in the old man's office, expecting to receive some crazy challenge. Only for the old man to tell Brat that he already had everything he needed. And without any tests, he signed his graduation certificate right on the spot. Snapping out of his thoughts, Kuvera was rambling on about how awesome Brat was when Judith walked in, looking gloomy and exhausted. Brat walked over to her and asked if she was done training. Suddenly, she asked him for a duel. He was taken completely by surprise, but there was no way he could refuse her. So the two stepped outside to fight, and Brat tried to break the tense atmosphere with some small talk, asking how she managed to find this place. But Judith quickly shut that down and told him to stop joking around and get serious. Meanwhile, our boy was still locking himself away in his own private training. And this time he actually felt something shifting, his body starting to glow as he told Lulu that he could finally see and feel it now. Lulu asked in amazement if he was talking about his aura, wondering if he really hadn't been able to see it all this time. He admitted that before he had only vaguely sensed it and had never truly seen it clearly. Just then a servant rushed in frantically to inform Arian that his next match had been scheduled, acting as if it were some earth-shattering news. Our boy asked when the match was taking place, and the servant replied that it was tomorrow and his opponent was quite a big shot. We then cut to the next day, the entire arena buzzing with excitement as the announcer hyped up the main event. Introducing the arena's rising star rookie, none other than our boy, and his opponent, the beloved red-haired girl. What's more, she was the one who had challenged him. Up in the stands, Brat was deep in thought while the announcer continued to ramble on about how this was an unavoidable clash between comrades, and the crowd was going wild, dying to see who would come out on top. As our boy stepped into the ring, he asked Judith what was on her mind and why she had challenged him like this. She just laughed and called him an idiot, telling him that clearly he wasn't a fool. She challenged him because she wanted to fight, and today was the day she would officially surpass him before going after Ilya. The bell rang and she charged forward. The two swords clashed and the sheer, absolute shockwave shattered half of the arena. While pushing back against her with all his might, our boy told her that he wouldn't be holding back either. So if she wanted to win, she had better unleash all her strength. Judith unleashed a crazy slash and sent our boy flying to the other side of the arena. And before anyone could even blink, she was already rushing at him again. Her blade slammed into him once more, followed by a relentless storm of lightning-fast attacks, kicking up so much dirt that it formed a cloud around our boy. When she paused to see if any of her strikes had landed, she froze because his sword was right there, just a breath away from her face. The crowd went absolutely nuts at the sight, calling it a ridiculously absurd level of skill. Even Brad had to admit that Aaron was completely overwhelming her. Our boy told Judith to brace herself because now it was his turn to attack. She tried to block and parry his strikes, but everyone could see she was struggling hard to keep up, unable to comprehend how his strength had skyrocketed to this level. She recalled when they used to train together back in Chrono, back when he was nowhere near this level, wondering what the hell he had been doing all this time. Just one tiny mistake could send her sword flying, and it was already starting to crack under the immense pressure. Deep down she knew this was a level she simply couldn't handle, as even defending herself was becoming a nightmare, and with one final crushing blow, our boy sent Judith stumbling backward. And that was when she truly realized just how massive the gap between them had become, panting heavily and barely managing to stay on her feet, while he remained as calm and steady as if nothing had happened. She began to doubt herself, wondering what she could do to win or if she could even pull it off. But instead of giving up, she gritted her teeth and charged forward once again, determined to keep attacking until he was down. The two swords clashed once more with enough force to shake the entire arena. Judith leaped into the air, hoping to catch him off guard with a downward slash. But our boy swung his sword back with equal force. The next thing everyone saw was Judith's hands flying up. Her sword was gone. Now our boy stood on the winner's podium, camera flashes going off all around him. As usual, Hench was the first to start firing off questions, asking if he planned to stop anytime soon now that he had officially reached the king rank and was nearing the end of the Land of Atonement. Our boy stated that his goal hadn't changed one bit and he wouldn't stop until he achieved it. He also declared he would strike down anyone who dared stand in his way, then wrapped up the interview as if nothing had happened. When he stepped down, Kuvera, Lulu, and Brat were already waiting. Lulu congratulated him on reaching the king rank, while Brat joked that he looked like a natural in front of the cameras, even commenting on his looks, but Aaron just brushed it all off. What he really wanted to know right now was where Judith had gone. Brat went silent for a moment, before saying she had disappeared right after the match, guessing that this defeat had dealt her a heavy blow and advising him that it was best to give her some space for now, which Aaron reluctantly agreed to. 2 days passed and night fell once again, but Judith still hadn't returned. Brat sat on his bed with a sigh, thinking that this defeat must have really taken a toll on her. Not long ago, she was almost on the same level as the main character, yet now the gap between them was heartbreakingly huge, especially since she took winning so seriously. He recalled her restless demeanor the day before the match. Her gloomy expression back then suddenly made him realize something. He remembered his conversation with our boy about how negative emotions like resentment and despair could lead to a transformation. Wasting no time, Brat dashed out into the night to find her, terrified that something terrible had happened. He searched everywhere, even double-checking the arena, but there was no sign of her. Out of breath, he dropped to his knees, racking his brain, until a place popped into his mind, the training ground in the forest. He started running again, silently praying that his worst fears wouldn't come true. Meanwhile, the priest was sitting down for dinner and reminiscing about when he had invited Judith to pray with him a few days prior. Eventually, Brat reached the clearing and saw her sitting motionless on a giant rock. He called out her name, but froze upon seeing her condition. Cut back to the priest taking a sip of wine, thinking what a pity it was. When the red-haired swordswoman had turned him down, saying she had other plans. Back to Brat, he was looking at Judith as she sobbed uncontrollably. She told Brat that from the very first clash, she knew she couldn't beat Aaron. Then she broke down, screaming that she had tried her absolute best all this time just to catch up and surpass him. Yet no matter what she did, the gap between them only grew wider. She completely shattered, then paused as Brat stepped closer. When she looked up at him with tear-filled eyes, but good lord, she looked incredibly adorable. She then threw her arms around him and cried her heart out. Standing there, Brat thought to himself that Judith would never change. His mind drifted back to the day he stood in the old man's office, asking to postpone his graduation because he wanted to go on a journey to figure things out, promising that one day he would return together with Judith. Then he recalled his conversation with Kuvera, telling him that he had found something even more important than the sword. In the present, while Judith continued to sniffle against his chest. Brat held her close, comforting her and promising himself that if she wouldn't change, he would be the one to protect her. And folks, our ship has finally officially set sail. And that's all for this part, guys. See you in the next installment in 7 months. Ah, just kidding. Now we cut back to the arena, where as usual, the crowd is gathered to watch the familiar violent sword fights. But today was different, as everyone was whispering, wondering if that was really Aaron, while another guy over there nodded and confirmed it, saying he'd been watching the King rank matches lately. And why was he doing that, you ask? Because our main was starting to realize an important fact that at the King rank, everyone fought by emitting aura. Currently, 2 swordsmen were clashing, one radiating a white light aura, the other blazing with red, looking incredibly cool and absolutely stunning. Aaron noticed that both of them channeled their aura into their shoulders and arms when swinging their swords, which made sense since you'd always want your attacks to pack more of a punch. Then the white aura swordsman unleashed a powerful slash, but the other guy wasn't about to just take it, focusing his aura into his legs, launching himself into the air, while our main witnessed this and thought, oh, so I can move the aura around my body, noticing their aura was stronger in their lower body when moving, almost like they were constantly redistributing their mana bar depending on their needs. The white aura swordsman landed on the arena floor and immediately rushed at his opponent, but the red-haired guy was ready. He swung his sword for a counterattack, except the white aura swordsman quickly ducked to evade, and in the next heartbeat, his blade was right in the opponent's face, ending the match as the announcer shouted, "The winner is Donovan." And this red-haired guy casually claimed his reward, while our main pondered how the red-haired swordsman still lost, despite having more mana. After the match ended, everyone started to leave, including our main. He walked while lost in thought, basically having a crisis over how to properly use his aura if he wanted to close the gap between him and Ilya, determined to start training as soon as possible when he suddenly heard someone call his name. It was Brat, who walked over and asked if he had come to watch the match. They greeted each other after a long time no see, and Brat asked him what he thought. The King rank is crazy, right? Aaron agreed, saying it was a good reference, before changing the subject to ask if Judith had returned yet. But Brat quickly glanced away before answering, which our boy completely missed out of cluelessness. Brat told him, yeah, she came back a few days ago, and Aaron happily said he would drop by the end soon. Then he walked away without another word. The moment Aaron was out of sight, Judith stepped out from behind a pillar looking incredibly stiff and awkward. Brat immediately grilled her. Why are you hiding? Are you avoiding him? And Judith played dumb, saying, what? Excuse me? Who, Aaron? I didn't even know he was here, while Brat gave her a look of utter disbelief, but before he could call her out. Judith clumsily brushed it off, saying she was going to train and telling him to call her if there were any other good matches. Brack could only sigh and smile wryly at this troublesome girl, thinking it would take a while before she felt comfortable around Aaron again. Putting the drama aside, let's fast forward a few days, where our main was back to training, focusing on the movements of his aura by channeling it into whichever body part he wanted to reinforce. He realized he had actually been doing this the whole time, he just hadn't clearly visualized it before, and now that he grasped the concept, things weren't so difficult anymore. The only problem now was finding a way to improve it, as applying aura felt like something vague, abstract, and hard to measure, much like trying to explain the color of a sound. Just then, Lulu walked in and asked if he was going to watch today's match, to which Aaron replied absolutely. This was a match he wouldn't miss for the world before scooping Lulu up. The scene shifted to the arena, where the announcer was hyping up the crowd, and as Ilya stepped into the ring, the entire stadium erupted with everyone going completely wild for her. Her opponent today was Grayson, the 4th-ranked swordsman and a king-rank veteran. Our boy and Lulu sat quietly in the stands while Aaron mentally noted that forming an aura blade also followed a certain flow. Then Ilya began to exude her aura, and coated her sword in it as well. Aaron noticed it was similar to when he performed the diving slash, except Ilya then retracted her aura. The audience fell dead silent, everyone in utter disbelief. Our main, sitting nearby, overheard 2 guys next to him gossiping about how she wasn't going to use her aura blade anymore. The other guy looked confused, so his companion filled him in on the rumors going around. Apparently, people were saying that this fight relied purely on swordsmanship. Anyone could take on Ilya, or even beat her, so the champion decided to prove them wrong by not using her aura blade. Back in the ring, Grayson coldly asked, "Are you getting arrogant?" And Ilya simply replied nonchalantly, "Not at all," before the announcer could even officially start the match. Both of them immediately sprang into action, charging straight at each other. Aaron watched intently and noticed the difference this time. The exact moment they swung their swords, they reinforced their aura in precisely the needed spots, with both Ilya and Grayson focusing their aura only on their arms and fingers. Then Ilya swung her swords at Grayson, but he managed to parry it in time. Our main observed that Grayson only focused his aura exactly at the point of impact of Ilya's strike, which was why he could successfully defend himself. Aaron couldn't help but be impressed, noting that Grayson's application of aura was on a completely different level, using the least amount of aura for maximum efficiency, yet even that wasn't enough to stop Ilya, as she started unleashing a relentless combo. She attacked furiously, raining down continuous storm-like strikes upon her opponent. And with every hit that landed, she carved small cuts into Grayson's body, completely overwhelming the man. The sheer terror was clearly visible on his face as he wondered if this was his limit, with Grayson having an internal monologue about how Ilya outclassed him in every aspect. Strength, speed, stamina, you name it. He never expected the gap between them to be this staggeringly huge. Then he started having that classic old-age existential crisis, thinking that if he were younger, he might have won. But even he didn't believe that, eventually admitting that even if he were younger, he would probably still lose. And simply because he was too busy having this midlife crisis. Ilya instantly spotted an opening and lunged forward with a devastating slash that snapped her opponent's blade right in half. Fast forward 4 days, our main decided to pay Grayson a visit, and Kuvera was absolutely surprised, asking why he would want to see him. Kuvera pointed out that the man might still be bitter since it had only been a few days since he got his ass handed to him, but Aaron explained he wanted to ask the senior swordsman a favor, though he wasn't sure if Grayson would agree on such short notice. Kuvera just waved it off, telling him not to worry since he was Grayson's drinking buddy, so Aaron should just trust him. Furthermore, Kuvera added it would be easy to convince him if he promised to buy some drinks, leaving Aaron feeling grateful to have Kuvera on his side. He figured he would soon learn how to train his aura application, and eventually they arrived at Grayson's place, but when they were just a few meters away, he abruptly stopped, standing completely frozen in his tracks. Kuvera quickly asked what was wrong, but Aaron had already sensed it. There was demonic energy emanating from the house as he said that. Both of them immediately rushed inside while Kuvera frantically asked what the hell was going on. Instead of seeing a normal swordsman who might still be sulking, they found Grayson just sitting there blankly, with the demonic aura around him growing stronger by the second. Blood was trickling down his cheek, and he was glaring at them with fierce eyes, demanding to know who they were and adding that he didn't recall inviting anyone over. The room reeked of demonic energy, and it was all radiating from Grayson as the two stepped inside. Kuvera was utterly shell-shocked, unable to believe his drinking buddy was turning into a demonic human. But our main remained surprisingly calm, saying it was fine because Grayson hadn't fully transformed yet and there was still time to save him. With that, he summoned his sword and started walking toward Grayson. Right then, Klaverva noticed something different about Aaron's energy. It no longer felt like raw steel, but had become much denser and more refined. And he was controlling it perfectly to match the old man's energy, meaning our main had seemingly leveled up. As Aaron stepped in front of Grayson, towering over him, Grayson demanded, "What are you doing here?" And our main replied as casually as possible so that he heard people and Eisen love dueling and betting. So he wanted to propose a duel with a condition. Very simply, the loser must listen to and fulfill the winner's request. Hearing that, Grayson stood up looking genuinely intrigued. He flashed an eerie smile and without another word, immediately grabbed his sword. The demonic aura around his body instantly flared up with immense power, and he told Aaron that what he wanted was his life. The moment Grayson grabbed his sword, he charged straight at Aaron, unleashing a flurry of powerful slashes at him, but our main easily parried them all without breaking a sweat. Grayson decided to throw in another heavy slash, but Aaron remained as calm as ever, blocking the strike with absolute ease. Realizing that none of his attacks were working against him, Grayson decided to switch tactics and delivered a strike from above, but Aaron simply stepped aside out of the attack range. At that exact moment, Grayson immediately dashed toward him and swung his sword in a slithering motion like a whip. Our main recognized the old man's fighting style, using snake-like zigzag movements that made predicting the next strike incredibly difficult. Luckily for Aaron, he had trained with someone like John Drew, telling himself he wouldn't be able to react to Grayson's attacks. Without that training, and this back and forth continued for a while, but there was one clear difference in this fight compared to his previous ones. Now Aaron could see the flow of aura, and once he saw it, he started counterattacking because he could see right through Grayson's feints and true intentions. Then our main charged straight at him, catching the old man off guard. Kuvera stood watching from the sidelines in complete awe. The strike literally blew Grayson away, sending the floor tiles flying around like a tornado. As for a split second, Grayson couldn't believe what had just happened. But our main wasn't done yet, following up with another powerful sword swing. This time Grayson managed to block it, but his mind was filled with sheer panic. Impossible. Why was he being overwhelmed like this? This wasn't supposed to happen. Just imagine, being a Veterican swordsman and losing to kids twice in the same week. My god, my pride would definitely be completely shattered. I'd probably just retire and go live off the grid at that point. So this guy's extreme inferiority complex flared up in his demonic power, exploded out of control, making him transform more into a demonic human by the second. Kuvera yelled out for our main to be careful, but he just told him not to worry and continued to stand his ground. Instead of swinging his sword for another attack, Aaron closed his eyes and got into a stance. He stated he was no longer afraid of demonic energy, as his sword aura began to radiate a brilliant golden light all around. When he opened his eyes, he saw Grayson standing right in front of him, ready to bring his sword down, but our boy dodged out of the way in the blink of an eye. The sword auras of the two violently clashed, and in the very next second, Grayson's sword snapped in two. As the sword was destroyed, Grayson slowly reverted back to his human form. He collapsed to the ground looking utterly tragic, thinking that this was the end of it all. But then our boy knelt down in front of him. Grayson expressed his gratitude to him, saying that thanks to him, he could spend his final moments in his human form. Meanwhile, Kuvera was looking at his drinking buddy with sorrowful eyes, sensing the flame of life inside Grayson slowly fading away and thinking the old man was a goner. But the moment he finished his thought, our boy stepped closer. Radiating a powerful aura, he looked straight at Grayson and told him that his battles had deeply inspired him, making him want to become as strong as him. Saying that, he placed his hand on the man's chest to thank him, and right then, all remnants of demonic energy instantly vanished as the flame of life within Grayson flared up vigorously once more. Kuvera was utterly stunned by the sight, thinking, wait, what the hell is this? Can our boy now transfer life force as well? Did he just awaken a new ability through his boundless kindness? Afterward, Aaron reminded Grayson about their bet that the loser had to listen to the winner's request. Since he had won, what he wanted was for Grayson to continue giving everyone fantastic battles to watch. The scene shifted back to Grayson's mansion, where everyone was saying their goodbyes. But before leaving, Kuvera had a few questions, particularly about that ominous sword Grayson had been using earlier. Grayson scratched his head and replied, honestly, I have no idea. It turned out that when he came home one day, he found the thing just sitting right in the middle of his living room, and so Ilya just pulled it out without any suspicion, like pulling out a bootleg Excalibur stuck in the floor. He then told Kuvera that once he recovered, he would head to the temple to repent for his sins. Kuvera told him to hold on a sec and use divination magic to check Grayson's condition. It turned out the old man was now completely clean, with no trace of demonic energy left in his body. So with everything nicely resolved, Kuvera and our boys said their goodbye and headed back to the inn. On the way back, Kuvera told him that Mother Ignat was right when she said humans being manipulated by demonic energy was slowly becoming a concerning precedent. First it was Kogel, then the siblings Victor and Charlotte. And now it was Grayson's turn. But then he suddenly remembered something and asked if he had actually gone all the way there just to ask Grayson something. But our boy just shrugged it off, saying Grayson should focus on recovering his health for now. Plus there was nothing else they could do at the moment anyway. Then Kuvera changed the subject and asked about the strange power Aaron had used during the fight, to which he gave his usual answer, I have no idea. He explained that he was just fighting with the resolve not to lose to Grayson's demonic energy, and before he knew it, a power inside his body automatically awakened. He also wondered if he could use this very power to help Ilya. Meanwhile, Kuvera just stared at him wide-eyed, deep in thought about Aaron's new abilities, an energy that could purify demonic energy and a flame that restored life force. Kuvera wondered how his master would react if he saw what the boy could do right now with his own eyes. The scene shifted to the inn, where Brat was nagging Judith for daring to skip her meals. As their conversation was going on, our boy walked in. He pulled up a chair right next to her and sat down, making Judith freeze up, clearly unprepared for this surprise ambush. She awkwardly said hi and glared at Brat with the most murderous look she could muster, while Brat just casually noted that the atmosphere was heating up and made an excuse to go grab some beers. The moment he returned, Brat immediately switched into interrogation mode, asking Aaron what he had been busy with lately, especially how his training was going. Our boy pouted and complained that things weren't going very smoothly, feeling stuck because controlling his sword aura was much harder than he thought. Brad almost choked on his beer when Aaron said he was starting to grasp the basic concept of it. Right then, Judith interrupted him and asked if he had ever actually learned how to apply sword aura properly, to which our boy confessed that he only started saying his sword aura a few weeks ago. Both Judith and Brat just stared at him bug-eyed, trying to process what they just heard, before Judith finally asked about the insane skills he had shown, and Aaron dropped a bomb by revealing he had been completely self-training on instinct this whole time. They could only sigh in frustration at the sheer absurdity of this, unable to believe someone could be so strong based entirely on spontaneous instinct. Then they started explaining that sword aura application was only taught in the later stages at the Kronos Academy, and even then, not everyone could master it. Pointing out that Aaron was able to manifest sword aura since the final evaluation, which made him an absolute anomaly. He just blinked cluelessly and replied, "I didn't even know about that." Judith stayed silent for a moment before suddenly standing up and telling Aaron to follow her. Left with no other choice, she was going to personally teach him how to apply sword aura chrono style, meaning our boy had finally made up with her, although knowing his personality, he probably didn't even realize she was mad in the first place. Before leaving, Judith even threatened to beat him to a pulp if he didn't keep up with her lessons, to which Aaron immediately agreed, while Brat just smiled, happily seeing his two friends getting along again. The two of them headed to Judith's training ground in a clearing in the forest, and she went straight into serious teaching mode. She broke down the 6 basic concepts of sword aura application. First was accumulation, gathering the mystical energy inside the body. Second was strengthening, projecting that energy outward. Third was hardening, helping the body withstand the pressure of using that power. Fourth was channeling, sharpening the senses. Fifth was focusing, converging the sword aura into a single point for maximum efficiency. And finally, release, blasting that power outside the body. And as she explained, Judith demonstrated by manifesting her sword aura, while our boy watched intently like he was cramming for a test he forgot about. She explained that the technique he used during the final evaluation was a combination of 2 concepts, focusing and release, but here was the catch. Even though those 2 elements were crucial for creating sword aura, he couldn't just ignore the other 4, as only when all 6 elements were perfectly balanced would it create the most ideal state. Our boy felt enlightened, realizing it was pretty much like a special move, and now he was wondering if he could create his own unique sword aura by combining all 6 aspects. However, for the time being, he would still have to continue training hard to improve his sword aura application. And just like that, a month passed, and our boy had spent all that time training like a madman. Right now, he was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, highly focused on accumulating his sword aura. Once he had gathered enough, he channeled that energy into his hands and tried to infuse it into the sword to release it outward. The sword aura flared up promisingly for a brief moment, but the second he tried to manifest it onto the blade, the energy instantly dissipated. Once again, our boy glared at his sword in sheer frustration, as this kept happening every time he tried to infuse his sword aura, making him want to lose his mind. It was as if the sword was absorbing all his sword aura instead of channeling it. But strangely enough, his blade looked much sturdier than before while he was still trying to figure out what was going on. Hench came rushing over to deliver the news. Aaron's next match had been scheduled, and his opponent was none other than Ricardo Pinto, the former champion of the tournament. Hench explained that Ricardo was a top-tier expert who had recently returned, and word on the street was that Ricardo had inherited his father's numbered sword. But instead of looking worried, our boy flashed a mischievous smile and asked, "Is that one of the numbered swords that can actually withstand sword aura?" Hench confirmed it, but added that if Aaron won this match, he would earn the right to challenge the champion. Hench warned him that this was going to be an incredibly tough battle for him. Yet our boy just flashed a fiercely confident smile. Then the day of the match arrived, and as usual, the crowd was going absolutely crazy. The announcer introduced the returning former champion Ricardo Pinto and the rising star Aaron Pereira. Wasting absolutely no time, this guy started throwing taunts, telling our boy that if he wanted to fight him, he'd better wait another 1,000 years. Right then, the bell rang to signal the start of the match, and this time our boy wasn't holding back at all. He instantly unleashed his golden sword aura and clapped back at Ricardo, telling him not to be too confident about that 1,000-year timeline. Ricardo looked up in shock but had no time to react as Aaron rushed forward with terrifying speed, thrusting his blade straight at him. Ricardo barely managed to block it, thinking to himself that this kid's speed was seriously no joke. But Aaron threw a feint, suddenly appearing right behind Ricardo. The guy hadn't even fully registered it, or what had just happened before our boy charged right at him again. He still managed to block it, but the shockwave from the impact sent him flying all the way to the other side of the ring. Before he could even regain his balance, Aaron closed the distance and unleashed another powerful slash, which Ricardo blocked, but this time things were different. Ricardo's arms were trembling violently as he stood there realizing Aaron's strength was still increasing, and holy crap, his sword aura was getting more terrifying by the second. Before Ricardo could even figure out what was going on, Aaron was right in his face, leaving the former champion with no choice but to focus entirely on defense. And surprisingly enough, he was actually impressed. Looking at Aaron's focus and technique, he thought to himself that this kid wasn't just hacking away blindly. His skill application was genuinely masterful. Ricardo realized he had better start taking this seriously if he didn't want to get beaten easily and suffer a humiliating defeat. So he told Aaron that indeed he was more than just all talk. The two began exchanging fierce blows, sparks flying and debris scattering everywhere. The announcers screamed in excitement, praising the top-tier performance both were putting on. The crowd went wild too, because frankly it was hard to believe they'd only just started clashing, yet the pacing was as intense as a final deathmatch. The commentator showered Ricardo with praise, saying he truly lived up to his former champion title, while up in the stands, Ilya and her bodyguard Emma were also watching every move closely. Next, it was Aaron's turn to receive compliments, as the announcer marveled at how this kid, despite taking a 40-day break, was fighting evenly with Ricardo, while during this time. Ricardo's face began to clearly show his struggle, under immense pressure, and what was really pissing him off was that Aaron kept repeating a highly annoying move. Our boy continuously aimed straight at Ricardo's sword, specifically focusing his attacks on the blade, an intention the commentator quickly caught on to as Aaron delivered crushing strikes directly onto the opponent's weapon. One clash was so powerful it kicked up a massive cloud of dust, making the announcer wonder if Aaron's true strategy was to win by destroying Ricardo's numbered sword. And the crowd looked at each other in bewilderment, wondering if such an impossible feat was even doable. Down below the stands, Brat pointed out another absurd detail, noting that Aaron believed he could face Sword Aura once he broke that numbered sword, which truly made his actions crazier than ever. I mean, what normal person thinks of breaking a legendary weapon with just sheer will and bare hands? But there was no way Ricardo was going to let some rookie disrespect his weapon like that. He glared at Aaron as if to ask, "You think you can break my numbered sword?" Then he challenged him to bring out all his power. And you know what? That's exactly what Aaron did. Because this madman never knew the meaning of giving up. Aaron went into full destruction mode, continuously raining thunderous blows on Ricardo's sword, but the opponent didn't just stand there taking it, launching a frantic counterattack with everything he had. Every time the two swords clashed, red and blue sparks scattered everywhere, looking like a brilliant fireworks display. Our boy just kept pushing on, pouring all his strength into relentlessly striking Ricardo's sword. What was even crazier was that he never lost his composure. Meanwhile, sweat began pouring down Ricardo's forehead, the tension evident on his face as Aaron told himself. He absolutely would not lose. Our boy poured all his desire to win into every single slash. The audience could clearly see Ricardo being pushed back, which left everyone astounded because the opponent was the former champion they were talking about. But Aaron had no intention of stopping despite having unleashed a barrage of powerful attacks. The pressure behind each of his slashes remained incredibly stable. Aaron told himself that no matter what obstacles he faced, he would still emerge victorious. And I've got to say, his sword aura was growing stronger with every strike. Each burst of aura radiated more fiercely, completely overwhelming his opponent. Our boy silently told Ilya to wait for him. And with the next slash, he pulled off the unthinkable. He managed to crack the numbered sword, making the announcer scream with excitement at how Aaron was completely dominating the former champion. And all the spectators had their eyes glued to the battle. A crack on Ricardo's sword, everyone saw it clearly. The next clash produced a strange sound, making even the audience realize something was wrong. Judith and Brat held their breath as Ricardo stepped back to inspect the damage to his weapon, the crack spreading wider, and you could see the fear clearly showing in the former champion's eyes. But Aaron, our boy, was incredibly decisive, not stopping to show off or talk trash. Gearing up for the finishing blow, Aaron gathered his momentum and charged straight at Ricardo with speed so fast no one could even track. And in the next heartbeat, Ricardo's numbered sword shattered right before his eyes like glass. The crowd gasped in shock, unable to believe their own eyes. Even Judith and Brat couldn't believe what they had just witnessed, that our boy had actually pulled it off. While the announcer declared that the championship title match would take place next month, Aaron didn't even celebrate. He looked straight at Ilya, and she was looking right back at him. The scene then shifted to Judith's private training ground deep in the forest, where the group had gathered and our boy was back to training. Aaron took a deep breath and tried to channel sword aura into his sword but still failed. Based on what happened, it seemed the sword was still just absorbing the sword aura instead of manifesting it outward as he wanted. Judith realized he was trying to create sword aura, and our boy admitted he had been struggling for a whole week without any progress, which made the red-haired girl look incredibly smug at his predicament. She gloated and teased him, asking if he really thought he could master such a difficult technique in just a few short months. Judith kept rubbing salt in the wound, saying what he was trying to do was extremely hard and that she was genuinely thrilled to see him fail, leaving Aaron standing there dumbfounded, wondering why she was acting like this. But it didn't stop there. Judith shifted into childish mode, starting to tease him out of sheer jealousy. Little did she know, the blue-haired guy named Brat was watching from afar, thinking her antics looked adorable, while Lulu gave him a look full of suspicion, since Brat the simp had finally shown his true colors. Now let's switch over to the champion's mansion. In contrast to the cheerful atmosphere among our boys group, Ilya was training frantically like her life depended on it. Emma, her bodyguard, was watching her with genuine worry, and honestly, I would be too because Ilya had been pushing herself non-stop for a whole week. She looked completely exhausted, and Emma couldn't help but secretly wish her lady would stop working herself to the bone like this. Back to our tournament, as the evening sun began to set, he was sitting alone on a large rock in the forest clearing. He was lost in thought, wondering if he could really bring back the Ilya of the past. Right then, a voice rang out, telling him to stop doubting himself. He looked up and saw Judith smiling down at him. Aaron asked her if his self-doubt was that obvious, and she bluntly replied yes, before a moment of silence passed and Judith made a confession that for the past few days she had been quite annoyed with him for a few reasons. First, because our main had gotten so strong in such a short time, and he absorbed everything incredibly fast, learning to control his aura even better than her right after she taught him something new. But then Judith said she didn't really know what was going on with Ilya, however. She truly believed that everything would be alright because it was Aaron. He always cared for others more than anyone else could. Before things got any sappier, Judith gave him a hard smack back and told him to do his absolute best so he wouldn't have any regrets or worries later. Later that night, as our main lay in bed thinking about the big day tomorrow, he hoped he could fight well against her. As soon as he closed his eyes, something took him back to the old man's training ground from the past. Our main stood before the old man who was busy swinging his sword, but this time something had definitely changed. The old man's cold anger seemed less intense and he looked much calmer than before. Right then, the swordsman turned toward our main and started walking towards him. Aaron froze as the old man stared intently at him and moved his lips to say something. But before he could make out what it was, our main jolted awake. He sat on his bed thinking that the old man was trying to tell him something, wondering what the swordsman had said and why now of all times. And we cut back to the arena, where the crowd's cheers were vastly louder than in previous matches, because this was the fight everyone had been waiting for, the championship finals. This was the ultimate stage for any swordsman on the continent, and today the most anticipated battle of the year was finally about to take place. The announcer was introducing the two fighters, a formidable king-rank powerhouse and rising star, Aaron Parade, against the kingdom's current strongest swordsman, the undefeated swordmaster and reigning champion Ilya Lindsay. With that introduction, the match officially began. Ilya made the first move, charging straight at our main, and before he knew it, she was right in his face. Swing her sword with all her might, she launched the first attack, but Aaron managed to block it in time. But she refused to give him even a second to catch his breath. She immediately sidestepped and changed direction, attacking him from behind. Our main parried her blade with his own, the deafening clashes ringing out at blinding speeds, making it almost impossible for the audience in the stands to follow. As both swordsmen raised their weapons to prepare for the next strike, Ilya realized Aaron was gearing up for a downward slash from above. She immediately jumped back to create some distance between them. But if anyone thought she was running away, they were completely wrong. She was just gathering momentum. Preparing for her next attack, she launched herself at our main with astonishing speed. Aaron's crew couldn't believe their eyes, highly impressed that Ilya was even incorporating materialization into her footwork. Before launching herself, Ilya gathered aura in her legs and bursted out to propel herself faster, which was impressive since not everyone could do it, making it a highly advanced technique. Back to the battle, Ilya's sword swings were getting heavier, and she kept pressuring our main with a relentless barrage of attacks. Aaron had no choice but to defend, but then he made a decision. What's more, he didn't want to keep being her punching bag anymore. He deflected her attack with an incredibly powerful sword swing, causing a massive upset. But before she could even gather her senses, our main character began to strike back with terrifying force, applying every bit of aura control he had learned over the past few months. He charged straight at Ilya while the announcer screamed that the champion was being pushed back, an unprecedented sight. Ilya felt the heavy pressure weighing on her shoulders, and even the audience realized she was struggling for the first time in months. They wondered if our main character could actually dethrone the defending champion. But then Ilya launched a counterattack, preparing to unleash a special move that the audience had never seen before. However, Brat knew exactly what she was about to do. She opted for her family's exclusive secret technique, which was the Sky Sword, but no, our main character didn't flinch at all. He stood his ground ready to clash, doing something no one here expected. Not even Brat and Judith expected him to use the very same Sky Sword to counter Ilya's move. The two ultimate techniques clashed fiercely, sending a massive shockwave across the arena, shattering the ground and kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Everyone was absolutely stunned, and even Brat and Judith couldn't believe their eyes seeing their friend pull such a sword technique out of thin air. As soon as the dust settled, Ilya was completely shocked and bewildered. She thought to herself, how on earth could our main character use her family's sword technique? While she was still lost in thought, our boy asked Ilya how long she planned on holding back and told her to draw her aura sword already. But our main character wasn't impressed in the slightest. He knew full well that Ilya was going easy on him. He bluntly told her to bring out the aura sword, threatening to break her blade if she kept playing around like this. Ilya instantly got furious and boom, the aura sword made its appearance. The crowd went absolutely wild, and the announcer started hyping things up, screaming that the champion was finally getting serious as people began placing bets on this insane battle. Even a rather weird-looking priest was watching from the stands, and surprisingly, a lot of people were betting on Aaron Pereira to win. Back to the match, Ilya unleashed her aura sword, and before our main character could even blink, she closed the distance right in his face and swung her blade. Luckily, Aaron had the lightning-fast reflexes of a true protagonist, and he managed to dodge it by bending backward just like in the Matrix. But Ilya had no intention of stopping. She immediately unleashed a relentless combo before he could regain his balance. Watching from the sidelines, Judith sighed, admitting that maybe they celebrated a bit too early about Aaron dominating this fight. But Lulu didn't. She had absolute faith and was certain that our main character would win easily. Aaron showed absolutely no signs of giving up. In fact, he was trading blows with every single swing for Ilya, matching her power equally. Then he decided to take the initiative and dashed straight toward her with an incredibly powerful downward slash. Ilya managed to dodge it, but the sheer power and refined technique of that strike made everyone acknowledge that the two were evenly matched. However, for Ilya, her pride was taking a massive hit. She couldn't believe she was struggling this much against an expert. But come on, girl, don't feel too bad. This is no ordinary expert. This is our main character. Before sinking deeper into negative thoughts, Ilya decided she needed to end this match quickly. Unable to let the public see her struggling like this, she charged in to attack again, clashing with Aaron, who was already waiting for her. Even Brat in the stands noticed that Ilya was starting to lose her patience. Meanwhile, Lulu, who had been quietly analyzing everything, pointed out that theoretically, Ilya's skills were better, but Aaron was fighting tenaciously thanks to his relentless training. Plus, he was being buffed by the dark energy radiating from Ilya, making him her absolute worst nightmare in this current state. The two rushed at each other once more, the deafening sound of their swords clashing echoing continuously. Ilya jumped back to assess the damage, and as the dust cleared, Aaron stepped up looking as if nothing had happened at all. This made Ilya so furious that the purple aura around her body began crackling even more violently. She dashed toward him again, slashing relentlessly while he did his best to block. And now came a truly touching moment. While the two were engaged in a fierce battle, Aaron had an inner monologue telling himself just how grateful he had always to Ilya. The aura around his sword began to shine brightly as he thought about how she had reached out to help him before, and without her, he wouldn't have made it this far. He was genuinely deeply grateful to her. A strange warmth blossomed right as they were trying to take each other's lives, classic anime trope style. But Ilya had no time to feel cozy. She was struggling to thrust her sword at Aaron, who was continuously dodging her strikes, yet our main character was still lost in thought, telling himself that now it was his turn to help Ilya. Right as he finished that thought, his sword started glowing as a complete transformation was taking place inside Aaron. He was literally reforging and upgrading his blade in real time using nothing but his mind. When it was all done, his sword had taken on an entirely new appearance. The crowd went absolutely nuts, because no one expected to witness the birth of an aura sword right in the middle of a finals match like this. Brat and Judith in the stands were just like, did our boy seriously just create an aura sword mid-battle? A blinding flash of light erupted accompanied by an ear-piercing clash, and then the announcer screamed in pure excitement about this unexpected outcome, because when everyone looked back, Ilya's sword had been cleanly snapped clean in half. Aaron won. Simple as that. And of course our main character finished it off with a heroic pose, because why not? He had officially become the youngest swordsman and the new champion of the Land of Testament. The audience endlessly chanted AIREN, AIREN, while Ilya was kneeling on the arena floor trying to process everything. Now that it was all over, she was engulfed by a wave of anxiety, thinking about what she was supposed to do now. But before she could sink deep into self-pity, Aaron called out to her, his aura still glowing brightly. He approached her and sincerely asked if the two of them could reconcile. He extended his hand toward her, expressing his desire to clear up all their past misunderstandings. Seeing Aaron smiling like that with his hand reached out, she softly smiled and placed her hand in his. Meanwhile, up in the stands, everyone was celebrating wildly except for one person. The creepy priest stood up without a word, accidentally bumping into the guy sitting next to him. The bald guy got annoyed by that and grabbed the priest's shoulder, ready to teach him a lesson about basic manners. But this bastard immediately made a move. A purple aura emanated from the priest and completely wiped the bald guy's memory of what just happened. The priest didn't look pleased at all with the outcome of this match. He was especially annoyed seeing Ilya possessing an aura that was now clearer than ever. But what shocked him the most was our main character's power to fight against demons. But then Ilya spoke up, expressing that she wholeheartedly accepted her defeat, silencing any doubts from the audience. Thanks to that firm declaration, all the drama and disputes faded away, allowing the Land of Testament to officially welcome a truly deserving new champion. Judith was the first to lose her mind over this, constantly complaining about how stupid it was for people to keep gossiping about what our boy did. Brat was trying his best to calm her down while Kuvera just sat there in silence. He was thinking about how truly amazing Aaron was, and even the orcs were genuinely impressed seeing him turn the impossible into the possible, facing every grueling challenge with an unwavering, unshakable will. Kuvera started comparing the Aaron of the past to the present and realized just how much he had changed. But every time he looked at him, a vague, indescribable feeling of bitterness welled up inside Kuvera, and he didn't even know where this feeling came from. Back to the main trio, Brat asked our main character what exactly happened to his sword during that last match. Aaron said the sword kept its new form, but he honestly had no idea why it suddenly transformed like that in the first place. Kuvera then guessed that maybe this had something to do with his dreams, and our boy nodded in agreement, saying that next time he would ask, which left Judith completely confused as she asked, "Ask who?" Our main character simply replied, "I'll ask the old man who keeps appearing in my dreams." Judith was stunned that he could even do that, but Aaron just shrugged, saying he felt like he had the ability to do so now. Time quickly flew by, jumping to a week later at the champion's manor. Our main character showed up to visit Ilya with a bouquet of flowers in hand, asking how she was doing. Before she could even answer, she realized he brought her favorite Adonis flowers, and she broke into a sweet smile, while Aaron awkwardly explained that he wasn't sure what to buy but remembered she liked these. Ilya quickly said she loved them and invited him inside. "Folks, our ship is about to set sail, isn't it?" They sat down to chat, and Aaron broke the news that he would be leaving the Land of Testament. He didn't have a specific destination yet, but he had made up his mind and planned to set off in a few days. Then he asked her what she planned to do in the near future. Ilya stayed silent for a long time. She clenched her fists before admitting that she still had no plans whatsoever. After their match, she realized a lot of things, especially just how far she had strayed off the right path. The goal she had been chasing all this time, the one related to Ignite, was simply too much for her. Now that the path she was following had disappeared, Ilya honestly had no idea what to do next. She looked genuinely anxious as she said all this. And you know exactly what's going to happen next, right? Our main character told her to come with him. Ilya blushed in embarrassment. It was obvious she was secretly hoping for something exactly like this. But Aaron explained in a very serious tone that they were both at the same boat, as he was also trying to figure out what to do and where to go next. He smiled and added that the only thing keeping him moving forward were the people who always believed in him. And he thought the same applied to her. Ilya blushed even harder when Aaron continued, saying he only made it this far because she had believed in him years ago. So now he wanted to return the favor and place his trust in her. He told her not to worry because he knew she would pull through and once again offered for her to travel with him. This time Ilya agreed, and then the scene shifted to the finale, where our main character was about to speak up. Hey guys, good news! Ilya is going to join us, but Brat voiced his objection, leaving everyone confused, and even Judith was absolutely stunned. Ilya lowered her head while Brat kept nagging, stating that she'd always been fine being a lone wolf, so why did she suddenly want to join the group now? Our boy tried to speak up to defend her, saying they were from the same batch and used to train together, but Brat completely ignored him. He looked straight at Ilya and asked if she had ever actually considered him and Judith as teammates. She didn't answer, and Brat continued, saying she had only ever trusted Aaron in the past. Judith started scolding Brat for talking out of turn, but he didn't flinch. Instead, he suggested they should try getting closer first, smiling at Ilya, which caught both girls off guard with this sudden change of tone. Brat said everyone gets closer by sharing their secrets and he would go first. Then, with a dead serious face, this guy blurted out, "Did you guys know that Judith believed in Santa Claus until she was 14? Then he started detailing how she didn't swear once and acted like an absolute angel for months on end in hopes of getting on Santa's nice list. So everyone was too shocked to speak, because honestly Judith believing in Santa at 14 was shocking enough. But her not swearing and acting like an angel was even harder to believe. While Brat was passionately exposing her, Judith's face had already turned bright red from embarrassment. She instantly smacked Brat hard on the head and started beating the living daylights out of him. While this whole scene unfolded, our main character and Ilya just looked at each other and chuckled awkwardly. So yeah guys, both ships have officially set sail tonight. Brat now looked like a badly drawn cartoon character after getting beaten to a pulp, being dragged away by Judith by the arm. She screamed that the rest of them had to spill their secrets too. She refused to be humiliated alone and wanted to drag everyone down with her. Later that night, everyone had fallen fast asleep in their beds, including our main character. He was brought back to that familiar place again, where the old man was swinging his sword. For the first time ever, Aaron immediately approached him and asked who he was. He also wanted to know why the old man kept appearing in his dreams and what he was trying to say right before the match with Ilya. The old man just stared at him and then took up a fighting stance. Our boy's newly forged sword appeared between them, firmly planted in the ground. Our main character smiled, realizing what was going on. He noted that the old man was also a swordsman, so their primary language of communication should be through their blades. Finally, understanding the assignment, he pulled his sword out of the ground, accepting the old man's challenge. The old man made the first move, dashing straight at Aaron with his sword already mid-swing. A loud clash echoed out, kicking up dirt and smoke everywhere as neither of them gave an inch. Aaron gritted his teeth to block while the old man remained perfectly calm. And by now both of them had unleashed their golden auras. Then the old man delivered an incredibly powerful swing and slashed down, aimed straight at Aaron, who managed to block the strike but was pushed back and left panting. Our main character praised the old man, saying he was truly strong. And he could tell the old man had gone through countless days of bitter training to reach this level. He said he wanted to become just like the old man before charging straight at him. As he got closer, our boy focused his aura into his hands, strengthening his grip on the hilt as he prepared for a downward vertical slash. A flash of light burst like lightning, and the next thing the old man saw was his own blade shattering to pieces, right before his eyes, with Aaron's sword tip pointing straight at him. Surprisingly, the old man spoke for the very first time. He looked at our main character affectionately, patted him on the shoulder, and said he would always support him. Right after saying those words, his body started fading into nothingness. Even though this was the first time the old man had spoken to him, and naturally our boy had some questions like why he was so obsessed with him. But no, when he tried to grab him, the old man had completely disappeared and he jolted awake from the dream. The scene then cut to our main character recounting everything to the group. Judith immediately asked if it was true the old man said he'd support him, while Brat curiously pressed on about what happened next. Aaron explained that he vanished like smoke, but what really bothered him was a gut feeling that he would never see that mysterious old man again. Kuvera just stared at him, taking all this information in. When suddenly the orc suggested that maybe they should head to Drukali next, everyone looked at Kuvera like, wait, where is that? Brat answered, saying it was an orc city located in the northwest. Kuvera explained that it was his hometown, and more importantly, his master lived there, an orc fortune teller named Grugu, who was basically the grand sage of all the orc tribes. Kuvera thought he might be able to figure out the cause behind Aaron's dreams. That immediately caught our main character's attention. Brat agreed, stating he wouldn't mind going to Drukali, then turned to ask Judith what she thought. She agreed immediately too, but honestly this girl was just happy to spar with the two strongest people in the group every day. As long as she could keep trading blows with Aaron and Ilya, she was more than satisfied. Ilya also agreed to the plan and was super excited since she had never been to an orc village before. With the decision made, the group didn't waste any time. They quickly packed their bags and left the land of repentance the very next day. Before leaving, however, Ilya said goodbye to Emma, asking her bodyguard to pass a message to her parents and asking where the priest was since she wanted to visit him before setting off. Emma told her not to worry. The priest had left a few days ago due to some urgent business and had passed on his goodbyes through her. Ilya didn't overthink it. She said her final goodbyes as the carriage rolled away and faded into the distance. Lulu waved one last time, wishing everyone a journey. The scene cut to later, with our heroes deciding to set up camp for the night since Drukali was still quite far and no one was in a rush. The group felt grateful, so they told Kuvera to rest for the day, offering to drive the carriage in his place. Judith also chimed in saying she would handle lunch today, and Brat promised they'd take care of everything this time. But oh boy, they absolutely could not handle a single thing. A moment later, Aaron was staring at the food Judith had cooked, seriously doubting if this thing was even edible. Thank goodness Ilya swooped in to save the day, offering them the soup she made. Kuvera, Brat, and Aaron were genuinely impressed that the former champ actually had some decent cooking skills. But by now, whatever Judith cooked could be considered a biological weapon, while Ilya couldn't believe they were calling her soup literal poison. It was safe to say both of these girls were completely useless in the kitchen. Kuvera just smiled and told them he would take over cooking duties again, telling them to step aside unless he asked for help, while the orc busied himself preparing a dinner that was actually edible. Ilya started teaching Judith how to channel her aura into her sword, telling her to think of the blade as an extension of her own body. Meanwhile, Brat was picking flowers and weaving them into a little crown, then gently placed it on Lulu's head while she was sleeping peacefully. The Zoro and Chopper vibes here were incredibly strong, and you can't tell me I'm wrong. As for Kuvera, he was sitting quietly by the campfire right at that moment. Aaron walked over and sat on the log next to him. Kuvera asked if he was done training. Our main character answered with another question, asking the orc if something was weighing heavily on his mind. Kuvera could only sigh since nothing gets past Aaron when it comes to reading people. So the orc decided to be straightforward about it, revealing that he was actually terrified of returning to his hometown. The reason he left wasn't exactly peaceful, and going back alone made him feel incredibly scared. He confessed that it sounded cowardly, but it was the absolute truth. Meanwhile, our main character thought to himself that this was the reason his friend had been wandering the continent for the past 10 years. Kuvera apologized for wanting to rely on them for something like this, even calling himself pathetic for acting this way at his age. Our boy was too kind-hearted to judge. Instead, Aaron said Kuvera was the one who first suggested going to Drukali, having the courage to make that choice despite everything he was feeling, and that truly took a lot of bravery. Kuvera smiled on the verge of tears, and thanked our main character for always being the kind-hearted Aaron. Then we moved to the next day as the group hit the road again, and this time it was Brat's turn to mess up when the carriage wheel broke. Kuvera sighed in exasperation. First, the girls tried to kill him with their cooking, and now it was Brat destroying their mode of transportation. And how could Judith pass up this opportunity to tease Brat? Brat defended himself, saying he just wasn't familiar with the terrain around here. Luckily for them, a merchant carriage rolled up right on time to save the day. The moment he saw them, Kuvera hurried over to ask for help. Fortunately, these two merchants were pretty chill about helping out. When Kuvera explained they were heading to the nearby orc tribe, the merchants introduced themselves, and our 4 swordsmen along with Lulu did the same. Frederick started wondering where he had heard those names before, but since they had to keep moving, he didn't dwell on it too much. Right now, they were all sitting comfortably in the back of the wagon. This time it was Ilya's turn to let out a deep sigh. Lulu approached her and asked if she was okay because Ilya looked pretty exhausted. Ilya told the little girl she was super anxious and genuinely didn't know what to do with her life anymore. Right then, Lulu decided to plop down on her lap and drop some philosophy, telling Ilya to stop thinking when her mind felt overloaded because if she kept worrying, the anxiety would never go away. So Lulu advised her to let go of everything and give her heart a little rest. To practice what she just preached, Lulu told Ilya to copy her and started staring blankly into space, while Judith watched them and couldn't hold back a laugh at how silly the two looked. But then Frederick suddenly yelled, nearly giving his traveling companion a heart attack, loudly telling Cannell that he finally remembered who the people they just helped were. They were the incredibly famous Golden Generation from the Land of Repentance. Frederick was thrilled by this discovery, but Cannell wasn't buying it. He pointed out that just because they shared the same names didn't mean they were the real deal. Besides, if they were truly the Golden Generation, they'd be making a fortune fighting in some arenas, not stuck in the middle of nowhere like this. Furthermore, he told Frederick to just take a look at them. And yeah, the whole group was currently sitting there completely zoned out, staring into space. Honestly, it wasn't a great look for our heroes, as it's hard to convince anyone you're legendary swordsman when you're all sitting there glitching out like a bunch of broken NPCs. Frederick instantly thought he must have made a mistake, but he was about to find out his judgment was spot on because it was finally time for some action. The merchant was trembling in fear. Kuvera looked at him and asked what was wrong, buddy. He pointed to the top of the hill, telling everyone they were surrounded by orc bandits. Things weren't looking too good as their leader seemed pretty tough. Right as he was saying that, the orc boss ordered his goons to slaughter everyone, and the whole pack charged at the carriage, roaring and doing their crazy orc things. One of them leaped into the air, aiming to smash Frederick's face in. But our boy Aaron dashed in right on time, cleanly slicing the orc in half. He told Frederick to step back while the rest of the group plunged straight into the chaotic brawl. It had been a while since we saw Brat in action, and you gotta admit this guy was still in peak form. Judith went on her usual killing spree, while Ilya had already claimed of not one, not two, but three orcs in a single move with insane speed. Frederick just stood there, jaw dropped in awe, watching the group easily decimate these bandits. Despite the common belief that orcs are much stronger than humans, our heroes were taking them down in a single effortless strike. They were called the Golden Generation for a reason. Seeing them fight firsthand proved their true capabilities, and Frederick realized he wasn't mistaken at all. Really were those legendary swordsmen. Aaron jumped into the fray too, and despite seeing their comrades wiped clean, the orc bands kept rushing forward. Our main character lunged straight at a roaring orc, but he had no time to think about it as another one charged right at him. Aaron pulled his blade out and delivered a devastating horizontal slash, cutting down 5 more orcs at once. And that was when he realized he had just taken the lives of 6 orcs in the blink of an eye. You could clearly see the shock on his face as the realization hit him. Brat noticed Aaron was struggling and called out to ask if he was okay, since he looked pretty exhausted. Our boy said he was fine, even though he knew better himself. Now was not the time to act soft and weak. Seeing our main character make quick work of his 6 strongest warriors, the boss decided it was time to get serious. He grabbed one of his own subordinates and crushed his head, killing him on the spot. Both Aaron and Judith looked at him in sheer bewilderment because this bastard had just used blood magic, a type of magic that was supposed to be strictly forbidden. And now that his transformation was complete, he charged straight at our boy, roaring that he would slaughter every single one of them. Right at that moment, a massive hammer flew in out of nowhere and smashed right into this bastard's stupid. Whoever owned this hammer pulled off a totally Thor-like move, pinning this scumbag to the ground with the hammer. Meanwhile, Aaron followed the trajectory of the hammer and spotted another orc standing on the cliff. In the blink of an eye, he descended right in front of the red orc and delivered a strike into the ground with such force that it created an explosion, shaking the entire area. When the smoke cleared, a white-haired orc appeared. Now wielding an axe, he ordered his warriors to charge. Right on his command, a whole horde of orcs swarmed down from the cliff. And these guys, they're on another level. Just like our heroes, these orc warriors were taking down bandits with single blows. Brat was completely astonished, wondering where the hell this army came from. Kuvera explained that these were the orc warriors of Drukali, and the one leading them was the former chieftain and elemental mage of the Drukali tribe. Not just any ordinary elemental mage, Kuvera added that this old man was one of the top 10 strongest individuals on the entire continent. His name. Well, let's hold that thought for a sec. Oh, and one more thing, that was his dad. Now father and son stood face to face. Kuvera greeted his father, but the older orc showed no warmth or welcome whatsoever. He flat out ordered his son to go back, adding that this was his final act of mercy as a father. Before Kuvera could even reply, his father suddenly turned hostile, driving him away and forbidding him from ever setting foot in Drukali again. But Kuvera stood his ground, saying he couldn't do that. He needed to speak with Terrakan, but his father wasn't having it, proving this old man was anything but friendly. He decided to back up his friend, telling Kuvera's father that it took all his courage to return, and asking if he could at least consider talking to him first. But Karakum ignored it and demanded to know who the hell Aaron was. He introduced himself as Kuvera's friend and disciple, but the old man didn't care in the slightest. He told him to butt out since this was a matter between their tribe and bloodline, and as an outsider, Aaron had no right to speak. But he didn't back down. He stated that this did concern him because it involved his master and friend, meaning he wasn't an outsider. Kirkham pondered for a moment, then asked if Aaron was ready to share Kuvera's burden. He nodded, declaring he was ready to do whatever it took for his friend. Hearing that, Karakum looked pleased. Then he hurled his hammer straight at Aaron. Luckily, he managed to block it in time, though the impact pushed him back and nearly knocked him off his feet. But Karakum was already charging straight at him, attacking with his axe. This old man didn't stop there. He pulled his hand back, summoning the hammer back and smashing it hard into him from behind. Aaron was absolutely shocked to see the hammer move on its own, and he was sent flying by the tremendous force of the impact. At this point, you could tell he was holding up pretty well. He dampened the blow by wrapping himself in aura. Aaron started radiating that golden light, and even Karakum admitted he was using his metal energy remarkably well. But right in front of him, Karakum charged again, wondering just how long Aaron could hold out. He knocked the weapon right out of his hand, saying he was very impressed that he could withstand these attacks with a fragile human body. Even so, Karakum still told him to give up. But Aaron suddenly summoned his sword out of thin air, leaving Karakum completely astounded. Taking advantage of the huge opening left by his axe swing, he caught him off guard and sent the old man flying back. Now this old guy was getting interested. He wondered if the boy had used magic to recall the sword. Then he told him that he acknowledged Aaron's strength, confessing it wouldn't be an easy win if he didn't get serious, and for some reason, this pissed him off. He turned dead serious and told him this was his final chance to back down, and if they refused, he would make sure the boy could never swing a sword again. And this made Lulu furious. She started glowing and told this old man that if he dared to do anything to him, he would have to deal with her. And then, in the very next second, Lulu transformed into a little lowly girl. She even grew horns and wings. My god, the expressions on Brat and Judith's faces were priceless. Because right now they were seriously questioning if their talking cat friend had just evolved into an actual dragon. And even Lulu herself panicked when she saw her own reflection, especially those wings, because they looked stiff, weird, and nothing like the fluffy softness she always imagined. Karakam immediately went on high alert because in all these years he never expected that tiny furball to be a mage of this caliber. While everyone was still dazed in shock, Lulu snapped out of her existential crisis. Remember, she still had some punishment to dish out. She pulled out a magic staff, pointed it straight at Karakum, and fired off a massive fireball. The only problem was her new body hadn't quite caught up to her confidence yet. So she missed him by a country mile and nearly turned the rest of the group into a campfire. And the only reason nobody got roasted alive was that they all moved fast enough to dodge it in time. Where the attack landed, the ground was completely gone, obliterated as if it had never existed. And Lulu just stared at that deep crater and decided she was never doing that again because it was too hard, while Brat and Judith couldn't even close their jaws after what they just witnessed. That was when Kuvera stepped in front of his father, dropped to his knees, and started pouring his heart out, saying he didn't even know if his decision back then was right or wrong anymore. But whenever he heard that Drukali was still safe and sound, he felt that maybe it was all worth it, even if he had spent countless sleepless nights agonizing over it. And then he told Karakum that his unfilial son had finally returned to pay respects to his father after 17 long years. And the old man finally caved, turned away, and told everyone to follow him. When things finally settled down, Lulu shrank back into her cat form and immediately leaped into his arms. Aaron, utterly confused, asked what the hell just happened, and Lulu said she just wanted to protect him, so she had been training on her own too. He asked if that transformation was her true form, but even she didn't know what it was, yawning as she explained that her body just transformed on its own and it took way too much energy out of her. And with that, she passed right out. Ilya showed up right after, telling him they also needed to get some sleep because they'd be heading straight to the castle tomorrow morning. But first, they still had to clean up the aftermath of the battle. So the group started piling up the dead orc bodies and burned them all together. Standing before the flames, he fell into his chaotic thoughts, thinking about everything he had done today and what it all meant. And that was when Brat stepped up and told him that things were only going to get worse from here on out. That if he had truly chosen to pick up the sword, there could be no hesitation in his heart even when getting his hands dirty, because that burden was just part of being a swordsman. Hearing that, he decided to let it go and stop overthinking it. A few days later, the group finally arrived at the orc settlement, and as they were escorted into this massive reception hall, Kuvera had to go through an entrance inspection by himself, telling everyone not to worry because he'd be back soon. Judith thought this was a bit much, but Brat pointed out that their friend used to be the crown prince of Drukali, so of course they had to keep a tight leash on him. Not long after Kuvera left, another orc showed up and told the group to follow him, saying Lord Tarakan was waiting for them. As they walked, Judith asked if this Tarakan was Kuvera's younger brother, and Brat confirmed it, adding that he was also the chieftain and clearly the most vicious orc around right now, so Brat told Judith to stay on her toes. They walked into a large room with a long table, and a figure sitting at the far end, a short-haired orc, greeted them and introduced himself as Tarakan, the guy they had been warned about. But instead of being a savage monster, the first thing he did was thank them for bringing Kuvera back safely, smiling warmly like a normal guy. The orcs were stunned. Oh wow, this human girl just challenged them. While he started asking about the inspection, Tarakan explained that Kuvera had been cleared and was currently just sorting out some administrative paperwork. Then he asked how much the boy knew about the current situation. He admitted he was basically clueless, so Tarakan decided to explain the orc tribe's political landscape to the group. He started recounting how his father once had 2 wives, and how his mother initially couldn't bear children while Kuvera's mother did, making Kuvera the heir. Until years later, his mother gave birth to him, creating a divide between those who supported the eldest son and those who backed the second, although the 2 brothers themselves had always maintained a good relationship. But the factions backing them up behind the scenes did not. To avoid bloodshed, Kuvera chose to disappear, but now that he had returned after several years, after 17 long years, the tension flared up once again. Even so, Tarakan couldn't help but respect his older brother's courage for daring to return. And since this was all thanks to our heroes, he decided to reward them. Lulu instantly hopped onto his table demanding her reward, completely back to her usual chaotic and fluffy self. And the next thing they knew, they were being led into another room, where everyone froze in shock as they were brought to Drukali's legendary treasury. This place was filled with mythical weapons and artifacts straight out of legends, and Tarakan flat out told them to take whatever they wanted. Now, the boy and the group were standing in this armory, absolutely hyped out of their minds. The room was overflowing with all kinds of weaponry from the walls to the ceiling, covered in swords, axes, and every sharp object you could possibly imagine. Lulu pointed at an axe the size of Kuvera's entire room, and you could clearly see her thinking, who on earth would swing this thing around? Tarakan walked over to Brat and Judith, saying his brother had suggested something special for the 2 of them and told them to follow him. Then he pointed to 2 swords on the wall, telling the group they were called the Yin-Yang twin swords. He further explained that one sword carried a cold energy like the shadows, while the other radiated warmth like the sun. The moment the 2 of them grabbed their respective swords, the blades immediately changed colors. Tarakan stood thinking his brother was a sheer genius, because clearly these swords had just chosen their masters. Brat asked if they could really accept something so legendary like this. Tarakan simply replied, hey, these swords clearly chose you guys already, just take them. Meanwhile, the boy was walking around with Lulu and Ilya to keep browsing. He asked if Lulu had picked anything yet, but she was totally overwhelmed as they walked past swords even bigger than they were. Some were too sharp, others were just too massive. Then both Aaron and Lulu simultaneously spotted a pendant sparkling with white, blue, and orange light at its center. They both chose that one, leaving Ilya standing next to them completely baffled. He said he didn't know why the necklace drew him in so much. He just felt its magnetic pull, and Lulu agreed, saying she had a really good feeling about it. Terrakin walked over and explained that this pendant once belonged to an incredible elemental mage from ancient times, but it was so ancient that even he didn't know the full story behind it. He personally didn't recommend picking it, but as someone who believed in the mystical, he wouldn't dismiss a mage's intuition, so he handed it over to the boy and Lulu. Meanwhile, Ilya still hadn't figured out what she wanted. Judith walked over and asked if she had chosen a weapon yet, and Ilya just picked up a small, basic-looking sword that resembled a dagger. Judith immediately blurted out, "Seriously? You're picking that?" She was expecting something much bigger and cooler, but Ilya genuinely had no idea what she was doing right now. Her inner monologue was completely chaotic. She didn't know what she wanted to do, didn't know what she liked, and didn't even know what type of sword suited her fighting style. The next day, Kuvera finally finished up all that tedious administrative paperwork and met up with the group. Lulu instantly scolded him, asking why he was acting like a lone wolf instead of sharing his troubles with his friends, but Kuvera just chuckled, saying his younger brother probably already spilled everything about their tribe's messy situation. Then he turned to the boy and delivered some sad news. His master, the one who was supposed to decode his dreams, passed away a year ago, but he did indeed leave him a letter before taking his final breath. It turned out the master had foreseen that he would return years later alongside Aaron and the group, but instead of stating it directly, the old man left a message in the form of a riddle. Kuvera still hadn't solved that riddle yet, but once he did, he would receive whatever his late master had left behind. The scene then skipped to some time later, with the group now at the training grounds, freely sparring when a few orcs walked by to watch the group train. Those orcs recognized that Ilya was from the Lindsay family and Brat was from a prestigious noble family with illustrious bloodlines. When one orc asked about the kid wielding the greatsword, another explained that it was Aaron, a noble's disciple, and although his family wasn't as famous as the other nobles, he was still accepted. Except for Judith. These orcs started making nasty remarks about the red-haired girl, calling her a nameless redhead without a family name, wondering how she even managed to join this group, and branding her a disgrace to warriors. And the worst part was, Judith heard every single word of it. It was an absolute miracle she hadn't jumped in and beaten them to a pulp yet. Everyone knew she was holding back because if she snapped right now, it could cause trouble for Kuvera, and tensions were already high enough. She didn't want to negatively impact her friend. Then we skipped to a week later where a crowd of orcs had gathered to watch them spar. Even those trash talkers started getting impressed by Judith's skills, though they didn't forget to sarcastically remark that she fought pretty well for someone who grew up in poverty. Judith let out the most exasperated sigh you've ever heard, and then she absolutely lost it. Pointing straight at one of those racist pricks, she told him if he had something to say, step down here and say it to her face. The orcs were stunned. Oh wow, this human girl just challenged them. But Judith wasn't done yet. She started cursing them out, calling them stupid and garbage, using their very own orcish language, leaving the orcs baffled as they asked, "Wait, how do you know our language?" Judith shot back that Kuvera had taught her a few select words, and now she was putting that lesson to excellent use. She called them disgraceful warriors and issued a public challenge. If they had any grievances, settle it in the ring. She'd take them all on. At that moment, instead of those ordinary all-talk orcs, a massive armored orc stepped into the ring. This was Gunther, the vice commander of the Iron Axe Battalion. He was a towering giant standing leagues above Judith, but our girl didn't back down for a single second. Brat looked worried because this was the exact orc Kuvera had warned them about earlier. Gunther told Judith she couldn't just insult his entire tribe and walk away. She needed to take responsibility for her words. But before he could even finish his lecture, Judith cut him off. She said maybe he should teach his own people some proper manners before trying to lecture her, pointing out that while they open their mouths to talk about bloodlines and honor, their actions don't match their words at all. Gunther got incredibly pissed off at that, telling her he would make her regret those exact words. Judith kept provoking him, fully prepared for a real brawl. But before any fists could fly, another orc ran up shouting for Gunther, saying that Guru Kuvera's late master had just appeared on Spirit Mountain. Everyone was confused. Gunther was like, wait a minute, did this old man just come back to life? The messenger had a hard time explaining it clearly, so they all bolted to Spirit Mountain to see what was going on. When they got there, Kuvera was on the ground with a look of utter astonishment. Looking up at the floating figure, it was Kuroguru, looking like a ghost but feeling incredibly real. Gunther immediately grew suspicious, asking Kuvera what he had done. He probably thought our fortune-teller friend was just pulling some cheap micro-magic trick again. But the old sage told Gunther to calm down. He came here just to chat with his disciple and thank those who brought Kuvera back. After that, he would leave, and Kuroguru basically told everyone else to screw off so they could have some privacy. When only the group was left, the old sage thanked our boy and the party for bringing Kuvera home, admitting that he wasn't even sure if he could ever see his disciple again. Then Kuroguru used the orc vision trait to inspect everyone, and his eyes immediately stopped at Aaron. He confirmed that this was the person Kuvera had mentioned. After that, he told our boy that the man in his dreams, the one he had always been so sad about and struggled to understand, was actually a past life version of himself from a very, very long time ago. So now everyone standing there was extremely confused as Brat and Judith repeated exactly what Kuroguru had just said. Kuroguru confirmed it. Yeah, the mysterious guy in our boy's dream was indeed his past life, and Aaron then added that he couldn't show them those memories right now. While he was preparing, Kuroguru told the group that he had something to give them, but before he could take out the gift, he needed to talk to Karakum first. Then he turned to Kuvera and ordered him to go call the orc chieftain. After a presumably long meeting filled with orc calculations and discussions, Kuvera returned with Karakum. The orc chieftain stepped forward and declared that the gift for our boy and his friends was the 5 Elements Divine Art. This was basically the core secret manual and cultivation method of the orc tribe, only passed down to high-ranking Drakali warriors. Everyone's jaw dropped in absolute shock. The orcs were stunned and our group was astonished. And even the trees might have flinched at this point. Then a female orc named Halifa from the court goddess faction, basically one of the higher-ups, immediately spoke up, demanding a halt and asking why they made such a massive decision on their own without discussing it with anyone else. She then started going off about how these skills took their greatest warriors hundreds of years to create, that it was the entire essence and generational secret of their tribe, and now they were just going to hand it over to some humans they barely even knew? Karakam calmly explained that they weren't just giving it away for free, reminding Halifa that the heroes of the past also shared their knowledge with other tribes, and it was that very cooperation that created even more valuable things. That was exactly how their tribe achieved an era of prosperity, but this bastard argued that the people in those old stories had proven themselves worthy first, while our boy and his group were a completely different situation. He admitted that it was true there were 2 sword masters here, our boy and Elia. Brat carried the prestigious bloodline of the Lloyd family. But Judith, she didn't have a fancy surname or a proven bloodline, and in Gunther's eyes, she had yet to prove her worth. This guy even had the nerve to bring up the fact that Judith had insulted their entire tribe earlier, making our red-haired girl grind her teeth so hard they were about to shatter, and just as she was about to snap, Brat stepped in. He told Gunther not to conveniently ignore the part where the orcs insulted Judith first. But these orcs wouldn't budge, as Halifa emphasized again that Judith hadn't proven herself as a warrior, which was a fact. So she requested Karkum to call a council meeting to properly discuss this matter. Karakum agreed but told Gunther he better not leave anything out, ordering him to put his honor on the line and tell the whole truth of this meeting, which Gunther agreed to. Since the council meeting was the top priority, Karakum told our boy in the group to wait a little longer. While waiting for the council to finish, Judith suddenly did something no one thought was possible. She apologized. Yeah, she said it was all her fault and she should have just kept her mouth shut. Now everyone had to suffer because of her big mouth, and since she couldn't take her words back, she would take responsibility and fix it, making our boy unable to believe what he was hearing, asking if she was really Judith, because the Judith he knew never apologized, and his blunt remark brought the hot-tempered queen back to normal. And she was about to tear him apart when Karakum and the orcs returned. The council meeting was over, and Karakum started off by saying he had heard the whole story from Gunther, and as the tribe's representative, he apologized to Judith for his people's behavior, but besides that, they had also acknowledged her capabilities during the meeting. So if she wanted to learn this secret art, she had to prove herself in the warrior's trial first. Then we cut to the next day, and this entire arena was packed with people. The announcer briefly explained how the warrior's trial worked. You needed to prove yourself as a fierce warrior through hand-to-hand combat, and to win, you had to face and defeat 3 high-ranking warriors in a row. Only then would you be acknowledged. So to start beating up her opponents, our red-haired girl threw away her cape and armor, now sporting a comfortable outfit with her hair tied in a ponytail. Lulu was cheering her heart out from outside the ring. In the first round, our girl would be fighting against that bastard, and this match was definitely going to be satisfying. This punk was still acting all superior, loudly claiming he would show Judith what a true warrior looked like. With that declaration, they got the signal to start the match. The moment the bell rang, this bastard charged straight at her. Judith jumped up and punched him so hard that for a second this punk questioned his entire existence. He then regained his balance and tried to throw another punch at her, only to eat a combo of punches to his face. So this bastard now had no choice but to switch to full defense mode with both arms raised. The moment he did that, Judith delivered a devastating kick to his ribs. Seeing that this bastard could only block to this extent, Judith asked him if this was really all he had and told him to try harder since all his friends were watching. This obviously drove that punk crazy, but before he could do anything, she appeared right behind him and locked him in a tight chokehold. And in the very next second, this bastard collapsed. The moment that punk hit the floor, the entire orc crowd fell into dead silence. These guys literally couldn't believe that a human had just taken down an orc barehanded. But Brat, oh boy, this man was happier than ever, screaming at the top of his lungs to cheer for his girl. The silence only lasted for a few mere seconds before Judith's next opponent stepped into the ring. He babbled about how careless Gunther was and how he wouldn't make the same mistake. The moment this guy set foot in the arena, the crowd roared again because this guy seemed to be the strongest among the 3. The bell rang again, and in that exact instant, this bastard launched himself straight at her. He moved so fast that Judith barely had time to raise her arms to block, and yet she was still knocked flying to the other end of the arena. The impact alone terrified everyone. Then he bluntly told her that this round would be very different from her fight with Gunther, as he didn't like taking risks, which was why he was going all out right from the start. Then he started walking toward Judith. Brat was already shaking his head. saying this match would be extremely tough, noting that this orc had a lot more aura than Judith. Now the fight resumed, and the second Judith rushed in to throw a punch, his hands were ready to react. She dodged his first attack, but that bastard already had a second one prepared. She threw up her arms to defend herself. Now she was thinking to herself that this guy literally had the arms of a gorilla. His reach was absolutely ridiculous, and every time she tried to get close, he just kept jabbing her from miles away. So she clicked her tongue. All right, screw closing the distance, but the moment she stepped in, his knee launched her flying back a few meters. This bastard then immediately lunged at her with an insane amount of aura on his left leg and charged at her, his left fist glowing as if he was about to end the match right there. Judith watched, thinking he was aiming for her right side, but then she realized too late that his right leg had gathered power. It was a feint. Right before the impact, he leaned in close and called her pathetic. Judith was knocked flying across the ring, and then this bastard started walking toward her again, and now he was having a monologue, blabbering about how beating Gunther was probably just luck, rambling about fate and limits, and that everyone had a predetermined place in life, saying he hoped she understood the weight of his words and telling her to give up as if he was handing out a warrior's charity. But instead of backing down, she just spat the blood out of her mouth, told him he talked too much, and dared him to come at her again. The moment she said that, his aura completely changed. He charged in with a brutal kick, and even though her reflexes were slowed down from the injuries, she still managed to raise her arms in time to block before his shins slammed into them. He followed up with a right hook, but this time she ducked and dodged it. And when he wrapped aura around his leg again, to deliver another kick, she caught it midair. This was when things got absolutely crazy. Judith gathered a massive amount of aura into her head and head-butted him straight in the solar plexus, making his body seemingly forget how lungs worked for a few seconds. Karakam, watching from the outside, saw her aura literally catch on fire and realized she somehow managed to use the fire element. By the way, that was supposed to be impossible without learning the 5 elements divine art first. Wasting no opportunity, Judith rushed in and threw a fiery punch right into his face. Even the Drukali warriors outside the ring had to cringe at the intense heat. From there, it turned into a bloody fist fight. Trading blow for blow, fist against fist, there was a moment their punches collided and the flames erupted even fiercer, scorching his skin and forcing him to pull his hand back. Kuvera stood watching, looking extremely tense now, realizing just how dangerous the fire aura really was because it could easily burn the user if they weren't careful. But Judith, she didn't care. Even when that orc sneakily threw another punch at her face, she tanked it like it was nothing and countered with a high kick. And amidst all this chaos, while her face was getting bruised up, she finally admitted it to herself. She had always been jealous. Jealous of Brat's freedom to do whatever he wanted, of our boy's crazy fanatical dedication, of Ilya's natural talent that made everything look so easy. That jealousy, that inferiority complex, that burning desire to prove she was capable of far more than what people saw, exactly that. That was what had been pushing her forward all this time. That was her fuel. Then this bastard knocked her away once again, but now she was fully on fire, and that punch didn't even faze her. She lunged at him, and up in the stands, the rest of the group was going wild cheering for her. With all her aura concentrated in her fist, Judith charged forward, fully embracing who she was, the jealousy, the anger, the drive to be better, all of it. Meanwhile, that orc realized way too late that the end was here. The last thing he saw before his lights went out was a fiery fist smashing straight into his stomach, and boom, he passed out on the ground, staring at the ceiling, wondering what year it was. With that punch, the match was over, but the orcs there were still clinging to hope because their final fighter hadn't stepped in yet, but just as the last guy was about to enter, Hulsifa stepped forward. Everyone thought she was about to fight. And even our boy got worried because Judith could barely stand at this point. She was completely out of stamina and now running on pure stubbornness, but she still raised her fist at the guy like, all right, bring it on. What's one more? The guy stared at her and said, we yield. He stated that there was no need to continue this match anymore, because she had awakened her flames, and for that, he acknowledged her as a true warrior in her own right. Then we cut to a week later, and the group was ready to learn the elemental control skills. But before anyone could learn anything, they had to perform this sacred ritual first. So the old man lined them up and pointed to an ancient incense burner placed in front of them, saying it was passed down from their ancestors and explaining the process. Stick your hand in, grab an invisible wisp of energy, and throw it to the side. Whatever element appeared, that was your compatibility, and it would make learning the 5 elements divine art a whole lot easier. Krogru called Judith up, asking if she wanted to give it a try. Krogru called Judith up, asking if she wanted to give it a try. There was an orange orb hovering in the palm of her hand. Kuroguru told her to throw it away, and the moment she did, the orb exploded into a blazing pillar of fire, shooting at least 3 meters into the air. Everyone stood there dumbfounded, including Kuvera's father. When the flames finally settled down, Judith turned to Kuroguru like, did I do it right? But the old orc looked as if he had just seen a ghost, telling her the fire she just summoned was the biggest he had ever seen in an elemental ceremony, adding that he had already sensed it during her trial. She was naturally blessed when it came to the fire element. Step aside, Marian. We've got another fire prodigy right here, and since she was done, Judith stepped aside and Kuroguru called our boy up next. The moment he stuck his hand into the incense burner, he quickly flicked the energy to the side, and streaks of fire erupted, forming circular patterns on the ground. But this was where things got crazy. In the middle of those circles, swords started sprouting from the ground. What kind of metal alchemy was this? If Karakum was surprised by Judith's energy, he was even more shocked by our boys. He looked at this kid's energy and realized it was the metal element controlling fire. The fire on the ground was refining itself into this massive amount of metal energy, which was absolutely insane. Even Kuroguru couldn't believe it, as if manifesting two elements wasn't impressive enough. Our boy was able to forge metal into such a distinct shape that made the old man wonder what kind of divine being this kid really was. Curiosity taking over, the orc elder asked our boy if he had ever studied elementology before, and our boy casually said he learned the basic theory from Kuvera. Hearing this left the elder even more amazed. Now he understood why Kuroguru wanted to pass the technique down to them. And unlike the orc elders who were silently losing their minds over Judith and our boy's energy, the two of them seemed pretty chill about it. But Judith quickly pointed out that her flame was bigger than our boy's, catching Aaron off guard because he couldn't keep up with her logic. But Judith just explained that she would never lose when it came to fire, no matter what. And our boy just looked at her like, "What do you mean? This is a completely different thing," which only annoyed her even more. Meanwhile, Brat felt relieved because Judith had been feeling down ever since she lost to our boy. But now she seemed to be back to her usual self, and seeing her smile again, Brat thought to himself how proud he was of her. Then, like an absolute idiot, he accidentally slipped up and said out loud, "Judith looks so cute when she smiles." Oh no, too bad for him. He was within earshot and she just gave him this blank judging stare, while Brat smacked himself hard on the mouth to shut up and tried to explain that it was all a misunderstanding. But Ilya just slowly backed away from him, while our boy and Judith stood there wondering what the hell their friend was doing. "Brat, my man, you just messed up big time." Next, Kuroguru called Ilya up and she also drew the fire element. Only the guy who messed up was different from the rest, and with that, the ceremony ended. Kuroguru told everyone how special these guys were and all, and that they would help them develop their energy even further. Right then, Karakum looked at our boy and told him he would personally train him. At that moment, one of the orcs ran up and informed Karakum that he had a message from Kuroguru. He had just finished the preparations to look into our boy's past life and was requesting them to bring him and the rest of the group back to Spirit Mountain. Then we cut to the Spirit Mountain, standing before a magic circle. Kuvera pointed to the stone slabs and told the group that they all had to lie down. Kuroguru floated above, telling our boy that it was time he finally met the man in his dreams who had been confusing him all this time, and as our heroes each laid down on their respective slabs, Kuroguru asked our boy one last time if he was okay with sharing his past life with the others. Our boy said he had no problem sharing it with them. Since that was settled, Judith asked Kuroguru what they had to do while the ceremony took place. Kuroguru snapped his fingers, and in the next second they were fast asleep. Now our heroes were entering the dreamland. At first it was pitch black. Then someone started blinking, and in front of them were two armored soldiers calling the person there their lord and asking if he was ready to leave. Then the camera shifted to this guy, who looked absolutely dead inside. "My man, who hurt you?" This guy looked at the guards and said he was ready. The scene shifted and people were whispering, saying they couldn't believe this guy was actually abandoning his territory the moment it got infested by demonic creatures. And someone added that they heard rumors this man was supposed to be so possessed by demons that he killed his own child. And who knew, maybe he himself was a half-demon by now. It didn't take long for people to start yelling and blaming the man for bringing the demons into their town a few months ago, calling him a coward, because now of all times he chose to leave the town right when the people needed him the most. One of the townsfolk even stepped up tremblingly, holding a pitchfork, demanding their lord to speak up, asking if their lord was really the one who brought the demons into their town. The man sighed and said, "I was foolish to believe I could just leave quietly." Then he looked at the pitchfork guy and said, "I don't know if you'll believe me, but I'll tell you everything." Then we flashed back to a week ago. This couple was panicking because their newborn son had just stopped breathing. Just as the Lord was about to call a doctor, they heard a sinister laugh followed by a cloud of red smoke, a voice asking if he wanted to save his child. The couple looked completely terrified because out of the smoke emerged the clown demon. This punk did his best evil pose before addressing the man as Kalen Winker, telling him that his child's life was now in his hands and could be spared, but Kalen had to make a choice, either his son or his wife. Kalen asked the bastard if he was serious because he didn't understand why he had to make such a difficult decision and listen to a demon's demands. But instead of answering, this punk just gave another sinister smile, this time asking him if he ever stopped to wonder if it was just a coincidence that demons started appearing in his territory. To make matters worse, this demon claimed that whatever was happening to the territory right now, as well as his child, was all Kalen's fault. And Kalen was completely confused, asking this bastard what he meant. But no, this demon loved tormenting people, so he told him to accept his fate and make a choice, but oh god. How could he? So his wife decided to make things easier for him. She handed the baby over to him and ran to the window. She took one last look at their territory, and as Kalen desperately dashed over to stop her from what she was about to do, she gave him a smile and told him to take care, to look after their child, and then she jumped. Before Kalen could even process what had just happened, he heard his child crying. When he turned to look, he saw the demon holding his baby in his arms, saying that was against the rules, and his wife's action wasn't one of the options, so he would give him another choice. And this time it would be easier. All he had to do was choose between his baby or the people of this territory. So with that, Kalen ended his story, and the townsfolk blocking his way just stood there, probably feeling like absolute trash. Our boy lost both his wife and child on the exact same day, and he was out here explaining it so naturally that the crowd started crying, this time not tears of anger, but that crushing, devastating sorrow. But wait, it got worse because Kalen dropped another bombshell. A clown demon told him that he had been cursed, and he told everyone that if he stayed, some disaster would wipe out the territory again. So he told the townsfolk, listen, I'm not asking for your help or pity, get out of the way, and he walked off into the sunset. Fast forward, and Kalen was wandering alone, and after taking everything from him, this bastard still wasn't satisfied, so now he was stalking him. He just floated there, giggling and asking why no one was following him anymore. The demon started blabbering, oh well, so the townsfolk just let you leave after you sacrificed everything? You should absolutely slaughter them all, my boy. They deserve it. But Kalen didn't even look at the bastard and just kept walking. But the demon wasn't done yet. He kept rambling, saying things like they should lose their families too so they could understand his pain. And then, because the demon obviously watched too much anime, he flipped upside down right in front of Kalen and said, hey, want to make a pact? Become a half-demon, slaughter everyone. It'd be so much fun, but no, Kalen just walked right past him. And the demon was like, well, alright, boring. I guess I picked the wrong guy. I should just send the monsters to the next territory instead, which made Kalen stop in his tracks. He turned around and asked, wait, what do you mean the next territory? Now the demon was interested again. Oh, you do have emotions. Kalen could barely keep his cool as he asked if the demon was the one who caused all this. The monsters, his child's curse, everything. And the demon just giggled and said, yeah, that was me, by the way, you were never cursed. Kalen started hyperventilating because his entire life had just been turned into a sick joke. He screamed at the demon, asking what he ever did to deserve this. The demon paused as if he was genuinely thinking about it before saying, heh, I was bored. The demon even added, besides, I just kind of like you, like destiny, as if that made everything better. Kalen collapsed. The demon started dissolving into red smoke and told him, that was fun. If you ever want to see me again, head to the mountains in the south, and then he just vanished. Meanwhile, Katen fell to his knees, still unable to accept if he was just having a bad dream or something, because come on. You lose everything just because some interdimensional clown got bored, this makes zero sense. In that moment, he swore he would kill that bastard no matter what it takes. Then we cut to a few years later, and Kalen showed up in the town we saw at the very beginning. The town elders were all welcoming and cheerful. But Kalen just walked to his assigned house looking like an empty shell. Our narrator walked up to the elder and told him he didn't like the vibe of this guy and that they should kick him out. Meanwhile, Kalen felt relieved because at least this village hadn't heard the rumors about him yet, so Kalen decided to stay here and train. And from there began his hellish training routine. Day and night, he kept swinging his sword, and we know what happened next. A year passed, the townsfolk were whispering about the weird stranger who did nothing but train 24/7. And the narrator guy was looking at him like, man, I don't know this guy's story, but I can tell it's tragic. Then his little daughter Laura wandered into Kalen's yard, and the father was like, hey, don't bother the stranger. But she already went up and gave Kalen a flower. Later, the father glanced over and saw something that genuinely surprised him. Kalen was smiling, just a little bit, holding that flower. So Kalen was just standing there with the flower in his hand when that strange feeling started bubbling up inside him. At first, he couldn't pinpoint it, but then it clicked. It was the unconditional love his parents had given him. And just like that, something shifted. He started swinging his sword again, but this time, it wasn't pure rage fueling him. He was remembering the loyalty and affection of his people. Then his wife and child popped into his head, and oh boy. The warmth of those memories just overwhelmed him. For the first time in forever, he wasn't swinging out of hatred. He was swinging because he actually felt something good again. Then the coldness inside him turned into pure warmth. And he kept swinging his sword just like that. Just like that, the seasons passed. Autumn came and then winter followed. And before you knew it, spring arrived and our boy was still swinging his sword. So now after a year of a relentless swinging, Kalen had become sturdy, both physically and mentally. But he was still haunted by the shadows of his nightmares. They crept out and blamed him for everything. But here's the catch. Kalen realized these nightmares weren't sent by the demon. No, they were his own anger, hatred, and guilt eating away at him all this time. The moment he accepted that, his nightmares vanished like smoke, and then our boy started glowing. Like golden aura and I'm the main character glowing. He could sense the demons nearby. His sword lit up, he got into a stance and unleashed this ultimate downward slash into the darkness. And there he was, that bastard still in his medieval roleplay, torturing some poor guy on his knees. Both the demon and the victim were like, wait, hold up. Because no one expected Kalen to show up like that, the demon said, oh, what are you doing here? And Kalen just casually said, I'm not surprised that you're doing evil things again. But this time, I won't let you finish, and he swung his sword. The demon tried to block it with some purple magic or whatever. But Kalen sliced him in half before the spell was even completed. Then our boy was on his way to deliver a well-deserved beatdown to this bastard. Meanwhile, the demon was coughing up blood on the ground. He was like, how could you cut through my darkness? Realizing he was doomed, the demon started crawling away, trying to open a portal to escape. But Kalen noticed and chased after him to finish him off when his body started failing. He fell to his knees. He could feel his body slowly breaking down. He stabbed his sword into the ground to keep his balance. Then he started cursing fate for playing this cruel joke on him. The moment he finally created a sword technique that could cut through darkness, his body decided to give out. Kalen broke down watching the demon escape in his final moments. He just prayed for his emotions and will to be passed down to someone else. Then he passed out, hoping that someone would inherit his will and kick this bastard's ass. Man, I don't know how to feel about this. The old man literally just awakened Excalibur, teleported across a continent, and then died within 10 seconds of doing so. At least he landed a critical hit on that punk. Back to the present, the group was now staring at our boy, who was just sitting there taking everything in because in this life, the heir to his dying wishes was our boy, and he had no idea how to process it. Then we cut to some time later. Aaron was staring at the sunset when Brat walked up and joined him. Brat asked Aaron what he planned to do next, and our boy admitted he had no idea. Seeing our boy so down, Brat sighed and said, yeah, it's a lot to take in. Then he started getting sentimental, talking about their training days. He admitted he used to hate Aaron back then, like really dislike him, and our boy looked at him in surprise. Brat explained he always knew there was a gap between him and Ilya, a gap so big it hurt just thinking about it. Then Aaron showed up and started improving at a ridiculous pace despite Brat mostly ignoring him. And when Aaron finally surpassed him, every cell in his body was furious because it made everything he worked for feel meaningless. But then Brat remembered Aaron telling him that sword training made him feel alive, and that stuck with him. Eventually, Brat realized what truly mattered to him, his family, his friends, and becoming the lord of the Lloyd family. Those things were more important than just being the best swordsman. But then there was something even more important than all of that, and Brat just blurted it out. I like Judith. Aaron looked at him, probably choking on air right now because Brat just dropped that confession like it was nothing. Brat continued, saying he knew Judith wanted to become the best female swordsman on the continent, and it was a cruel path where you could lose everything if you didn't reach the top. Every moment was a competition, and it was exhausting. But that was exactly why he wanted to support her. He wanted to be there when she achieved her goals and be the one to see her happy. Then he told Aaron to do the same and follow his heart. Do what mattered most to him, and he wouldn't regret it. The next day, Aaron returned to the arena for his elemental training, and this time he walked up to Karakum asking for a rematch. Karakum was more than happy to feed him a beatdown as their swords clashed for the first time. But Karakum felt something different. The fire aura inside Aaron had completely merged with his heart. The flame wasn't just on the outside anymore, it had become a part of him. Karakum immediately asked what had changed Aaron. He replied that he had realized what he wanted to do. Besides protecting his family and friends, he wanted to swing his sword so that more people could be happy. He swung his sword at Karakum with all his might, and even though it was blocked, the strike still impressed him. Karakum said that was a grand dream, greater than just wanting to become the best swordsman, saying it sounded like Aaron had chosen to walk the path of a hero and warned that it wasn't something to joke about. Did Aaron even understand the weight of those words? But our boy was incredibly resolute. He said even though it sounded embarrassing, he would gladly walk the hero's path if that was where his journey was heading. After our boy said he wanted to become a hero, the old master started adding more power to his strikes. Then he charged straight at him, and when they collided, the impact was absolutely devastating. But this time, no one backed down, and Karakum spoke up first, telling Aaron that he respected his courage and declaring to follow the hero's path. But he also warned that courage alone wasn't enough, silencing him for a moment. He flashed a smile, saying he once heard that true swordsmen only communicate through their swords. Then Aaron leaped into the air and unleashed a massive vertical slash toward Karakum, who neatly dodged it, by the way. Then Aaron looked up with a smile and said, this decision to become a hero wasn't just an impulsive thought after seeing his past life. It was a dream he always carried in his heart, born from every experience in his life. Even if he had never seen Kalen's memories, he would still have chosen this path. He told Karakum that he would show him just how determined he was and asked to continue sparring. Karakum was now fired up too, saying that was exactly what he wanted to hear and promising to beat Aaron to a pulp. Then we cut to 4 months later. The group was summoned to the Spirit Mountain. The Orc Elder gathered everyone to report their progress, and as expected, they all achieved great results, but our blue-haired punk was the top performer because he had mastered another element besides water. Next, we moved to Judith. She had poured all her effort into her fire aura, literally nothing but fire. Kuroguru warned that if she kept blocking off other elements, it was highly likely that one day she would be consumed by her own flames, but Judith was like, nah, I'm good. She said she could control it for now, plus she couldn't channel energy into any other elements anyway, so there wasn't much she could do. Then Kuroguru moved on to our boy Aaron, praising him for creating a perfect balance between metal and fire aura, although he was a bit worried because Aaron's energy was flowing in reverse. Normally it would be wood fuels fire, fire creates earth, and earth yields metal, but Aaron was running the cycle of destruction, meaning if his flame kept growing, he would need water aura to suppress it. Kuroguru told him to be careful, and Aaron thanked him for the reminder. The last one to be evaluated was Ilya. Compared to the others, she didn't have any massive leaps in progress, but Kuroguru reassured her that she was still growing and just needed to keep trying. Ilya said she would, but you could tell she was feeling down about it, and our boy was the first to notice that. Just like that, the next day arrived. Aaron told Brat that he planned to stay a few more days, and Brat asked, is it because you're worried about Ilya? Aaron admitted that was part of the reason, but he also said he wasn't planning on returning to the academy right now. There was someone he wanted to meet first. Then he asked Brat about his plans with Judith, and Brat had said they would return to the academy as planned. Aaron was a bit sad, knowing they were about to part ways. But Brat reassured him that this was only temporary and they would meet again soon. Meanwhile, Judith was at the training arena. She was thinking about Kalen's memories, how the old man gained his power through sheer hard work and absolute dedication. She told herself that if she could work half as hard as him, she could do it too. Her aura flared up as she swung her sword harder, thinking she just needed to push a little more. Then Brat showed up and asked for a sparring match since it had been a while. He said it was a good chance to test their training results, and Judith instantly agreed. Their swords clashed, sparks flying everywhere, and Brat was clearly struggling. He told her she felt like a completely new person now, and you picked the wrong time to challenge me, because I'm absolutely fired up right now. And she wasn't kidding. Her fire aura started overpowering Brat's water aura. Then she unleashed a devastating swing that knocked him backward. Without even realizing she had put way too much power into the strike. She ran over to him, asking if he was okay, and Brat was like, "What did I do wrong? I almost got roasted alive just now." She apologized and said she didn't mean to do that. Then she leaned in to check on him, and oh boy, she looked incredibly cute. So Brat couldn't hold himself back and confessed that he liked her. Judith froze for a second, asking what the hell he just said. When he repeated that he liked her, her face turned bright red, but this idiot thought she still didn't get it. So he repeated it again, and being Judith, decided to solve this situation with violence and punched him right in the face. Just like that, Brat was knocked out on the ground again, asking her what the punch was for, and Judith, still blushing furiously, said, "Why would you joke about something like that? You're lucky I didn't wrap my fist in flames." Brat sat up and told her he wouldn't joke about something like this, which only made Judith more flustered. She asked if he really liked her, and Brat nodded. Then she asked why he liked her. And Brat was like, "Why are you asking so many questions?" Now he's feeling embarrassed too. But then he started listing everything he loved about her. Her smile, the way she ate heartily when she teased Aaron, and she played with Lulu when she trained hard. He looked straight into her eyes and said that he found all of those things beautiful. So Judith was left speechless and extremely flustered as she asked if he really thought she was pretty. Brat then walked up to her and told her to stop asking questions and say something. He leaned in closer and asked, "What do you think of me?" Then the scene shifted to our boys' room, and Lulu was busy examining the pendant Aaron had picked up earlier from the orc's treasure room, flipping it over and over, saying she couldn't pinpoint it, but there was definitely some weird energy coming from the necklace. The problem was she had absolutely no idea how to use this thing. She figured she might get a better feel for it in her base form, so she transformed, and now she was glaring at the pendant like it had insulted her ancestors, swearing to use every magic spell she knew to figure it out. Fast forward 3 hours later, and yeah, she did exactly that, using every spell and trick in the book, but nothing worked. She couldn't figure out a damn thing about that stupid pendant. Right then, our boy walked in and Lulu explained the whole situation to him. By the time she finished talking, night had already fallen. Aaron then brought up the day they met Ignat and asked Lulu if she remembered what Ignat said about inviting him to that position again. He was fired up, asking her if he was finally worthy to stand before Ignat one more time. Lulu was like, "Bro, what are you talking about? You've been grinding non-stop all this time. We are more than ready." She asked if he really planned on going to meet her right now, and our boy just flashed that confident smile and replied, "Yeah, I think I'm ready too." Then the scene shifted to Ilya, who was still training even though the sun had set ages ago. Her mind right now was a battlefield completely filled with doubts. She wondered if what she was doing was even right anymore, thinking about how she really didn't have any reason to be obsessed with Ignat like before, but she still couldn't let it go. She couldn't stop thinking about her, even while having this existential crisis. That was when our boy walked up and asked if they could talk for a moment. They sat down and she asked him how his training had been going lately. Sitting next to him, she could feel the warm energy radiating from him, and it genuinely calmed her down. Her heart felt lighter, her worries slowly melted away, and she suddenly realized she was thinking about how she wanted to be by his side all the time. Then Aaron told her that there was someone he wanted her to meet, and his next destination was wherever that person was. Ilya was curious, asking who this special person was, and our boy casually dropping the bomb that he wanted to meet Ignat. Ilya was completely stunned. She thought he would mention his master, parents, or perhaps his younger sister, but Ignat, not in a million years did she ever expect that name to come out of his mouth. Completely oblivious to her internal breakdown, he continued, explaining that the last time they met, he was jealous of Ignat's strength and ended up showing his weak, pathetic side. But things were different now, and he was absolutely certain he could stand proudly before her. Then he turned to Ilya and admitted that he didn't know what awaited them, but he wanted her by his side when he went. Ilya realized she had been running away from this for way too long, and nothing good would come out of continuing to flee, so she gave him a bright smile and said that of course she would go with him. Then we cut to the next day, and since Brat and Judith had finished their mission, it was time for them to return to the academy. Judith kept cuddling Lulu endlessly, saying she didn't know how she would survive without seeing this little furball every day. Meanwhile, our boy and Ilya were saying their goodbyes to Brat, and even Kuvera, along with his brothers, also showed up to see them off. Aaron and his brothers also came to bid them a safe journey. Notice the tension between Brat and Judith and cut straight to the chase, asking if something had happened. These two absolute idiots couldn't even answer, so they just bolted instead, waving goodbye as they faded into the distance. Once they were out of sight, the group headed back to the arena, with our boy walking straight into another match, while Lulu and Ilya went back to training their five elements divine skill. And just like that, a few months flew by in a flash, and now it was time for our heroes to say goodbye to the orcs. Kuvera couldn't believe Aaron was actually leaving. It all felt so surreal to him, but he knew it had to be done. So he quickly changed the subject and said he heard his father advising that you guys should like the video, help him create engaging content, and don't forget to smash that notification bell. Thank you guys so much.